3 months of competition, and it all comes down to this last chance to reach Brawl Cup. One team is already through here in East Asia. Zeta Division have locked their spot. But for everyone else, this is the final fight before one more team makes it to Berlin. Right behind Zeta, Crazy Raccoon is in the middle of a battle with Fennel, SK Kalalas and Rival, all chasing the same goal. I'm Sunny. I'm here today with beautiful Spoo, wonderful Trev. It's so good to have you both here at my side today. And guys, with so much on the line today, who do you trust to deliver?
There's so many great teams today. I think Zeta Division most likely are still going to be the big bad of the storyline. But as you mentioned, the main characters of today's saga are going to look at Crazy Raccoon, Fennel, just very closely behind them. And then two very hopeful potential kings here in the form of Rival Esports and SK Kalalas. Their stakes are the Brawl Cup today, and that's what they're going to be fighting for.
Yeah, still so many teams fighting for that second Brawl Cup spot. Obviously, Zeta Division already locked in, which is a big thing for them. But I think it gives these teams who are still fighting for it a bit more hope, to be honest with you. You know, they're going to be fighting for a bit more and might bring just to that next level and maybe be able to put up a fight against Zeta.
And the team who already locked in Brawl Cup will also kick things off today in quarterfinal number 1. It's Zeta Division versus KC, and in that first one, SK Kalalas versus Reject. To follow up, Crazy Raccoon versus Insomnia in quarterfinal 3, and then Fennel versus Rival Esports. And there's so much weight on that quarterfinal number 3, Spoo.
Indeed, if Insomnia take down Crazy Raccoon, it opens the floodgates for Rival Esports, for SK Kalalas East Asia to come in and potentially clinch that Brawl Cup spot.
We also want to have a look at just what else is going on, because it's not all about Brawl Cup. There's the rest of the season still as well. So for any team who doesn't actually make it to Berlin, those points still count towards LCQ, towards Worlds, so they still want to get those points, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, regardless of, certain teams not being able to qualify to Brawl Cup, even if people's kind of dreams are crushed here today by Crazy Raccoon early on, then they still want to get as far as they can, still want to get points on the board, because you said LCQ, World Finals looming towards the later end of the year. So it's definitely something these guys want to get points on the board and cash in the pocket as well.
We have a couple of really close quarterfinals, I feel, today in East Asia. So far, we had different winners in each of the months. Will we have a new winner here today? We're going to find out later. First up, we also want to have a quick look at what you guys predicted. Let's see if you played Copycat once more. Yeah, pretty much. I'm pretty sure I voted for Rival in quarterfinal number 2, but that's all right. We have Zeta Division all in the quarterfinal number 1. Rival in quarterfinal number 4, sorry. I think I said SK Kalalas, but it's all good. Zeta Division will take that first one. We're all pretty united in that one. KC and a completely new team. Then in the second one, I think it's kind of a 50-50. So I ultimately just went with the team who had better scrim rates, honestly. And then we have Crazy Raccoon. And in the last one, you all go with Fennel, Spoo.
Yeah, no shame in that. I looked at Fennel, and in my mind, I'm voting with my heart today. I want to see Achapi standing up there with his ex-teammates in the form of Siddhitampo, in the form of Tensai, going all the way back to that, that first World Finals that they won together. I feel like Achapi hasn't really had a chance to shine, and I think if he could win this one and go all the way, I think that would be a fantastic storyline to write off.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as you say, SKC was your prediction. I think Ark also said that as well when we were just talking back in the green room. So I think you've kind of got a bit of company on that one too. So as you said, it's a pretty 50-50, and I think we are 50-50 split here on the desk as well. But yeah, a couple of these quarterfinals fairly close. I think 1 and 3 are the more clean-cut ones, but obviously a lot of people really hoping for Insomnia to come in and prove a bit of an upset in quarterfinal 3.
Oh, what a surprise. We voted for Zeta and Crazy Raccoon. The two have already won a monthly final. You can also vote, so make sure to head over to event.brawlstars.com right now. Get your predictions in for the quarterfinals, for the semis, for the finals. Get those quizzes right, because you can get some awesome rewards like that icon at the end of this weekend. Next weekend we have something else for you in store as well. We're going to show you what it is just then. So make sure, lock in your predictions right now. I give you a second here. That was your second. Good job. We want to have a quick look also what happened in March. We have a different meta in every single region, in every single monthly final so far. And these have been the 5 most picked brawlers in East Asia.
What stands out to me, I think Chester, as we've mentioned before, hasn't even received a buffy. And in fact, like most of these brawlers that we see on the screen, only Bo and Spike have buffies. So that's just a testament to just how Chester, Charlie, and Ruffs are such, ever-staying forces inside any meta. They're such evergreen brawlers. They fit into the East Asian style so well, and I'm not surprised to see them picked so often.
The win rate is interesting for me here. Maybe you shouldn't pick up Bo as often, it seems. We also want to have a quick look at just which brawlers have been banned most often here in East Asia, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, Glowy was really at the top of his game last month with those 20 bans. It's a huge, huge amount. Leon's really solid at the moment. Ems, BB, Cordelius, these brawlers who have kind of had a few looks at them since the previous month. So we might see a few less bans, few less picks for some of these brawlers. And definitely, I think, Glowy at that point. But yeah, these are really, really solid brawlers. And obviously the picks as well, as Spoo said, it's a very East Asian meta.
In March, we also introduced something completely new to the BSC. We now have global bans. So there's a total of 10 bans across the board. Each team can choose 2 brawlers which they don't want to see in all of their match. So for example, Zeta Division versus KCN, they're going to have 4 brawlers banned out for every single set. These were the global match bans in East Asia, and we've seen a different picture in every region, as we can see here. Glowy was banned out in the regular bans 20 times, never in the global bans. In EMEA, it was flipped. He was banned out every single time in the global bans apart from one grand final.
Very interesting indeed. I think for East Asia, you can see that there's a focus on banning out these safety picks. They love Bull, they love, and they hate Crow, at the same time. Crow is just such an easy brawler that can slip into almost every draft, and Bull has just been on the top of his game ever since he got his ridiculously overtuned buffies. So those bans to me aren't surprising. The rest of them that follow, every single one of them has had buffies inside it, and I think this is exactly why the format has shifted to allow these global bans. I love the new strategic depth that the game is heading towards with this new format.
But our game devs, of course, aren't sleeping. They watch the monthly finals, and therefore we have some tunes to all of these brawlers. We've just seen that they've been banned out very often, picked up very often. We see Bull over there, got a huge nerf, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was, very much needed. As Spoo said, a lot of those buffies that Bull got especially were really strong. And I think it goes to say for the majority of brawlers on the right-hand side, they thrive thanks to those buffies. Clancy, though, was looked at, reworked, going to have that kind of tier 3 fanned in very, very heavily. So it's a brawler to look out for this month, I think. We've seen it in quite a few scrims on rank, that kind of. And it's been really strong at the moment.
Yeah, I was still coaching a couple of teams this week, and we had to ban out Clancy every single time. So I think that's going to be your new Glowy this time. He's super, super strong because you get your status fairly easily. It's like a Surge, but so much better now. We'll see if they have to retune it a little bit. Maybe we'll see. He's super strong right now. I'm eager to see if these teams will actually pick him up as often.
And in East Asia, I think it is a very East Asian pick. They love the type of brawlers that can fit into almost every kind of comp. And, Clancy falls right inside that niche where in such a tank-based meta, they, fits into every comp.
For the first match of the day, we have the Giant Zeta Division versus David. We have KCN. It's a real David versus Goliath story here, where on the left-hand side we have former world champion Shatampo. We have his team who already won the February monthly finals. And then on the right-hand side, KCN. Did we ever see them in a monthly final before?
I don't believe so, and if it was, it's gonna be very, very long time in history. You may recognize some of these players under different aliases. We will reintroduce them later again, Trav, on some of the new names that they have. But indeed, yeah, I was just chuckling a little bit at the differences in their logos, Trav. You can tell the refinement of these two teams are a little bit different, and with the bans coming in here, Clancy double banned by both teams. Kinda called it, Sonny.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say who the audience are going to predict in general, but just looking at the logos, I think you can kind of tell who's the more professional team at least. But yeah, the global bans, obviously Clancy being banned out twice, kind of expected at this point, and I think even if he slips through any of the global bans, it's going to be a set ban throughout regardless.
We all voted for Zeta Division to win this one. The people at home also voted for them to win in the vast majority. These are the maps for this series. We're going to start with Double Swoosh, Dueling Beetles, Golden Gulch, Safe Zone, and Sneaky Fields. Very closed-off maps. We have a lot of bushes, especially in the first one. Double Swoosh is going to be leaning towards the tank and assassin meta, which Zeta Division strives in.
It's a very dangerous map pool, I'm gonna be real with you. I was thinking to the fact that KCN inside the qualifiers has already taken one set of Zeta Division. They lost 1-3 in the end, but to be able to take a single set win up against the Goliath Zeta Division is like something that you put it up in a trophy, plaque it up and put it in your house, right? But I have to think, like when I looked at that draft, they got kinda lucky there, and these maps don't look like the types of maps that I think they'll get lucky a second time.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, seeing them even win a set in the qualifiers was quite surprising. So, I mean, I'm not saying they've got no chance in this game. Zeta Division are 100% the favourites coming into it. But seeing them actually being able to put up a bit of a fight in the qualifiers gives me, I feel like they've got a bit of a lifeline here. Maybe they're going to be able to get something done. If the maps go well, if the drafts go well, then they've got a small chance, I'd say.
And it is the return of Menmi. We have seen him before, right? 2021. He has participated in Worlds. He did have an LCQ appearance also with Reject in 23. And then just nothing. Where was he all this time?
He vanished, right? So, you know, going back in time and a bit of history, the way that he kind of debuted, he was actually together with Battleman in 2022. And they were like the tightest of friends. They competed in all sorts of Tier 2 teams, 3RG, BMTM. But then after that, they disbanded. And, you know, Battleman, as you can see today, is now playing for one of the best teams in the world, while Menmi is barely, you know, kind of finding his way back inside these monthly finals. But yeah, he disappeared for a long time. He was still competing, but just mostly in the Tier 2 scene.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see, you know, him carry on through, and it's nice to see, obviously, previous teammates doing so well as well that he's been playing with. So it shows that they can still get to those levels, and he's been at those levels as well. He knows what it's like to compete on the biggest stages, so hopefully he's going to be able to use that mentality, help out his teammates, and put on a good show here against Zeta.
And this is not the first time that those two teams meet each other, right?
Yeah, they faced each other in qualifiers, as mentioned earlier, on the pathway for Zeta's qualification. It was like the second last game inside the upper bracket final. KCN took one set off, and when I looked at the data behind it, looked at the draft, I was like, so they let KCN get Bull, BB, everything that they ever wanted. It was a free win. It was like, you know what, we'll just give it to them. Maybe they just didn't prepare for that, but I don't think that Zeta will risk anything today.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When you get a perfect draft and you're feeling good and you're in the moment, you're going to be in a good position to be able to damage these teams, right? So we're going to hope some of the drafts go wrong for Zeta today.
We're going to see if that's going to happen. I hope you're ready for the first match of this month. We are in April. We are on Double Swoosh. On a Double Swoosh, we already mentioned it. Probably gonna see some assassins here. Lily always that dangerous last pick. And the brawler we haven't really talked about yet is Sirius. He's gonna be banned out here on the right-hand side. And Sirius, of course, one of the strongest, if not the strongest brawler in the game right now. If we count out Naja, who's not playable this weekend. But Sirius could have his first showing ever in the BSC this weekend. He's probably just gonna be banned out though, if we're for real here.
Not going to be surprised to see a 100% ban rate across the board, but looking at some of these other bans that they've been targeted, Crow, AMS, we see this Leon, Nita, and the Bull all being taken out. Very logical bans, but coming back to those global bans, you know, double Clancy ban on both sides basically closes off the anti-tank opportunities here on Double Swoosh. And that's why I think Zeta, they've secured this Chester nice and early. We did see us the most picked brawler last month, and I expect this month not too many changes there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a smart pick, taking one of the only remaining tank counters out of the way. Otis is going to be selected over the other side. Another one of those really solid tank counters. So just, you know, with Zeta having 2 picks next, you've got to account for that, or you're going to be left, you know, they can just run it down into you. Because Sandy, not going to have much DPS. Obviously, the Sandstorm and the Stun are huge things to have when you can kind of fly under the radar on a map like this, you know, put the other team in some real tough positions. So I do like, you know, all 3 picks that we've seen so far.
A lot of tank counters featured here so far in both the ban and the pick stage. We have the Otis on the right-hand side. Chester, as strong as ever, he didn't actually got nerfed at all, despite him being the most picked brawler across all 4 regions, if I recall correctly. We now have Bo on the left-hand side. Not the highest of win rates last month, but I do think he's so good on Double Swoosh. Offers that vision, can now hide in the bush thanks to his new star power. With the new Buffy, his turret just gives you you're super so fast, and you can literally be across halfway through the map and still get charged. Spike is going to be picked up here on the left-hand side. Another tank counter, so KCN can't really go in aggressively here. Usually that last pick is going to feature a Mortis, for example, a Lily, just anything as a comeback mechanic to grab their gems in the last second.
I think they could still go for it. I mean, every time I see the yellow bird bow come up in any of these tournaments, I am a bow hater. I'm gonna put it out there. I don't like the way that this bow, yeah, so I think it's just a big target on your head. And now this might force them to pivot, maybe run the Chester as the gem carrier instead, but that will hurt the side lanes instead. I think Zeta have that option though, because all 3 of their brawlers in Double Swoosh are very flexible. All of the matchups, I think, between the Spike and the bow, if they want to adopt to go into side lanes, they very well could.
Yeah, absolutely. I listen, I don't mind it. I know You are officially a Bo hater now. Ark, I know he absolutely despises the brawler, thinks you should never walk over a mine ever in professional play, but sometimes it happens, and sometimes the game can be turned around like that. Obviously, Mortis can be able to bait out those mines a little bit better, but, you know, I like either side of this draft here.
I mean, if you want to bait out the bow mines, you could play the other gadget here now, also widens the radius. That's a dangerous feat. This is the first match of the month, the first match between Zeta Division and KCN.
And as expected, Battleman is going to be on that Chester inside that middle lane, but we got early aggression coming here from Sosa on that right lane. Takes down Shidetampo. Pretty expected outcome here from that Mortis, but at the end of the day, it's all about the gems. KCN have the lead.
Yeah, Nem couldn't quite move up there regardless of winning his lane just because Batman was so high on HP. Suzuki not having the best of times here against Sosa on the right-hand side. A good stun coming through as well, and he will go down. Throws out that super, which I'm sure he won't be too pleased about. And Shidetampo not having the best time on the left-hand side either. This is about as good a start as KCN could have asked for.
It's an amazing start. Battleman only getting his first gem of the game. Shidetampo's gonna finally try to get a kill here. Battleman had a nice jawbreaker there to save him. That big bomb there coming out in the mid doesn't really connect, but tears out some of those bushes.
Yeah, not using the stun here, it seemed, on the bow mines either. I believe that did connect and just didn't stun him up. So the vision, as you can see now on the left-hand side, as he's eventually getting some kind of bush control in this match. Otis baiting out the remaining two mines and a fat splatter straight over to the left-hand side. Gem's getting a bit closer now with Batman picking up his 5th, and the 6th goes KCN's way.
An interesting tactical choice there to put the Sandy on the right lane. I think he realized that he's not making too much value here on the mid. They've opted to swap things over. Now we see the Mortis making that rotation, but big hyper gesture from Suzuki. Now going to be putting the mines in the mid. Sosa is going in there, but not going to get a single kill there. Suzuki does trade things out and goes down here. But when all said and done, the gem lead still firmly inside KCN, just hanging on by 2 gems.
It just makes those mines a little bit less intimidating. Good spike super coming in from Stamp on the left-hand side and throws out a gadget there as well. The Chester hype charge actually going to completely miss, and Batman has missed a couple of supers now, and along with that one, the 9th gem comes their way. Root Sand Sandstorm place on the left-hand side, keeping Stampo low for now and forcing Zeta to back up. The 8th in the hands of KCN and some mines on the right-hand side keeps Sosa at bay.
Taking full control on the left side there. Big kill there from Sosa on the right lane. That's going to exert a lot of pressure on the mid here. That's going to allow KCN to equalize things back, but the gem countdown will begin in the side of Zeta Division. Sosa is eyeballing Shidetampo right now. The hypercharge is going out there. Tries to get this kill. Big one there from Sosa. That's going to allow them to tie things up and equalize the gem count.
Just about stays up, and that's a kill that Batman can't really go for on that right-hand side. More mines placed in the center. Batman will get this 11th, and that starts the countdown for them once more, but quickly tied out by KCN, and it's just going to be so back and forward. Sosa trying to make a move, but Stampo on top of him now. Good kill on the left-hand side. Coming in, trying to get the pinch. Hypercharge popped, and he gets the kill. All the gems fall down, and it's all on Sosa, who tries to make a move alone, but can't quite get it done.
The side lanes for KCN were going well, but I guess they just didn't really, fully see the potential of Suzuki's hypercharge. They were pushed back that auto aim to death. And just like that, KCN, a wonderful start for them. Honestly, 6 gems ahead of Zeta Division, and they kind of just threw that one away.
Yeah, I mean, it looked so good for them throughout. They were, I don't know, like 5-6 gems up before Zeta Division's really started to get into the game. And then, after that, Mortis started struggling a little bit more, couldn't really go for the gem carrier in the Chester, so was just playing the lane, but they just couldn't get anything done after that. Was a little bit back and forth, but as soon as Suzuki gets that kill on the gem carrier, you know it's over.
I think that's just the difference between these sort of tier 1 teams in terms of refinement and the tier 2 teams. We're going to see if KCN can change things up. Not a good start for them though. Nem falls in the mid here. We got Sosa in the backlines, but Bottomman's already at the ready to take him down there. Shidetampo is playing a nice and passive game here on that right lane. But yeah, Bottomman's got this leverage to just go up and try and scoop up all these gems. Such a greedy play from him, but it works out.
Just about. Sosa choosing not to go through the mid there, try and get the kill. Goes round the back. Actually, I think a bat off there should be able to pick up Suzuki, and does, but Batman just narrowly survives. Fat Splatter will bring him down though, and Nem tries to go for the gems, but Suzuki back in a high enough position to contest them. I wouldn't be surprised if he did just go down there, try feed the gems back into Batman's hands, but at the moment hasn't been able to do it. 4-3 now. It's a very close game, this one, closer than the last.
Got bow mines coming in on that right lane. Sandy should be aware of it. Dodges it out nicely. Big hypercharge there from Battleman thrown out into the mid. Doesn't connect to anything. Kind of clips the Sandy a little bit. That should be going down very shortly. And with all this aggression coming up from Zeta Division, they've clawed back the mid control, firmly in the lead now.
Another great kill from Nem there as well. Finds it from the mid to the left-hand side. Stops them from having all-out control of the map. Sandy trying to make a move at the left-hand side. Suzuki with a hypercharge one. Did so much work last time. Yet again, Sosa going in, and that's a good stun from Sandy, but A bomb to keep him at bay for now. Coming around the right-hand side, Stampo going to throw out that hypercharge super, get a couple of shots in, but nothing more. Good stun as well, and Sosa wastes a lot of utility there, but a good trade once more from Nem. But that's going to go back into, I was going to say, it's going to go back into Batman's hands, but the gem still lingers.
He thought about it for a moment, and I think Batman is getting a little bit more disciplined here, realize he can't get away with everything. Nonetheless, though, the Sandstorm is going to push back the entirety of Zeta Division. They are showing respect to the Sandy Super, but no Cyclone Super coming out whatsoever. We got some aggressive play here from Sosa, but he's just going in on the wrong targets here. Doesn't really respect Batman there, and all the gems is going to be spilling out there for whatever reason in the mid. Nem's even going to go down to the poison here. It's just a feed fest from KCN.
I mean, that was huge for them. Walking over those two mines again, going to be deciding quite a lot of this game. It's 10-10 now, and KCN still in this one. Playing over the right-hand side with Sandy the majority of the gems. It just doesn't help that this Mortis has got one. It kind of stops him from going aggressive, because if he hands that one over, the game's done.
Hypercharge there from Batman's going to be coming out. Sosa desperately trying to go into the backlines there. Managed to get one super off there, and most of the gems in the other way. Can they extract though? We see Takadachi and Sosa trying to hand-in-hand extract there. The bomb is not going to connect. Nem now throwing bodies at Batman, trying to prevent the reset as best as they can. Big stun there onto Batman. Should be able to get the stun. Sosa even comes in with yet another Creature of the Night there. Great comeback there from KCN. And Suzuku kind of mispositioned there. Didn't hug Batman close enough for the safety.
Yeah, really nice move from the Mortis in the backlines there. Managed to go in, gets the gems, gets them out, and then survives so well towards the end as well with that amount of pressure on him. The spike, the Chester barreling forwards and kind of dashing in, dashing out, avoiding those shots. Zeta Division surely going to be a little bit more worried now. They have been two incredibly close games, but KCN just turning that one on its head.
This last pick, Mortis, is coming in as the X factor that KCN need to take this one down. But you can see Zeta, they're making the adjustments already. Battleman going aggressively on the hunt, kind of foregoing that mid position. And wow, Trap, can I just say, this man, he's so lucky. He is so lucky with these bombs. In the first game, the win condition mostly was opening up that map together with the bow mines, and he's already got it done. I mean, you've got 4 gems in KCN, but Zeta are playing the long game.
I mean, it's the name of the game with Chester. You've got to have that kind of aspect of luck along with it as well, and gets the stun there too. Really nice for him in that instance, but haven't managed to get the kill yet. Should be pinched down as Suzuku, getting some more mines placed as well. Goes to try and get that wall out of the way, which he will. That mine just narrowly evading Nem there, and almost got these gems back to their side. Fat Splats to the right-hand side, but control all in Zeta Division's hands, and that right side of the map is ripped up.
Total map domination coming out here from Zeta Division. We're seeing the start of a spawn trap here. Bottomon even once more here with that hypercharge super. Connects with 2 there. Nem is going to fall here inevitably to the poison. Sosa is desperately trying to open up the position for the team, but just look at Siditampo. He's just completely locking in there. He's going to be taken down there by Sosa. So that's going to relieve some pressure and allow KCN to come back into the mid.
Massively needed kill there from Sosa to get that left-hand side down. The stun comes in, and another great super for Batman to have. He's getting all the luck in the world here with the Chester Supers. Sandy trying to make a move around the left-hand side and doing a good job of it, trying to keep control. And now the Fat Splatter place once more. Got to be very cautious. More Mortis Super there, and actually Bo's going to pick that one up. That's not going to go too well for KCN at that point, and he's burning down up top. Good shots coming in, and down another player of KCN goes. Batman just waiting in the mid for this last one, but almost goes down. There's the 10th gem, and that's going to be enough.
Just desperation coming out from KCN. I respect the hustle there from Sosa, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to have a second opportunity here, but we see Battleman already popping the hypercharge just for the stats for now. Now the bomb drops inside the mid, and there's no way Takadachi on the Sandy can do anything here. Zeta Division, they're going to walk away with set number 1.
Well, the result goes as expected, but the journey there really wasn't. KCN putting up a big fight here, and you can see why they managed to get a set off them in those qualifiers. Obviously, still losing a 3-1, but that was a really good and very convincing performance from KCN.
I like the fire in them. We talked about how the bow could have been a potential weakness in Assassins and double switches of map in general. And KCN, rather than playing into Zeta Division's strengths, they decided to go for this X Factor like Brawlers. And, you know, they go straight for the jugular here. The Mortis was a fantastic pickup, but I gotta say, execution level, not there yet. Perhaps if this was a different kind of, you know, top-tier team that really practiced the type of strategies, that this could have been worked out. Honestly, I like KCN's draft more, but Zeta are just better.
KCN actually got super close to taking that set, took a game off the hands of Zeta Division, which many of us probably didn't even expect to happen. that Mortis definitely was the last pick they should pick up. The Spike and the Chester, despite the huge DPS they dish out, weren't quite enough to stop Sosa. He did a phenomenal job, but as you said, in the end, it's team play. It's not only individual skill, and Sosa proved that he can play Mortis, but there was a little bit of not enough support from the back.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the stats now, and you can see Takadachi just 74 DPS, 2 kills. He's not going to be getting anywhere near enough supers with that kind of DPS. Definitely getting dominated down the lanes there. So Sosa can only do so much. 10 kills, really solid from him. 252 DPS, very good against, you know, the Chester and the Spike that he's going to be faced with. And as you've said, Sonny, he did a really good job, but it's just not enough here against Zeta Vision.
I think it's important to mention here as well, by the way, we talked about Menmi beforehand, the player who was playing all the way back in 2021. He's now named Takadachi, that's the Japanese lettering in-game. And then we have Yume, who's now called Sosa. So just to clear up some confusion, they had a couple of name changes, which is they're good, right? And we now will refer to them, of course, only in their new, fresh, polished names. Do you want to rename as well, or are you going to stick to Wiggly Spoo?
I've renamed myself once already. We've dropped the Wiggly in there. It's just Spoo now. But heading over to a map that hasn't been renamed. I mean, Dueling Beetles is a fantastic map, of course. And unfortunately, Trav, as I've mentioned before, this is all Zeta maps. This is maps that aggression really pays off, and I guess it still allows for some cheese opportunity to come in. You know, we've seen some gray stuff come in here before that can be really pesky to deal with, and whenever you're in an underdog matchup, I think that might be what they lean towards.
Now the Kit ban and also the Pierce global ban will come in handy. Pierce, one of the best brawlers on this map in general. You can open it up and he's going to have a free match technically. Ban's also on the left-hand side. Here's once more. They have the last pick though, and there's quite a few aggressive options open. Only Mortis and Nina really banned out. They will go with Chester first pick here. It's a surprise to me. Leon probably the most first pick brawler in the map overall, but they're really scared of that potential lost threatening assassin pick from Zeta.
I think after seeing Battleman's luck last game, if he can basically on-cue summon whatever super he wants and he always gets it, I'd be pretty scared too. I don't think it's traumatic though. I think this Chester first pick selection is a bit odd. I think there are better priorities here, but looking at, for example, Zeta's bans, they've already banned out the Gray. That was the one option I thought KCN could go for here, and in response, Zeta, as you mentioned, they picked up just 2 of the most buffied brawlers in the game. It's what we call a really good setup, right? And now basically they've covered most of their bases.
Yeah, I mean, Ziggy coming in here as well will throw it in the mix. Really solid at the moment. That gadget is really difficult to miss. You don't even have to aim it. It just does it all itself. That's the best thing about it. You can kind of pinch with yourself rather than relying on your teammates. So I like that. Ziggy definitely going to be a little bit susceptible to some more aggression, but that's when Chester comes in with, you know, the more defensive capabilities. But Meeple rounds out that composition. Going to be able to shoot through some walls, which can be good to get rid of the, you know, the likes of the M's who's going to be sitting behind.
Meeple, of course, super strong on the right-hand side. Thanks to Meeple's mansion, you have so much control. Could even switch out to stun his opponents if there's going to be coming in something aggressive on the left-hand side. Now, honestly, if I was Zeta now, you could just open up the map against that Ziggy. Would help you a lot. They go with a different strategy, though. Kenji is going to take care of that thrower.
Who needs to open up the map when you can just run it down?
Exactly.
Typical East Asia, right?
Very East Asian mentality.
Yeah, we're not EMEA. We don't use our strategy to win. We just move our fingers a little bit faster, and then like we just diff every other region. That is what I love about East Asia.
Yeah, I mean, the Kenji pick, as you said, open it up probably would do them a lot of help. Kind of take the Meeple out the game, take the Ziggy out the game a bit more, but, you know, why not just run it down?
Which comp do you prefer, guys?
Listen, I'm just going to say Zeta because I think they're going to win and it'll make me sound a bit smarter. You know?
Cool. Just the comp, Trev, not the team.
So jumping into this second set, though, Zeta Division lead out by 1, and we fully expect full aggression to come in here from Suzuku, which is what they've done. And now he's going to be dishing out of there, but 15% on the board, a quick advantage there for Zeta.
Yeah, well, lurking in this back part now, waiting for someone to step out of line that they can punish. So becoming a bit more aggressive now in the invis there from Batman. Kind of waited a little bit, just baiting out some of that ammo. Suzuku moving up, there's the super. Suzuku will need to get out of the way, find some shots, get some kills. He does get a nice gadget in there as well. The stun comes through, so won't be running that Meeple's Mansion. It's kind of expected against this composition. I feel with the Leon invis, the Kenji going super aggressive. And that super, it didn't do too much, pushed them back momentarily, but instantly back in the mix.
Leon is just causing so much chaos here. Battleman got his super just way too early in this game. And KCN, they just haven't seemed to find any kind of footing here. Yes, you've got Ziggy supers coming online, and eventually you'll have some of these hypercharges. But for the moment, they've just lacked impermanence. There's no way to stay on the point.
I mean, that bomb did absolutely nothing. He cycled his super quite well, but Even going down, he gets damage, and here's the Leon hype around the back, trying to find Sosa, and does, and now the Ziggy just all alone, kind of sitting here, waiting to die, and Nem gets slowed there as well. The super is going to be used along with the hyper charge, so we can hide in this wall with 21 HP, but the M super does not care about that.
Yesterday's meta called, and it basically is what KCN are attempting to do here. Zeta Division on the other end, they're a lot more modern. Zeta Tampo now getting his hypercharge online, and just look at this percentage difference, a staggering 100% to 23. KCN just got a consolation prize.
See, I think this is the level of dominance we kind of expected coming into this one, unlike the first set, which was actually quite close and could have gone either way. This is what we expect from Zeta Division, who are, topping the region, already qualified to Brawl Cup and looking like the most consistent East Asian team. This first seed against 8, this is surely going to be domination, and I'm sure they'll carry on like this.
Second game, though, it's another chance for KCN to make a comeback here, but once again, the lane assignments just not going well here. Sosa's going to fall immediately. Okay, at the very least, Takadachi will bring down Baroman, so that's one less thorn in their side. But he's still got Suzuki and Zetatampo just hanging out in the mid. They're just sipping, coffees here right now.
Yeah. I believe he wasted his super there as well. Batman, he picked him up whilst he was kind of in that fast smoke trail speed. Places the gadget just to try and juke around a few people here and let Shatampo come back into the mix, and he's doing a great job of just staying alive. Batman, Suzuki, the same. He's kind of the spearhead, going super aggressive and just soaking up all the Ziggy shots and not getting hit.
It's just the strength of this Kenji is starting to really show here. Zetatampo will get clipped here by this Ziggy super, but it just pushes them out momentarily. You're not dealing with Suzuka, and now with Zetatampo and Battleman coming back in, they're going to get 2 very, very quick kills. Battleman even once, Sosa is just going to be going in. He says, I'll take this guy down myself. Side, you can just chill in the mid. Yeah, Jawbreaker is going to bring him down here, but it's all about the objective. 70% to 10 now.
Really needed that stun in that situation and got exactly what he wanted, but it's up to 75% now, jumping kind of over that Ziggy super, but lands straight back onto a Chester bomb there. Gadget placed on the left-hand side by the Leon, just soaking up some of these shots, wasting the ammo, and Ziggy will eventually get that down. Shatampo running forwards, and that's the kind of over-aggression that allows teams to flip games around, but Suzuki following him behind him will fall too. Batman pops a hyper, and there's a chance. They've got control, they've got the Ziggy here, they've got the super, hypercharge as well with the Chester, but Zeta have just got to be a bit more calm and composed.
That was a bit sloppy, I'm not going to lie there, Trav, and that's a big opening KCN are not trying to capitalize on. You've got circles on the left, circles on the right, supers flying out left, right, center. But with all the resources burned out, that Suzuki does have an opportunity to get back inside the mid, and it starts now. Big sashimi slash will connect.
Yeah, really nice. They wasted so much in that situation, and yes, he can shoot through walls now, but Batman just runs him down. Sosa knows he's not going to be able to come back up if he goes down, so he goes super aggressive and tries to make something happen, but it just didn't work. So much utility was kind of thrown out all at once. The Ziggy gadget, super, Chester hypercharge, everything was missed. And then they just get pushed straight off the zone, and that's bound to happen. You've got to kind of measure that out, put it through at different times, rather than just throwing everything at them at once.
I think both teams fell for that. Zetatampo, Baraman, just popping hypercharge and then running it down into Chester damage. I think they started to feel themselves a little bit too much here. But KCN, as you said, they returned it right back immediately. They just saw they were like so desperate inside. Percentages-wise, they didn't stagger things out. They didn't want to wait. They just wanted to use all their resources to zone as much as possible. And honestly, I think put that situation with a better team, and maybe KCN might have been able to claw something back.
If it's better managed, they're 100% going to be able to, do something more there, make it closer at least. Zeta Division quite a lot of the time are going to be pretty inevitable when they're playing these aggressive brawlers. They're going to have that breakthrough, but, if that's a crazy raccoon in that kind of position, there's 100% a chance they're going to be able to hold Zeta Division off, not waste all that utility and win the game.
And you signed it with Zeta Division's comp anyway, right, Trev?
Obviously, It wasn't 100% because they're just guaranteed to be winning these games anyway. It was the comp, so don't worry.
What I was super surprised about, they have a Ziggy on their own side, and then they open up the map on the right-hand side with their own Jester. That was kind of unfortunate. I think that's not what you want to have happened with 0 kills on them as well. Very unfortunate that Meeple did not work out the way it intended. Yeah, after all, I think we do have a better comp on the left-hand side, but this match just also clearly showed that once again, individual play isn't enough. The Ziggy with 8 kills, but just no backup. It was the same story before in Gem Grab with Sosa. He played phenomenally well with that Mortis, but it's just not enough team play, communication, and that's what those younger teams might be missing.
They took a big risk there, picking Ziggy in the
Series is open.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God. I don't even know where to start with this brawler. We've got already 3 picks coming in here, but yeah, rightly called out, Sunny. How did this guy make it through the bans? What are KCN cooking? Are they cooking up their demise? Is this a speed run to 3-0?
This is his debut in the BSC as well. Series for the first time ever in an official match.
I mean, the good news is he's worse than he was, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's some consolation there. They go with the Brock, they go with, I believe it was the Bell, yeah, to round it out. So a couple of sharpshooters to go along with it as well. Obviously, if RT's able to get the hypercharge, if you're close to him, going to be able to do a lot of work. Jae Young going to be able to put him in those positions where he can thrive. But, yeah, I mean, it's serious, right? They should just win.
I guess so. I mean, on the left-hand side, we have so many brawlers in the field. Well, once Sirius gets going, he clones his opponents. We now have Jae Young. Do they want to pick up an aggressive brawler alongside him, speed him up, heal him? Could be an option here. Otherwise, Angelo technically open as well. Always one of the first picks too. Surprised we don't see him at all here. Mina, so it is going to be an aggressive brawler. That's going to be such an interesting match here. We have on the left-hand side a lot of range. With the Brock, they can open up the map. Helps the Bell out, of course, and Bell also one of the counters towards Sirius, so it makes a lot of sense that they pick them up together. The bounces between the shadows would be super strong. But what do we really have on the right-hand side now to address the Sirius?
Nothing, if I'm going to be honest here. I think it's really just... Could they have forgotten about it? I don't think so. I think they set themselves up with a nice 2-3 turn, and it is a viable comp, but at the end of the day, as you said, it is a series that they're going up against. And with a debut match like this, we're going to have to see whether they cook too hard or if they're going to get cooked.
Yeah. I mean, for me, the Mina's just got to be super careful not to feed over and over and over again into the Sirius so it can get out of hand so fast. Just playing a range game at the moment. Sirius trying to get a few of these shadows back to his side, ready to use in those important situations, but it's just a bit of a stalemate at the moment. Playing it slow, and RT knows he's going to have someone pretty close to be able to do loads of work.
They do have pretty decent answers in the end game if they want to deal with Baraman's shadows, but I don't even think that's what Zeta will be going for. Interesting to note, though, if you look at Suzuku here, he does seem to be running rocket laces, not opening up the map, just wanting to preserve as many walls as possible, treating Sirius more like a thrower.
Yeah, I mean, it's smart to do, you know, having him kind of in these less harmful situations, hiding behind walls, but now he's getting pinched in quite heavily. Sosa was given a bit of a way through the mid there, but didn't really take the opportunity. Shitampo's going to go down. Batman will place a couple of these shadows. There's the Weekend Warrior from the Jae Young, and he might go down here. Some good shots coming in, and Mark onto the Mina as well, who places that windmill, tries to stay alive, but will fall. Sosa barreling forwards now, and he's getting so much done. Shield on him as well. Suzuku's one, and he gets the kill. Somehow, Zeta come out on top. I thought KCM were just going to be able to wait that one out on the gas and do its job. But Zeta, regardless of having a Bell go down so early, still win it.
Amazing setup there from Zeta Division. I mean, they kind of capitalized on a very, very crucial timing there with Siddhartha going hyper-aggressively on Mina. And that was, I think, the only way to really play it out there. Even though he did fall there, he got so much value, managed to push Mina back far enough to allow for that setup. Now with this hypercharge back in the present, they're going to connect there onto them, but no real value being extracted from there. I'm not sure if that's really the best use of that super.
Hack gadget was used there as well to bring Suzuku even lower. So close to Jae Young going down, but narrowly survives. I mean, it's not a bad thing to have that mark on the support brawler. He's just going to be kind of in the back lines for the most part, but he does seem to be going very aggressive. Great little reverse polarity there. Finds the connection on Sosa. Wall break coming in definitely helps, or grass break, sorry, definitely helps Zeta Division to scout people out a bit more. And they're serious. Having a field day here, just getting so many shadows off the Mina and pushing him straight back.
Oh my god, one more tap on Domino will do the trick. It's just gonna come from the shade. The Jae Young shadow is gonna get the kill there. Sosa's trying to be a desperate play onto Siddhartha, but honestly, KCN are just imploding here. Did they have an answer to the series? I think not.
It didn't seem like it, Spoon. I'll say that. I'll say it really didn't seem like they had anything going on there, to be honest with you. Very, very worrying in terms of performance here from KCN. And it looks like they're going to be dropping out of this competition super early on. In terms of gameplay, Zeta are all over them. And this is with them stepping out of line a few times as well. They've had a couple of unnecessary deaths in this knockout, and they're still winning.
They're not playing the most, pristine of Brawl styles here, to be honest here. And when looking at the drafts, Zeta aren't also icking out like a massive edge. It really is a pure skill diff. It's Siddhartha, it's Butterman, it's Suzuku just saying we're better. And looking at this knockout set, they've already sort of locked down their lane assignments. We realized there's a little bit of musical lanes happening in that first round of the last game, but now they've locked in Siddhartha on the RT. Butterman is going to be on this Mina duty, and they're so comfortable.
Doesn't seem like they're in much harm at all. Mina's kind of had a few dashes here and there, managed to get a kill onto, I believe it was Shatampo that he managed to kind of pick out, who over-aggressed a little bit, but I'm sure he'll be a bit smarter towards that situation happening in these next couple of rounds. Obviously, it is match point, so if Zeta do win this one, they're going to be going to the semi-finals and waiting for their opponent of the next game. RT, pin back into the right-hand side. Good aggression coming in. Batman should be able to get that kill and spawns 2 Jae Youngs to go along with it as well. Mina trying to get some work going, but it's just not going to be enough. Sosa left all alone, and all members looking pretty healthy on top of being alive for Zeta Division.
It's inevitable. The Goliath does win a majority of the time here. Zeta Division now 1 round away from punching a ticket into the semi-final. KCN, though, they are starting to shift things around. It looks like they won the Mina on the Brock. They finally figured out that that's the better matchup. Kudos to them, but is it too little too late?
Seemingly so. It does seem like they're doing too little too late in terms of swapping, and don't get me wrong, they swapped a lot of lanes in other games as well, but it just seemed to be the wrong direction to go. Sosa just clipped by that super, and the Brock breaks up that bush, stops them from navigating the right-hand sides, which makes the swapping of lanes be a bit less discreet for the side of KCN, but seemingly sticking with what they've got now, and Batman finding a couple of connections. Going to want some of those Mina shadows to be brought in this late game, and now Jae Young starting to make a move with this slipstream, but nothing done just yet.
The timing that KCN need to capitalize is the late game, but the pre-late game is what Zeta Division is strong at. Suzuki is going to be taking a lot of kids here, but the rocket lasers will get him right out. Now big hypercharge there from Sidetampo. The timing for Zeta Division is starting to run low here. Mina's going to miss the big kick there onto Sidetampo. That should have been a kill. Big fumble there from KCN, and their hopes, their dreams in this monthly final will end. An applause from Sidetampo, widely deserved, but what we expected.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, Zeta Division gave them chances there. They really did. They were like, here, you know, have a round, have a game. But they're just not taking the chances that have been provided. You know, some over-aggression, some overconfidence definitely showing through from Zeta Division. But if you can be super overconfident and win, why not?
And Zeta Division with that continues a run that they have already showed us here in February and March. 3-0 in February in the quarterfinals and the semifinals, and then the grand finals. They dropped a single set in the first month overall. In the second month, same story once more. Quarterfinals 3-0, semifinals 3-0. Then they lost in the finals to Crazy Raccoon. So maybe nobody can stop them until we actually reach the grand finals.
That could be the storyline today as well. I think the next match for Zeta Division will certainly be a lot more competitive, whether it's SK Kalalas or Reject that they go up against next. But at the moment, I am seeing the Zeta return to form, right? This is the Zeta Division that we expected. This is the Goliath storyline that we've been hyping up the entirety of the year, and fully expect that going into the Brawl Cup, you know, which they've already qualified for, by the way, this is a great warm-up for them.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. You know, they're in a great position at the moment where they don't have to perform here, right? But they're going to want to get the points on the board, as we mentioned earlier. LCQ doesn't seem likely they'll probably be going to that, but World Finals later on in the year is something that they desperately need to get points on the board for. You know, strengthen this lead when they're in top 4.
One match down. We have 6 more for you today. So quarterfinal number 1 at 3-0 in the end. Let's see if the other ones are going to be a bit tighter. The quarterfinal number 2, SK Kalalas versus Reject. I think it's a 50-50 spoo. This is going to be closer, hopefully.
I am all for it. I hope for it. I feel for the boys at Reject. This year they have truly been rejected by quite a lot of things. I mean, after the roster change where, you know, Baroman left them and then went to join the big bad Zeta Division, they swapped out for Levy and they just haven't seemed like themselves the entirety of the year. The first 2 months not having any promising result. Last month they almost didn't even qualify for the monthly final. And here they are. They finally get to play on a more comfortable terrain, playing against a familiar Japanese team. And I think against the Japanese team, they have a slightly better matchup.
We also get Arpek, lucky to have you here once more for East Asia, EMEA as well tomorrow. Who do you think will deliver in this one, SK Kalalas or Reject?
Well, it's going to be an interesting one because Reject have been on the rise slightly, but we've definitely felt on the desk here a bit underwhelmed by their performance so far this year. I think for me, this means a lot more for SKC. They are still in the running for Brawl Cup, albeit very unlikely, but still in the running. It's not over yet.
That is very true. Nothing's over until it's truly over. You're almost taller than him. That's actually...
Bro's wearing there's a box down there, can I understand? There is a height. This is probably the closest we've ever been eye to eye.
I'm supposed to be here, but it's okay. It's okay. I can finally see eye to eye with you on a certain few things.
Smoke and mirrors here on the BSC.
SK Kalala still has a chance to make it to Brawl Cup. They need to have a miracle run. Crazy Raccoon needs to lose in their quarterfinal, and SK Kalala has to win the grand final in the end. But still, what are they even fighting for? I hope you marked that in your calendars. I'm sure we're going to see some of you also in Berlin. You're going to meet these lovely people over here. And whoever doesn't actually make it to Berlin, make sure to mark it in your calendars. Regardless, we're going to be live on broadcast, of course, to cover all 3 days of action once more. And since I already teased it, our next match is going to be SK Kalalas versus Reject. Hopefully, a bit of a closer match here. As I already mentioned, SK Kalalas needs a miracle run. They can still make it to Brawl Cup if Crazy Raccoon loses, if they win the grand finals today. And for that, they would have to face off against first Reject, then Zeta Division. It's not going to be an easy round for them.
Certainly not. I think both of these teams desperately need it. If it is not for the Brawl Cup, at the very least, it's to set themselves up for the second half of the season. It's not just Brawl Cup that we're playing for here. We are playing for that coveted World Finals in the end. And with the format changes this year, it's tighter than ever. There's less slots to go around. Reject are so far behind. And I don't think you'd expect this from a team that made it all the way to such a great performance at the World Finals last year.
Let's have a quick look also at what you guys said. I know my predictions. I voted for SK Kalalas. Here, Trav actually said you also did for SKC, Ark.
Yeah,
you want to elaborate?
Yeah, I feel like SKC, for me, have just been displaying the most on paper. I think that Reject's best performance was that double match point last month versus Crazy Raccoon. That was phenomenal, but again, they're still just slightly behind. I think that SKC have been looking good in scrims. Again, scrims don't mean everything, but there's something to be said about the way that they are preparing for this monthly final. It's got to be stated.
We already talked about this move coming into the show. It's head versus heart. Whenever he votes with his heart, he's usually right. I'm always wrong, so I just go with my head. And I look at scrim rates, I look at all the data, I look at which comps I like better, honestly, and I just let that team win. Let's see if we're going to be wrong. I remember that February monthly final arc where we were like 3 out of 4 were wrong here in East Asia.
It was disastrous, yeah. Don't watch back that VOD. I mean, but that's what I love about the BSC. When we're wrong, it means that there's some excitement, there's some unpredictability at play, and that's what makes it so fantastic.
And we had a different winner again last month, then from February. Crazy Raccoon took it in the end. I'm not sure if that's going to happen today again, honestly. Zeta and Crazy Raccoon are looking mighty strong. But as mentioned, SKC, they're playing for the Brawl Cup here. The motivation's certainly there.
I agree. I think there's 3 teams here, as we've mentioned. SKC is the first one. They have to clear this first condition, though. Reject is not a free team. Sometimes in the past brackets, you know, in the likes of, for example, Rival Esports, it's a bit more of an underdog in those 2 matchups. Now they're facing, in essence, a team that I would think on paper are a lot better than Rival Esports. It's a different kind of preparation that they're going to be going into this.
And then on the other side, we have Reject, who has performed super well in 2025. This year so far, 2 top 8 finishes. Not exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, not stellar, not by a long shot. You can see here, like, I mean, they attended 5 out of 6 grand finals. That's a huge achievement last year, but going to this year, I mean, exits in the quarterfinal stages of February and March, and we've got to remind ourselves that in March, you know, they only qualified into the monthly finals under a technicality. They shouldn't really have even made it out of those quals. So that, to be said, did put some points on the board, but you know, it really hasn't been very good sailings whatsoever.
Their key advantage this month, though, there's no Korean teams, which has to be the kryptonite for this Reject roster. Quite unfortunate. Again, they didn't even make it to last month's monthly final out of their own strength. They got in on a technicality. And they lost to a Korean team in the quarterfinals. They lost to a Korean team in the qualifiers. Well, maybe this is their day today, is what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah, a bit of Korean phobia here, and this is why I said it's a little bit of a return to a comfort zone for Reject. I mean, for the better part of 2025, we've got to be real here. The East Asia region was mostly the Japanese region, right? It's only this year that we start to see a little bit of a trend shift, and it looks like the audience is mostly voting with you guys, with SKC, and that's largely based on the results. I have a slightly different view. I voted with Reject not just with my heart. I just truly believe that off the backs of that performance against Crazy Raccoon, this team has the potential. They just need to live up to it.
Yeah, I mean, SKC are on that cusp, aren't they, really, for me? Not quite that kind of grand finals quality caliber that we're looking for in this region to match that of Zeta and match that of Crazy Raccoon, but they've definitely got huge potential. And whether that's kind of like a drafting issue or their oppositions, I mean, they did show some growth in the way that they were able to kind of like make good on the February monthly finals results against Rival Esports, beating them now twice in qualifiers and also in the monthly final last month. But these big dogs, the Zetas, the Crazy Raccoons, they're just not quite up to that same standard yet.
These are the maps for this series. Of course, we have the same maps as also in the quarterfinal number 1. Just flip the order here. We're now going to start with Dueling Beetles, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, we're going to have these maps for this series. Golden Gulch, we're going to see for the second time in a row. Double Swoosh, I think we're only going to see that one if, yeah, we actually get to see map number 4 or 5 later on. So we'll see if we're actually going to get a 3-2. I, of course, hope for it. I don't want to see a second 3-0. I want some close matches today, and those two could certainly make it close. Global Band's coming in as well. Series is going to be Global Band here, so we're not going to see his second pick today. Ems and Crow on the left-hand side, two very good tank counters at the moment. Leon on the right-hand side with his Buffy. He's just so strong, so it makes a lot of sense to me.
Great comfort bands taken out here from the side of Reject. I think they identified that SK Kalala's, with the foreign coach in the form of Sebas, is borrowing a little bit of that EMEA style, but adapting it to the East Asian meta. I know that with a lot of East Asian teams, it's a very rare thing for them to pick up a coach, and it's even rarer for them to listen to their coach, if I'm going to be honest with you. They tend to have a little bit of that East Asian ego here, and they do believe that they need to lean into their comforts and play really, really well.
And we're gonna start right away with our quarterfinal number 2. We're heading over to Dueling Beetles once more. We've seen this map already. It's a hot zone map. We've saw Sirius before. Of course, he was kind of the pop-off for Zeta Division. Now he's Global Band with Clancy Band out on the left-hand side, Bull, Pierce as well. And then we have Colt, Chuck, and Pierce on the right-hand side.
Yeah, coming in here, I understand most of these bans, very logical here. Chuck here, obviously the menace of Safe Zone and all heist maps that has to be addressed. But on the other side, some of the newer bans from SKC. This Clancy ban, we talked about how Clancy has been changed so often, but I would think that on a map like Safe Zone, where he suffers a little bit from that range disadvantage, that it may not be warranting the ban. Nonetheless, Sebas took it out here, and they're going to lead out with this Colette first pick. This is a very, very East Asian / SK Gaming idea. Never really been such a big fan of it, because I find that once the control brawlers come out later, this could be a pick that just ends up being fairly useless.
For me, I'm not overly sold on the Clancy ban. I mean, Clancy is devastating in the current meta, no doubt about it. But on Safe Zone, it's just a bit of a wet noodle. I mean, it just doesn't have the range you can really just capitalize down without ranging it. But hey, I mean, the Pierce, absolutely vital to lock that particular brawl in. I love the Penny, I love the Bell. Bell's quite nice. They're tearing up potentially 8-bit on this map, which has taken a bit of a backstep. BB coming in, just run it down. And the Berry as well on the safe, that's already a devastating combo.
I do like the BB on the left-hand side. So much aggression with the Berry in the back as well. The heal is there. And Colette is a brawler we haven't seen in quite some time. But of course, she would also be good in case the right-hand side still decides to pick up a tank here. Colette also, their best mode is probably heist here. Right-hand side now, already have some range. Penny, of course, one of the best brawlers. She really shone last month with every single heist appearance she had. We're gonna double down with the range here. B to maybe, hopefully slow down that BB on the left-hand side.
They needed an anti-tank desperately. I thought that they would lean in for a tank of their own, but I guess they're respecting Naipishu's Colette here and not wanting to go into that. This is what I mentioned. When you first pick Colette, you open yourself up to potentially be hard counted by the entire comp here, but it's a gamble that they're willing to take. They balanced it out with this Berry plus this BB combination. It's an all-in push from SKC up against Reject's pure control comp.
I'm liking what I'm seeing. Draft-wise, pretty solid across the board. Let's see how both sides want to get things kicked off. SKC, I'm kind of leaning towards just a little bit more. I think they've got to be cautious, though, to not allow that penny to get set up. So targeting Shu and not feeding into him too early on will allow them to really get that mid control as quickly as possible.
It's a difficult game to break out there from SK Kalalas. This B last pick is just such a menace, just dominating inside the mid. He's already got his first super online there. That means Naipishu cannot be any reckless kind of pushes here.
Okay, let's see how Reject want to approach this push. Putting at Ghost T, not giving anything away. Leve starts to get some really, really nice shots. And now, Super 4 as well, just slow, but not going to connect there. But Epishu, not great at all. As now they can start to move up on the side of SKC and assert dominance in that mid. Getting their Epishu forward to be really quite key here.
It's just a stalemate for both teams. We've really got Ghost T with an entire hypercharge charged up. Naipishu now making a big push there onto Shu. This is the best brawler to go out against, but they will trade out inside the mid. The B and the Bell will take down 2, and Shu cleans up BB in the back. They've got 1 super, didn't even connect Arc, didn't even connect. Naipishu, why did you even try?
Oh, brutal. It's like the one thing you bring Colette in on Heist, isn't it, really, to connect those moments. And still, SKC are the team behind, taking care now of Penny Mortar. Quite crucial, these Berry Hills coming in big time there for Curie to be able to push forward, but still can't break through. Ghosty hanging on here by a thread. Huge hypercharge there from Levi as well. The follow-up perfect, and the mark on the Epishu is going to make it really tough now to be able to get towards that safe.
And in the meantime, the Mortar's just raining down damage onto SK Kalala's safe. Reject, they understand the control comp. They've written the script. Ghosty's gonna get down to the slow plus the Mortar. This comp is falling completely apart for SK Kalala's East Asia here. Reject firmly in control. B hasn't fallen a single time. Levy's on such comfortable positions here. And yeah, all 3 supers online again for Reject, and only 30 seconds left for SK Kalalas to make a comeback here.
Wow. Finally, some signs of damage. Just the 11% though. The side of SKC, this is really quite an important moment of time, and Shu, for that reason, pops down the hypercharge. They push you now, going to be blocked off by that fire. Trying to get his teammates forward by buying some time here. Going to go for a swipe, but can't get there in time as it's shut down. And a fantastic, commendable defense there by Reject. You get enough damage, but most importantly, hold on in those final seconds.
You're playing against Reject. You know that they're a control-centric team. You give them everything that they want, and this is the result. They get absolutely punished here. Naipishu, that death on the Colette that we had a chuckle about, that was the quintessential moment of exactly why I didn't really like it as a first pick here. But I want to see some better early game aggression. SK Kalalas, they have a timing. They need to all in. Yeah, Naipishu just got to go up the mid and just put pedal to the metal. You can't turn around here. You can't allow the B super to come online. Got to get some damage.
Well, it's a better start now. Ooh, Epishu just got shredded there as well. No heal connection from Ghost T. Disastrous. That was a nice little moment there for SKC to potentially break through. And it just got deflated so easily as Reject really showing themselves to be the more assertive in this scenario.
This is a throwback, right, you know, to the old days when you think that Colette can do all, and then B is like an absolute hard counter. Just so disgusting from Reject. They're just playing so calm and collected. This is very much their style, and it's all set up by SK Kalalas. You know, slight drafting error, I think.
Now, Curie will start to connect. The tap on the way back also. It's down to really Ghost T here to ensure that both of his teammates can be locked in. And they can just now run down the clock. They just need that little shred of percentage to take this lead. So I strongly suggest that just playing this one calm, slowly is the way forwards here, and just gain that utility, allow Curie to keep tapping into Queen, and then get onto that safe.
Now Naipishu being tapped up here on that right lane. Here's the pesky brawler that has to be taken down. A huge sustain coming out from him. We got a hypercharge super there coming out from Shu. Let's see where he decides to place his mortar. It's going to be slightly forward there. Big bump there onto Naipishu, the one that's going to be brought down. And Kuru, once again, with that Colette super completely whipped. And the push from SK Kalalas diffused.
Ghost T now, healing up the hypercharge to be quite crucial here to lay a path of Ice Cream. But Fisher to get forwards, but used it on the left now for Kuru. It's time to earn it back for the aggression so far. Reject is really starting to hurt, and Fisher will fall as that Penny Mortar now locked onto the turrets, or locked onto the safe rather. Hyper charge from the Collect will do some work, but nonetheless the safe crack is going to slow down the amount of damage that he could have otherwise dealt. Some big attempts from Dilemma. That's a huge amount of healing off the back of things too. Kuru might be able to get some damage here, but it's got to be cautious of the potential push here from Shu.
Another super there from Kuru doesn't crack that 50% mark. That's going to be pretty painful there on the side of SK Kalalas, but a nice push there coming in from Ghosty to keep his team healed up there. Levy's going to go down a second time, and this is a big opportunity for SK Kalalas.
Oh, that's a huge moment there for Kuru. Extends the lead now for SKC, and a swift takedown there of Melty. Will go wondrously well as Ghosty just going to get some style points towards the end to put SKC back on the map in this first set. We're all tied up.
Tension is the name of the game here for the side of SK Kalalas. They don't need 9P Shu to be running it down so early. I think they figured it out that if there's a single opportunity they can just get 9P Shu to weasel his way onto that right lane, he's a big enough of a distraction play to allow for the main stars, to allow Kuru and Ghosty to have this sort of pseudo-Byron Colette interaction.
Already, that's not great from 9P Shu. Just fed over so much there to Shu, and he almost got then caved in by the Rattled Hive as well. Locked in now between a rock and a hard place, and these heals are essential from Ghost T. The healthy additives gadget as well, pop there, but nonetheless, that's terrible. A disastrous start for SKC.
Not what you want to see from a comp that is so important to get that all in early on. Now it's just an entire mountain they have to climb, where it slows from the bell, those traps, Levy's amount of supers, and obviously Shu's mortar just will eventually come back online. It is a small start for Reject, but they have gained some sense of positioning here from the side of SKC.
A lot of ground to make up for lost time. They were kind of fortunate in my opinion that it was just the 18% of damage now as the nest stick popped there by Shu, punished for it big time between Leve and Shu there once again. Trying to find an opportunity to break through this, which honestly Reject are doing a fantastic job on this defense. Levi trying to make some space, not trying to find Kuru there as well, but taps up now, amplified shot missing, and that's wasting time. It's down to Melty to be able to finalize that kill.
9P Shu all by his lonesome there, just gonna eat a big bell super and leave Levy's entirety of that super. Slowed down now, cracked the safe as well. 46% is all that is left for the SK Kalalas base. It's a disastrous start, a disastrous mid game, and honestly, this is an impossible mountain that I think they just can't climb from here.
Oh, that's tough. And again, 9P Shu is just walking into a world of hurt. Hypercharged turret on the safe, pounding away, and the safe crack there again. Thank goodness for it, as SKC would have lost it there and then, but it's not going to be long until they do. Surely now, it's going to be a complete turnaround. I mean, 11% to 100. SKC have just not been in this game.
The rhythm has been broken for them. I mean, they've still got 30 seconds left on the clock, but I feel even if Reject completely just went AFK here, there's just no way to break through all of that high save in time. You can see some desperate plays coming out there from SKC. They're just stat padding at this point, but it's more stat padding for the side of Reject, if I'm going to be honest here. They're just walking into a blender.
Yeah, really disastrous. I mean, I don't think it was a massive outdraft, to be completely honest, and we saw just from the fact that SKC were able to obtain a game, but this one is absolutely chalked. And Reject read SKC like a book.
All set up by a Colette pick that I really was very uncomfortable with. Sebas probably had some ideas here, hoping that Reject wouldn't spot that B last pick. I think he was expecting that, you know, by setting up this BD plus the berry here, they would have tempted Reject to maybe go for a tank instead. Didn't happen. Reject found the best pick in the entire sort of game here, and it was given to Levy. It's a really, really big comfort pick from him here, and I think this is a big oversight in the draft for them.
Yeah, not great. Not great. Levi there on 16 kills, 473 DPS, and honestly, this is not a B meta. I mean, it really is draft dependent as to whether you can play her anywhere currently, especially with Sirius being so prevalent. And that's the kind of brawler which can shut down a B. Obviously, global ban here leaves the gates wide open. 2 for Ghosty, 3 for Kuru, 3 for 9P Shu. I mean, it just really... I'm surprised with those stats they even got a game.
It got lucky, honestly. 0% damage, by the way, done by 9P Shu the entire game. His entire purpose as the BB is to be the battering ram for the team. And yeah, the only thing he batted up was, you know, the other team instead. He kind of was just a big vulnerability, just soaking up super after super. I've never seen Penny Mortars charge up that fast in my life. I've never seen, you know, a hypercharge from a B come up that quickly either.
Yeah, that's something which for SKC, they're going to have to leave thoroughly in the past. Not the start that they wanted, and these are moments that can be really so crucial. I mean, this can be a moment to get inside your head, to place that shred of doubt. So going into these next sets, that's going to really be a test for them to just imagine that that did not happen in any way, shape or form, and just come out fresh into this one because, yeah, that was really not it.
Well, Melty's looking fresh as ever and coming into this draft that's definitely going to be on his side here. We've got bans that slide in here. I think this is completely expected from both teams. I want to point out that one interesting ban from Rejected that they took out Kit. I think they've identified correctly that SK Kalalas, they're a team that to me reminds me of like Zeta Division Light, right? They like hyper-aggressive type comps, you know, wherever they have a chance to force these type of things, they will do it. But Reject is like Crazy Raccoon Light. They prefer the control-based meta. And so far, I think that Reject have been banning very accurately to prevent the comms that SKC are comfortable with, but I'm not seeing the same from the other side.
Well, here's Anglo, Gene banned out here. Artie for SKC. I like what I'm seeing. I'm so glad that we are seeing more Ziggy bans, as certainly in a mode like this, kind of crucial to eradicate that kind of spam in the Brock. Going to be able to open up the map very swiftly then on the side of SKC as well. For me, I feel like Reject are spelling something with that Byron. It's going to be combined with something of a tanky kind of style of brawler. With that map being open now, that might deter them slightly. I still feel like Ollie has got a good spot in this particular map, being able to utilize those walls for additional speed. With the Byron, it'd be a nice thing to kind of like be able to push slightly further forwards. It's one of those tankier brawlers which has less risk attached to it. Gus going to come in as well, and this is absolutely spelling tank. I mean, you got the Gus shield, you got the Byron heals. This third and final pick is going to be gnarly.
If they do go for the Ollie selection that you did recommend, they will have a slight issue in the damage department, which I don't know if SK Kalalas will, you know, naturally capitalize on, maybe go for a tank of sorts. I mean, Mina is still definitely in the pool. I think that might be something that Reject would consider as well. But in the past, right, I've watched the last 2 monthly finals. Reject haven't had a very good showing with Mina. If I'm going to be honest, I don't think they have a player that can really do it. So yeah, instead they're going to lean back into something they're more comfortable with. Pure control for the second time today from Reject.
Really quite surprised to see the Grey come through, but nonetheless, I think it makes more sense in terms of the way the draft is kind of faring itself. If they're going to kind of heavily commit to something of an idea, then it is going to suffer that third and final pick counter, a hard counter at that from SKC. Ruffs is the response from them. Brawler, which really is going to help accommodate towards breaking the map open even more, but more importantly is the synergy in which the Ruffs brings with the RT. A Brawler which notoriously has, you know, one of the best hypercharges in the game, but takes a long time to earn it. So in a game mode like Knockout, where you're kind of against the clock and the inevitable gas that will come in, having that little supply drop to hand over to the RT to really make him more threatening at an early stage of the game is really where that comp is quite smart in the draft, in my opinion.
Love this rough selection for that sandbags as well. You press that button and that's 3 shots from the side of Reject that they're just not going to have, and oh my god. Ghosty's even going to be running field promotion here. They're just going to be so comfortable with just one wall break on the team. They recognize that this is a comp that they can drag on all the way to the late game. Reject are the ones that are on a timer here.
Well, already seeing as well the field promotion star power, so some tankier HP and everyone running shield gear as well on the side of SKC. So the time is kind of on their side as long as they can all stay standing and not be subject to any of these long-range shots from Shu and Levi, then they're in a pretty good spot. Let's see as well. See any sandbags deployed by the Ruffs there, so just kind of interesting to see whether they were going to bring in that to help with the Walking Cane gadget of the Grey, but no sign of them just yet.
I'm looking for a skill diff opportunity here come out here from Reject. It's interesting that Levy is not, that the Grey is not running the Walking Cane. He's actually using the Grand Piano here. So both teams are playing for the open map, and I can't, be sure here of which one is better. The smoke is starting to come in. Levy's gonna get a nice super there onto Ghosty. Didn't really get full value. Nightbishu gets a nice pick there on to Shu there, and it's just such an easy collapse play from the side of SKC. Pop sandbags, run it down, auto aim all day. What an easy end game there for SK Kalalas.
Yeah, now the RT will have that supply drop straight off the bat, but looking to obtain that hypercharge now, of course. Has Super 2. Good start. Sandbags taking up a lot of this damage. And for me, Reject need to make the most of this opportunity. They need to go in the early game, and before that, Ruffs can apply that HP buff. So they've got to keep this aggression, they've got to stay in position now as well. If Ghost T finds some taps to land something over, then a hypercharged RT would be the one thing to be able to get them out of this spot, to be fair.
It's a very familiar position there. I think Crazy Raccoon also attained something like this when they drafted a pure control comp. This is Reject's opportunity to capitalize on. They've got a full, spawn trap here that's developed here, but as you mentioned, all it takes is just a single tap from Ghosty or Knifey to break out from there. Crew is going to be going aggressive here on that right lane, but Levy down pops the hypercharge and just completely brings him down here. Now they can just fully retreat and play this 2 versus 3. They've got the numbers. In theory, Reject should have this round.
A Pishu. Oh, that's one. And still continuously juking, not being tapped up at all. But now the pressure comes in, and it was just all a bit too much. There was a glimmer of hope. I would love to see nothing less than a RT 1v3 to start off the morning, but SKC will submit that one. And we're all tied up now in terms of the rounds. Taking a lot of early damage as well. This is actually not a great start for SKC. They'll be much more cautious. Just about surviving on here, but the poison will trickle down, just bringing their pitch just below 1,000.
Somebody made a call on SKC, just dive the top left-hand bush. They know they can't afford to get back into a spawn trap position. They've got to stay out for as long as possible. Now, as you mentioned, the hypercharge is online for Knifey. Ghosty did manage to supply that through his hypercharge, and that's a big win condition for them if they can just get to the end game unscathed.
This is now a crucial moment in time as that Pishu coming forward with the hypercharge popped and just smelling some fear. Didn't actually go for it. I don't know why, but okay, it's still in their favor. But why would you not use that? I mean, what's the thought process there? Was he just kind of unsure they were going to be able to get the value from it? I don't get that.
I think he just spotted that my teammates are tapping them so hard, I can walk away and just celebrate, you know? I can just wave my hands in the air and say, you know what, guys? Y'all got skill dipped so hard. You opened up the map thinking it'd be favorable for you, and the Knifey taps you 10 times in the face. That is all that they needed. Who needs a hypercharge when you can just land 10 shots in a row?
Do you want to try to make them forget that it exists, you know, by not showing it at this stage? I don't know, just kind of an odd choice. I mean, normally you kind of want to pummel your opposition into submission and just like flatten them and just relish in the moment, but just to hide it back, just to me, a bit odd. And you never know what can happen. Even against some scenarios, it can still go against you. So just interesting to spot. Let's see though, as we're now behind. This could be a potential set here for SKC if they continue to play their cards right now in a very different format. Spread open from the map left to right, being played out horizontally here.
Very classic goal coach. Sort of split here. I mean, we see this happen quite a fair bit. I think still what's so interesting to highlight is the fact that both these teams seem to be playing for a similar win condition. They want to open up the map here, but this Gray, what is he doing? So far forward, thinking Levi would heal him up. He's not a tank. That's not where you're supposed to be. I'm not even sure Reject are trying for. Let me still try for the 1 versus 3 here. What was with that super? It's so pointless there.
Yeah, some cracks starting to appear. And this is what I wanted to see, though, from SKC was after that first set being just so heavily against them, now a draft that's really got some good legs, starting to display their confidence and not be bogged down in that previous result. Kuru now being targeted by the ground piano. It's going to be an easy evasion. The bush, though, is what really the strategy is there from Reject, but it's just not really too much. In these moments, you need to see Levi going in with the big, heavy heals to get some early utility and keep SKC under early pressure. As time goes on, it only goes against Reject.
SKC seem to have found their footing here inside this game. More wall break a bit coming out here from the Grey. Once again, I have to highlight, I don't know if that's a good thing. Ghosty and Knifey, this indomitable duo just taps him down. Complete punish there from the side of SK Kalalas. Reject now on their last legs. Levi pops a huge hypercharge there, but can't even get it off. Can't even throw it out in time. It's just getting zoned out by that rocket rain. And there we go. Reject will concede this entire set off the backs of, to me, one of the most disastrous drafts I've ever seen.
Yeah, really not a great moment from Reject, and this is my kind of reservation with them. When they get some moments to shine with a drop that they're comfortable with, they look really, really strong. But the second that they just kind of drop that ball and get it wrong, it's just the complete exact opposite. And this is what makes them a team which I have just massive reservations on this year, because they're not consistent in any way. It's like a bit of a coin flip as to whether they're going to be getting something which they're going to be able to do something with, or it's just a bit all over the place, honestly. And just considering this is the same squad, minus some players that were 5 out of 6 grand finals last year. It's just a fall from grace.
Without Battleman, they don't really have a proper tank player. I think that's kind of the main reason why you're seeing Reject go into this hyper reliance on their comfort picks. They're picking control after control, and believe me, I think when we see the next map, that will be what they will try to lean towards. It's what the bans will lean towards. It's what they used against Crazy Raccoon, and it worked out. But SK Kalalas, though, they've got a coach. They've got 2 really young players. They understand that Brawl is not a game that you can just play with basically just, skill diff every single game. The draft is so quintessential, and that's what we saw here.
Well, if you're missing the tank player, then why draft something which is leading up towards having a tank and then not finalize it and pick a Grey instead? It just makes no sense. I mean, it must have been the wall break potential then on the side of SKC, which kind of deterred it slightly and made them maybe rethink mid-draft. But that's exactly what I'm talking about. You've got to be able to adapt a little bit, but you can't so heavily commit towards an idea and then not see it through.
Totally agree with you there. On Sneaky Fields, though, this is a map that Control has been, in the works for a little bit. The bans coming out here, the Clancy ban immediately coming out there from the side of Reject. They didn't have that first selection, and they're forced to take that Brawler out. This is a map, if I'm going to be honest with you, Ark, I am not thrilled if I am Reject. It is a map that you are forced to commit to something a little bit more aggressive, and that's got to be an advantage for SK Kalalas.
Zeta, first pick, going to be a big, heavy tank deterrent. Let's see, though, on the side of Reject, if they still want to go there. Anyway, Bull is so widely open here, and that's kind of like why the Nita is insurance. But I think despite the nerfs to Bull, he's just still so first pick worthy. I mean, there's very little that can really shut him down the map, like Sneaky Fields. Going to be bringing in the Ruffs, which will have some sandbag potential as a defensive maneuver in the Chester. So Reject's going to be going really heavily on this kind of counter-offensive in that regard, but I still feel like it's there for the taking.
Mark my words, that last pick from Reject, it could very well be a tank, but in the way that they've set this up with this Chester and the Ruffs, they are looking at some form of wall break strategy. I don't mind it. I think it's a safe kind of thing you can do, but on Sneaky Fields, it's a very chaotic map. It's a difficult map that you can execute control in. All it takes is one good push, and you could be down an entire goal, and there's so many pockets to corner things off. It's very difficult to get the dead end game. There's the Bull that you talked about. SKC, they spot the opportunity, they capitalize on it, they see one weak matchup, and they go for it.
And I'm all for it, honestly. I mean, there is obviously a lot of shutdown potential from the Chester. I mean, some RNG will have a bit of a role here as well to kind of break open the map as much as possible, to have as much of that bush down. They could even go double down with something else to be able to break more of that, to be able to allow a better interaction with this ball. I like the Charlie pairing as well, a brawler which is very prevalent in this region as well. Willow is a brilliant tab on the defense side of things. It's just a question of how much it can be shut down prior to that ball. Being able to make that plays with the ball, to be able to push it through. The Willow on defense with the mind control can just deflate what is an unstoppable force and just reflect it straight back towards the other side of the field. So I quite like that brawler for that reason.
It's an insane last pick coming here from Reject, the one thrower that can actually hold its own against tanks. As expected, Ark, I've been writing it out the entire day. Reject will draft the more control-centric comp. They love it. This is now a comfort zone for them. Let's see if it really plays out for them, though. The matchups are now starting to shape up. We've got Shu going up against Nai. Pishu on that right lane. He would much prefer to be on that Nita. It's a matchup that is a lot easier to keep tabs on.
Well, there's sandbags already, but with a helping hand to Charlie, it was very easy to take care of them. Shu already has mind control as well. Now it's going to break now. And as long as he can continue to get these supers, going to continuously open up the map. Big taps from Ghost T. Going to be playing this slow and steady though. Still needs to be able to earn that boost. Ooh, the Pishu's got to be careful. That's a great rough shot as well. That one little tiny tap there from Melty did wonders.
This is Reject's strength. Now they've broken up both halves of that bush. It's a lot more safer for Reject to play. A little semblance of a spawn trap starting to shape up here. Shu here on the left side. Pass over to him. Mind control committed onto Ghosty. An easy goal for Reject.
Not the best of starts, and already a hypercharge for Levi here as well. This could be disastrous. The potential to cycle off the back of the Chester. Not going to be capitalized on though here. by Reject, who are still just keeping the pressure on. They push now, the boy's gonna fall as well, and now it's gonna be a 3 versus 2. What's Levo got in the back pocket here? A bit of a miss, to be fair. Shoot over the hypercharge, mind control, and oh, I was gonna say walking, no! Kuru shuts it down with a lovely cocoon. That was a commendable defense, but SKC are far from out of the woods.
Kuru with the desperation play, but coming in clutch there. Self-cocoon, that's an interaction that, you don't really see, but that's given them a lifeline here. Knifeishu popped the hypercharge there, now going for the breakaway play. Gets a nice kill onto Levi. Chains it over onto Queen there. Here we go, the Rocks is going to be going down. They get the ball over, should be an easy daisy chain up, but no, Ghosty's going to be going down here. It's all up to Kuru there. Snatches the ball away from him, then pockets it back in the corner. Reject back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, tough spot there for SKC. The poison trickle was always going to be there, so the pass wouldn't have really done anything at all. And then, realistically, Kuru may have been able to pop a hypercharge with additional speed, but that's about it. Ghosty now trying to make up some lost time as they do need a goal for the side of SKC in the next 25 seconds. So the hypercharge Bruce going to be coming in here, and Melty's got nowhere to go in the corner. The Pishu knows it as well, and it's a team wipe and an easy walk-in for SKC.
Holding onto the ball for his dear life, saying, please don't bowl, Bruce, give me a chance here. But no chances are given, no mercy here, no quarter. Reject now are going into the overtime and looking at these hyperchargers starting to stack up. Shu is the one that's dangerous here. Big super committed there from Levy, connects onto Ghosty, but Bruce did buy them a little bit of time. Now the reversal. SK Kalala's Kuru pops a hypercharge into him, does not connect. Knifeishu with the next super wanting to find a way in here, but the ball is back to Reject's court.
Crucial now as they push you so low, and if Reject can just keep him low and just continuously scrutinize him in this bottom left-hand side, it should be easy pickings for this wall. Walk in here, Kuru's got nothing in terms of utility to be able to stop it, and the way that Reject turned things around there was really quite commendable, because I felt like the movement was there for SKC to really just kind of land the mark in the final hour, but that's what Reject needed. They need to get back in this game.
And they've got the comp for it. This is a comp that, unlike the previous one that looked so hopeless, this Willow last pick has really opened up a world of possibilities for them. On the side of SKC, though, they're not entirely, I would think, unfavored in the draft here. They did have some good opportunities. The strength in the comp is largely in this early game. Knifeishu needs to find an opportunity to sneak up, and they just need to play it patiently. In theory, if they just hold this position that you guys see right here for the most of the game, and then just blow it up with one single bull super to open up, that should be a sufficient enough push to get a goal, and they can hold on to that lead for the rest of the game.
Those two big misses there, really. Should have been focusing his attention on the shoot. Now, some pressure. Levi secures the left-hand side. Not really going to have anything to helping hand this defense. SKC get a goal off the mark now. Plenty of time still on the clock, though, for Reject to come back forwards here, especially with that Chester looming in potentially here. Reject now utilizing this bush as Melty doesn't break too much as that bottom left-hand side now. Levi is low on this right-hand side, but as is Kuru, as is Pishu, utilizing this shield for all it's worth. But he'll actually, oh my word, oh my word. He manages to get that kill and stay alive, is crazy.
As his Brawlers, a little bit overtuned there, and on the left side, there Shu was being chased by the Brawl the entirety of the game. Knifeishu now with a hypercharge, though, going to be blazing past right inside the base. Gets one, wants to go for Shu. Peekaboo, Shu. There's nowhere you can go. Passes over to Kuru. It's a wide open game, and we're all tied up now.
And see that at the end, that's why you've got to pop a hypercharge at the end, regardless as to whether it's going to be a win or not.
Yeah, you got to pop it.
You've got to pop the
Press
hypercharge.
the button, yeah.
But this is what I mean about Bull. You know, you could see that Reject in that draft had loads of answers for it. You know, the Ruffs, the Willow, everything really targeting that very Brawler, despite it being picked so early on the side of SKC. But it's still able to just run down the map. And that's kind of why I just feel like if you're going to be willing to let your opposition play it, it's just better just to ban it. Don't take the risk.
Nonetheless, they are stuck inside this position. Shu's already got it a super this early on. That's a big lead. The Ghosty with an early pick there on the Ruffs. The left lane has collapsed at the very least. Reject, they've still got this ball control, so it's pretty safe. They can hand it over to Shu. Doesn't opt to corner it, just leaves it in this weird point to kind of block that lane. But if SK Kalalas continue to wrestle and hold on to this mid-control, as I said, it's so easy for them to find an opportunity, and Knifeishu spots this. Big kill from him. Big push coming out from SK Kalala should translate to a goal.
It's going to do just that. And now this is crucial. absolutely crucial for Reject because they need to get the goal. They need to tie things up here. Can't really afford to go down on a set. Oh, that's a missed cocoon here from Kuru, so a chance for Reject to capitalize here, and Shu has got the mind control. That is the playmaker on that top right-hand side. There goes T-Low, but this ball can be pushed around to the left here potentially as their Pishu has the hyper charge. Popped there by Kuru as well. A lovely daydream forwards, and SKC take the lead.
Reject. They got everything that they wanted here, but a little bit overzealous there, perhaps. Maybe they had telegraphed that SK Kalalas would have snatched up the ball, as you said. They had it prepared. 3 bull counters on the table, but you can't counter team play.
You can't beat the ball.
You can't beat the ball.
You can't beat the ball.
It's on his entire branding and everything. This is exactly why you've got 2 global bans, 3 entire bans, and they let it slip. Why?
Really, really tough to see from Rejects. I mean, again, you know, they fully knew the ball was going to make an appearance. They just felt they could be in a position to do something about it. But I mean, commendable from SKC again, and especially considering the start they had, a really abysmal start that's now turning into something of a flourish.
They seem to be on a roll now. Reject taking that set number 1. SK Kalalas looking a lot stronger. Set 2, and now taking set 3 as well. Really, really well played. Which comp did you side with coming into the draft, guys?
In all honesty, I think on a map like Sneaky Fields, SK Kalalas had the easier comp to execute, right? They can afford to make, 5-6 mistakes in a row, and it doesn't matter. You've got a bull pressing a button and suddenly you have full mid control. Reject, on the other hand, they had to play perfectly. They almost did in game 1. That's why they won. But game 2 and 3, they let it slip.
Yeah, for me, I was always on side of SKC. I mean, despite all the attempts to try to have an answer for the ball, it was just kind of clear to me that still, despite the nerf, it's not enough. Ball is still so dominant, and it's just about that hyper charge. It's just literally unstoppable.
Wouldn't be too surprised to see him banned out a couple more times. Double swoosh would also be a good map for him. We do have that last pick that usually features a Mortis, a Lily, a Bull maybe, just something with the comeback mechanic to tear down the gem carrier in the end. Mortis actually double banned here. Jester and Clench on the right hand side. Many tank counters banned out by Reject here. I wonder what they want to pick up later.
Oh man. Reject. My letter goes out to you. Please get a tank player. Please learn how to pick up tanks. This is a map that once again is favored to the more aggressive team. This double Mortis ban, by the way, what that signals to me, Reject have the last pick and they don't even want to have it for themselves. They are so scared of Shu's Mortis that they banned it out themselves.
Still though, I'm just going to put it out there, Bull. I mean, Otis would be a good, solid brawler to have, banned out though, on the side of SKC. I mean, this is the place where I think Bo has a great time. I mean, Trav gave me some slander for it, and here it comes as well. Trav slandered me for it.
GG's.
This is what I always pick here myself. So
GG's.
despite not liking it, not loving it, this is my favorite place for it. So I'm kind of on board. I think that it's great for the wall break potential. It's great to have more often than not your opposition forget where the mines are. Now, since the buff is coming into play, you're able to place those mines and do it in a bit more of a discreet kind of way.
Bo has actually been the most picked up brawler in East Asia on this specific map. Makes a lot of sense here. Good call from Ark. Sandy would still be open here. Also has quite a high pick rate, a good win rate spike as well. These brawlers are all in the top 4 of the most picked brawlers here. Chester would have been the second one, is banned out here. Now we have something to address tanks on the right-hand side. We have Bo, who's just, in general, pretty solid on the map like this one. We have picked him up before. Now on the left-hand side, we already have a lot of aggression. Mo is actually a brawler we have not really seen in scrims whatsoever, especially on this map. He was picked up in Brawl from time to time, but not on Gem Grab. Now what's going to be their second pick? They still need the Gem Carrier. Again, Sandy would be a good shout, I feel, especially into the spike. Let's see. Lily, they're just going to go hyper-aggressive. Double down here, Spoo.
Typical SK Kalalas. You can't beat them, so you join them. You look at big boys Zeta Division, what they're doing, and you try to follow in their stead. The team structure does support it. Shu and Ghosty, the 2 new prodigies of their time in East Asia. One of the best tank players, now partnered side by side. I understand the comp here. They look at this Bo. They said, good luck ever running Bo as a gem carrier here. And as you've mentioned, you called it out, Sunny. With Sandy still open, this now sets up for a perfect sort of gem carrierless comp. They don't need to care about the gems because we'll just rob it for you at the last second.
Good stuff so far. I'm still very much not on side with this spike though. I think it's overplayed massively and just, I think it's just very easy to juke, honestly. Let's see what the third and final pick is here. If they want to go with the spike mid or maybe bring in something like a Janet or something to have more of a designated gem carrier role. Could be quite good for them.
Hope you like jump
He's going to come through and just keep having that side lane aggression. So, you know, it's... The spike will have a bit of a deterrent against the Lily. It's okay, but I like the aggression. I like how SKC are brewing this comp and having the unpredictability of the Sandy combined with the aggression of the Lily, the unpredictability, of course, as the Lily can just kind of be anywhere at any time. And Mo, very underrated here as well.
Nita coming in with a voice line I don't think I've ever heard before. Hope you like jump scares. I only know her saying Nita all the time, but nothing else. Okay, anyway, Nita's gonna round off that comp. They have a lot of tank counters here on their side, as we already mentioned. Spike is picked up very often. His win rate not the best, but let's see what Reject can do with this.
Could be Reject's last set here, or they could be fighting their way all to a set number 5. It starts here on double swoosh. 3 gems are going to be slipping away to SK Kalalas. It's a bit unexpected here, and a Bear's kill coming out there from Nike Shu. Reject's formation, Shu does have positioning here on that right lane. He's exerting a lot more pressure here, but once again, I'm just very curious. Reject, who's eligible right now to be that gem carrier?
At the moment, I think they've got bigger problems than the gems. They're just so bunched together, trying to get some value, of course, of the bow super totem, but really struggling to make much. But then now coming back to falls though into the mid. Now to find just that one, trying to make up for some lost time here. Episha as well, will be bearing in mind that that one gem can easily be handed over at any time because as a Lily you want to be going on the aggressive, and sometimes if you overcommit too heavily, and that can also bring something of a little treat over to Reject here, and it looks like the Episha's going to be going straight in. Might not come straight out there in a 1v3, who would have thought it? Who would have thought it?
The gamble play not really paying off there for the side of Nike Shu. I mean, I don't know if the team just didn't communicate, did they just like forget to tell them, hey guys, there's 3 of them there, and that's going to give a big opening for Levy now, popping that hypercharge. Nike Shu falls for a second time, and gems just flowing in the direction of Reject.
You know what, I don't need communication when I've got eyes. and that was not it for me. Nonetheless though, it's given a massive amount of time for Reject to make this comeback. Now 7 apiece on either side of the field. Episha goes into the realm just in time, evading that bow mine as well, but this is now going to be more value to really warrant this Lily pick having some legs here. Kuri gets the 9, gets tapped up a little bit in the process. All the hypercharge will be popped. This missed as well as the Episha was torn between evading that mine and trying to go on the aggressive there, but it's still a countdown in favor of SKC and a chance for them to get potentially onto match point.
They've managed this so well. All the gems going to be bleeding out from the side of Reject. Not a single gem left to their name. This double assassin comp coming from SK Kalalas is just so simple, so easy to pilot. They've got 2 separate win conditions in the form of Nike Shu's Lily, in the form of that Mo hypercharge can just come anytime. On the side of Reject, I'm lost. If I'm coaching them right now, I'm going to tell them, guys, I don't know what to do.
I'd say just win. Just win.
Just win.
Just win.
Just win, baby.
Put it all aside and just win, baby. That's what it's all about. That's exactly what Trav would say if he was here. Yeah, it's now looking rough for Reject. I mean, I think this comp can still be good. It can still be decent, but I mean, kind of potentially swap the spike into the lane maybe if you're going to be able to have something as a defensive measure against it. Levi, though, will win that left-hand side, putting some pressure then onto the mid. Shu going to find nothing off those taps there, trying to seek out where Kuri might be laying. But now some totem goes down for Levi. They want to get an early break here as well, but that's the helping hand just in the nick of time there to secure Naipishu once again.
Naipishu 2 pushes now onto Levy, just kind of got baited there. Now the position is starting to look a bit cramped for Reject. Levy's going to be the sacrificial lamb here, takes the kill there and the death. The mid bush is being broken up there by the mines, and that's going to take away some small strategic advantage there for Kuru. Shu as the designated gem carrier now finally getting Bruce online, or should I say the fake Bruce, because it's actually Anita barreling down on the right lane.
Crazy confusing.
It's so confusing. Hey, I mean, we got to do our jobs here. It's going to be going down here. Gems now 6-4 in the side of Reject.
Yeah, Reject looking better, but again, against so much pressure, will they be able to stay standing tall? Episha again has the hypercharge, and this was one that's got to connect better. I think it's better to reserve it there. He was going to fall regardless, so I think come back fresh. But now Kuru's pinched out there as a lovely moment between Shu and Levi. Will come out strong. Ghost T comes in for the snatch, though. Gets 5 and just about gets away with them.
No way, and IPShu just might bring down Shu here as well. A complete reversal of the position.
Oh,
no. Okay. There is going to get PTSD from the amount of mines that he just ate there. And a total reversal of positions once again. Both teams, the assassin plays from both sides. I didn't know Bo could be an assassin.
I think you hate Bo more than me at this point, don't you, though? But it can. I mean, at this moment in time, the Buffets have already given Bo an advantage, and just kind of preying on the downfall of your opposition is you know, quite a good thing to have. One, Esports goes down to Levi, goes to, got to be cautious there. I think he could have been able to evade it nonetheless and retained that super. But getting those gems on the countdown, SKC, they cannot leave this mid. They need these gems. They cannot go in too overzealous here. Esports try and make some space, allow for Ghosty to get this gem that's going to spawn in now. But again, SKC cannot lose position.
IPShu now going to be taken down. Shu, that's the big battering ram that Reject need to stay inside the mid. Karu's being chased by the fake Bruce here. He might just get away with it. How is that possible? Levy just needed one more arrow to potentially secure the reset, but it's not going to happen. SK Kalalas off the backs of IPShu getting this set. Finish it 3-1.
That's much better from SKC. Definitely a good result to add to their monthly final table. Some work still to be done nonetheless. Again, when their drafts go well, they are looking so strong, but sometimes they slip. That first set, if we watched that one back alone and didn't know the end result, this could have easily been a sweep against them. So Reject, I'm sure, will come back strong. But for SKC, still in a chance of qualifying for Brawl Cup. But now it swings over to what happens next with Crazy Raccoon. They've got a mountain to climb, but that is the first step.
We were hoping for a super close match. We were saying this one is a clear 50-50 here. In the end, it's a 3-1. SK Kalalas looking stronger than many of us have expected. Despite all that, though, our viewers at home have actually voted for SK Kalalas to win this one in a vast majority. I think they already knew SK Kalalas might just know the key to success. Also in East Asia, we had a lot of those new and upcoming teams and players do fairly well across all the regions, so maybe it's also time in East Asia for some two very new players here with Ghosty that they will come up and also beat some old giants like Crazy Raccoon and Zeta Division.
The dynasty has changed hands. It is the era of the newcomers, or actually kind of ex-retirees, because Ghosty did retire here and there in his career. They've re-debuted a few times. We can't really call them pure rookies like the other regions, because these guys have been around for a while. But I've got to give chops to IPShu in this game. In that game number 3 arc, it looked disastrous at the start. He was losing every single interaction to Levy, and at the end, he was the difference maker that just caused so much chaos that they seized back control of the mid.
To be fair, that's what we see very often with a Mortis, with a Lily, right? That's what they're there for, but yes, he played a super good Lily.
Yeah, it was definitely a moment there for me for SKC that they could have crumbled very easily. I mean, certainly throughout the majority of that matchup, a lot of it came down to draft, a lot of it came down to, again, just wiping that first set as if it never happened off the table. So a good comeback from SKC, and on to the semis now for them.
Onto the semis, and that means they have to face none other than Zeta Division. They're already waiting for them in the semifinals. Here, let's see who will actually make it through to the grand finals. Will be the 3rd time in a row for Zeta Division. For SK Kalalas, it would actually be the first in a very long time. And then we have Crazy Raccoon versus Insomnia and Fennel and Rival Esports still for you, also in the quarterfinals arc. There's a lot on the line in these two quarterfinals. Crazy Raccoon, if they make it through, the race for Brawl Cup is over for everybody else, basically.
Yeah, and exactly that. For SKC, for Fennel, for Rival Esports, now watching this match, all hate watching really, aren't they? Waiting for the downfall, hopefully for Crazy Raccoon, because that would be the open door. Beyond that, they still got to win the entire monthly final, which is definitely no easy feat. But that is the first stage to greatness, and yeah, going to be praying that Crazy Raccoon do not make it. Welcome back, mate.
We get Trev back. You should have kept that little stool, honestly.
I know. I think, see, my issue is I think I'd absolutely just be like, I wouldn't even fit in the camera frame, I don't think. And it'd make you two like even smaller than you already are, so. Yeah, it's nice to be back though. And that was actually a very nice welcome from Art for once. Did you hear that?
I'll give you a little
welcome back. It's usually throwing a bit of shade at me instead.
I'll bring it back later.
It's refreshing.
It is very rare. Some kind words from Ark here. We're very glad Trev is back. I'm going to follow up with some even kinder words here. Trev is just the best here at the desk. So of course we're super happy.
Guys, carry on, guys. Carry on.
Too much.
Come on.
Too much.
I think you heard the sarcasm there. We want to head over to our quarterfinal number 3. It is Crazy Raccoon, the winners of the March monthly finals, versus Insomnia. This is the most important match for overall bracket implications, and it's really just dominant world champions, March monthly final champions, versus a team that could decide the fate of literally everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like, Insomnia are playing on behalf of so many teams right now. Everybody's wanting them to win. It's like Crazy Raccoon against the world in this region at the moment. And they're not even top of the region. That's the thing. They're second. Everybody playing for the second seed with Zeta Division already running away with it. So, you know, it's a huge moment for Crazy Raccoon to get this on the board, get the points there, get this Brawl Cup spot, and obviously try break away from the rest of that group even further.
I think for me as well, going into that first month this year for Crazy Raccoon as the world champions, we expected to see them in the grand finals of February. They left in the quarterfinals to Fennel. So there is a chance that we might see that reversal. Like, despite them winning the March monthly finals, they could have a blunder here today. They've just yet to me at least, I've yet to kind of see that consistency that we expected them coming into the season. But then again, Insomnia are not a Fennel, in my opinion at least. So there is that caveat. But, you know, for 3 out of the teams that we've got watching here today from the sidelines, they are hoping that Crazy Raccoon do not do this.
They're all rooting for Insomnia here. And Crazy Raccoon on the other side, they have the chance to make it through to the Brawl Cup out of their own power. If they just win this quarterfinal number 1, they're already through. They follow Zeta Division here, and we see it once more here. Fennel, they don't even have to win the grand finals, but they need Crazy Raccoon to lose. And then we have Rival Esports and SK Kalalas. They need to win the grand finals today to make it out of their own power. But if Crazy Raccoon wins this one, it's over for all 3 of them.
I mean, this is the thing. It's a big ask for all of these teams, right? No matter what their pathway through is, Crazy Raccoon can just go and beat everybody and go anyway. Like, as long as they do what they need to do today, then they're going to be fine regardless because they're in a good position from last month and the month before. But, you know, there's still chances for other teams, and it all starts with this Insomnia trying to get the win, and that kind of opens it up for everybody else. So it really is Crazy Raccoon against the world.
It's going to be a big ask, really, isn't it, for the world champions to falter against Insomnia. But we've seen crazy things happen in the BSC. I mean, this year specifically as well, this season has just been all about the unexpected. So it could very well happen. I think realistically, if I was going to be placing my predictions, I would still side with Crazy Raccoon. I think that's the more likely outcome here. I do say, yeah,
what a surprise.
But then again, we thought that going into February, and look how wrong we were.
True.
You know, in the past, Insomnia has never managed to actually beat Crazy Raccoon. Maybe today that changes with the motivation they get also from the other 3 teams rooting for them. Historically, though, Crazy Raccoon seems to struggle more against their regional teams, against the other East Asian teams, than against anyone else in the world, right? They won the World Finals last year very convincingly, and now they always struggled in their own region. Then comes March around, and all of a sudden, they seem to win even against a team like Zeta Division.
I know, I mean, they're a super weird team at that, aren't they, really, in terms of, like...
World Finals are super weird team.
But no, they struggled, like, the majority of 2025, right? Having to go through the LCQ, and then they win World Finals. It's like, they're the most inconsistent team ever, but they eventually get it done no matter what. Obviously, these guys, rely heavily on mechanics. But I think mechanics can carry you through games like this, like where the draft can kind of waver against Insomnia. Even if they do have some questionable drafts, they should still be able to get the win.
We all said Crazy Raccoon is going to take this one, right? But honestly, I'm still rooting also for the underdog, so maybe Insomnia can take this, and it would just make for a more interesting story for us later, right? We would be like, okay, quarterfinal number 4, who actually makes it through to the semis? Is it Rival or Fennel that still has a chance for Brawl Cup? If Crazy Raccoon wins here, we're kind of out of storylines, right?
I mean, it'd be a crazy script to be able to bring into Brawl Cup. That's for me where my mind's at as well. Yeah, but that I think is more realistic. 96 though is definitely a bit too high, I would say. I think that, you know, Insomnia have got a pretty okay roster for the most part, but they did obviously lose Nopishu to SKC coming into this year, which is probably for me the kind of the biggest point in their roster movements that's going to pack a sting. But Wahochi and Gina Zure, they're great players as the global bands will be coming in now. Kit, No, Clancy, Crow, Leon, which means Sirius is going to be very much up for grabs. But I think for the most part, I mean, I would prefer to ban Clancy right now than Sirius, to be completely honest. I think Sirius is very, very good, and very good into a lot of the brawlers that are very strong in terms of the meta, but it is a little bit dependent upon the map.
A very similar picture as we already seen in quarterfinal 1 and 2. All 4 of these brawlers have been global banned before. So these super strong brawlers right now, but yes, Sirius may be a bit more map dependent. He needs some walls. After all, he is kind of a thrower. He's kind of squishy. I just still think Sirius is going to be banned out in the regular bans then. We're going to kick things off here with Super Peach out in the open, Ring of Fire, Bridge Too Far, and Death Cap Trap. So we're getting some all fresh maps here. We haven't seen them yet. Super Peach, Brawl Ball to kick things off, Trev. Fan favorite. Who's going to take this one?
I mean, you know what I'm going to say? I'm siding with the favorite the majority of the time. Yeah, I think crazy. I mean,
the weird one.
Ark, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Because I know deep down you agree. Deep down
I do agree.
He agrees. And he's just laughing at me.
3-2 scorelines last year.
He just laughs at me for no reason. And it's quite embarrassing. It's quite embarrassing.
I hope you're ready now for a quarterfinal number 3. It's the weird Crazy Raccoon versus Insomnia. As a viewer really missed something, Ark just hugged Trev. That never happened in 20 years of Trev's life so far. Chester, Trunk, and Cordelius are banned out on the right-hand side here. They do have the first pick and banning out a lot of tank counters regardless. Interesting to me, as usually you want to pick up tanks and throwers as last pick. They're going to go in with it and start their draft with Shade.
I can confirm Ark did do that, by the way. It was a little bit odd. His hands were quite warm on my back. It was
too much information.
Maybe a little bit too
warm-blooded.
Good
to know.
Yeah, well, Shade coming in first then on Super Beach. It's a very, very good brawler on a map like this where you can get the, kind of just running through the walls over and over again. Yes, it can get broken up, but it still takes a while for like an entire map break to really go and take effect. So I think Shade's a good shout early on. I think Crazy Raccoon will have some good answers, so no surprise to see the Sirius banned out and going to come in first. We saw Zeta Division ripping this one earlier on Dueling Beetles, and it works an absolute treat.
Well, Shade's a good deterrent of Ziggy, so if it's not picked up by Crazy Raccoon, that'd be a lovely little pairing on the side of Insomnia. It's just that brawler which I'm really kind of looking out for this month. It's bigger, heavier hitter brawlers kind of taking the mantle in terms of the bans. Stu going to have, of course, the potential breakthrough gadget. Speed zone is still very, very strong and prevalent, but on this kind of map, it can really just open up that entire side. I think Ruffs would also be not a bad shout to consider to have that on those little L walls on each side of the map too, and can be combined, especially with the Shade. That could be a really, really good hypercharge moment.
Insomnia really wanted that Shade. You can see that in the bans already. Trunk usually the best counter to it. On the left-hand side, we now decide to just open up the map with that Stu. Is going to help against Shade, who can climb through walls, of course, as well. Willow's still left open. And for me, one of the best brawlers on Super Beach. Let's see if she's actually going to be picked up later on. Of course, in a broken open map, you don't really want to have a thrower. Max is going to come in first, as here the mid-brawler. Left-hand side, I assume you usually play Stu on the right-hand side, so Ems and Stu both side lanes. They still need a mid themselves. The overdrafted Spike comes in once more, as Ark called him earlier. Spike is just that pick when you don't know what else to pick. He's just fine everywhere.
Ark just hates everything, I swear. Is there actually a brawler that you actually like in this game? Piper and Rico.
And it's not a Piper matter, all right?
Yeah, he hates everything. His bow hate will, it never ceases to amaze me how much he hates that brawler. But I think this might be the most East Asian thing I've ever seen from the side of Insomnia. Max, Shade, and Spike is a very East Asian thing. Colt gonna come in then for Tensai. Clearly wanting to rip these wall breaks really early on. Silver bullet straight through the walls and just make sure the Shade can't do so much work.
Not really liking this accusation of being a boomer right now. I'm a very positive person.
Hating on the accusation of being a hater.
I'm just simply a glass half.
What's the male equivalent?
Empty kind of guy.
What's the male equivalent of a Karen?
Ark.
There you go. There you go. It is by definition.
I'm surprised we not also see a Pierce, for example, on the left-hand side now. The Ems is going to struggle a tad bit with that open map, but let's see how things are going to go down here. First map here for Crazy Raccoon versus Insomnia.
Yeah, well, good breaks early on. Milkray already had his super there and pretty much just used it to break down a bit of that back portion of the map as well as his right-hand side. He's going to be having a field day on the right-hand side if Shade does want to challenge him, and I'm sure he doesn't really want to go up to the M's at the moment. So just sitting back, nice little burst through the wall there. Clearly not using the knockback, he's just taking the shot through the wall. Tensai still holding a super, and Milkray doing a good job once more, breaking up some more walls with the silver bullet. Speed eventually being used by Wahochi, but doesn't get them very far.
Yeah, Koga's going to struggle now on this right-hand side. Long arms will connect with Tensai, but that's a gadget which is going to have a cooldown, and it's Going to depend now on Mochi to be able to try to clear up some of these scraps. Does so quite nicely there onto Milkrio. Tensai now taking some taps, but it's just him again on this defense. Hypercharge super coming in now as well, and ball pushed far and clear. I think not much more than that until they can regain and gap themselves towards this defensive line.
Hyper Super available already here as well, and Milkrio just going slightly too aggressive on Wahochi in the previous interaction, kind of pushed them a bit further back in the map, eventually gaining some of it back now with Tensai doing a great job of getting up the map. Koga pops Super, not going to use the Hypercharge just yet, and he gets absolutely destroyed by all three members of CR. If Moya can get a Super now, this is going to be dangerous for Insomnia.
Yeah, Tensai is got to be cautious here. If he can get, I was going to say, like a little slide through angle there, but Wahochi was on it. Definitely not out of the woods. They've got to keep this pressure on here as Koga again trying to create some space on his right-hand side. Getting tapped up big time there by Milkrio as well. And now Tensai should be able to make some space past the Moya. And an easy breezy goal to start things off for Crazy Raccoon.
Just burning the clock there a little bit as well, making sure that there's not too much time for Insomnia to try and mount a comeback, but they do have this Hypercharge coming in, and Moya going to pop a Hypercharge, but don't didn't get a Super in time. I think he was expecting to find a few more connections. Kogi gets another Super as well, and it's just Wahochi on the offense, sorry, Milkrio on the defense, and Wahochi inevitably going to be able to walk that one in. The Shade Hypercharge just so good when you eventually get it.
This is huge. Koga just going to continue the assault here onto Moya, and Moya can't do much. Oh, what a nice little gadget towards the end. But CR now, depending upon getting some space towards this overtime as Tensai just going through the map with the Hypercharge. Exactly what he has to do there, because once those walls go down, shots can land in your goal against all odds very quickly. And now it's down to Insomnia to have to defend this, and that was almost a bit of an open there. I was a bit curious as to whether Tensai might go for the shot.
Max and Spike stacking nicely with that Hypercharge, but he gets a bit of supercharge out of that, obviously, but nothing too much more. Speed available for Hochi once more, and he'll provide it straight away. Milkrio just getting ran down, and Tensai trying his best to kind of maintain this space that he got for his team. Great clips from Milkrio as he bounces back out of spawn. Moya just running it down, and he's doing so much right now. Koga will fall, and Wahochi, the only one left. Moya finds the goal, and that's going to be the game going CR's way. Seemed like there was a few chances there for Insomnia, really. Notably that one where he kind of just narrowly survived back in spawn with the M's to get that second goal. But really nice stuff from CR to bounce back, and the Colt doing a lot of work.
Yeah, but if you watch that game back, you know, it's like that wasn't a 96% to 4%.
Oh, yeah,
kind of,
definitely.
It's definitely much closer than that. And Insomnia did really well to kind of make some moments for themselves here. I think that this could be still a game for themselves. The max speed coming in. Koga's still very dangerous. Brawler, who's a very new player as well, it must be said this year. So already, Gene is going to, a ball could have almost trickled. Very close there for Insomnia, but no cigar for that attempt. And now CR going to reset.
I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like I haven't even seen the Spike in this game, to be honest with you. Like, he's just been getting absolutely destroyed by Moya on this left-hand lane and doesn't really want to step out to the right-hand side because Shade doesn't seem to be having the best time against the M's. Tensai gets his super and dashes back, but won't be able to get it again just yet. Nice break coming in there, and Wahochi's so low after getting hit by that silver bullet. Tensai trying to find the pinch now, going aggressive, has the super breakthrough used, and Moya pushing up, needs his super now to score. Tensai
missing those shots, and that super could have been really perfect timing to have. There it is into the back pocket. Lovely there from Tensai. And well earned towards it. I was worried for him, to be completely honest. If he didn't get that, that wouldn't have happened. So good stuff from him. But now the response from Insomnia, the hypercharge of the max coming forward was now Moya popping super there as well to try to slow the advance. And Koga will just about fall. Moya's the only man on defense, and Wahochi seals it.
Yeah, no knockback there for Moya. He's got the other gadget in hand, so hypercharge now being used by the Spike coming through from the Koga as well, and that could surely be a goal. They're absolutely walking over the Moya. Is going to go down, and it's just Tensai to... he's managed to get it off the line. Gene now trying to push this one in, but I thought that was surely a goal.
I thought that was surely a goal, but I think it might have been a fantastic defense from Tensai, honestly. I mean, you said you couldn't see the spike. I mean, that was a big moment that Insomnia really needed to capitalize down on better, because that was, you know, that was a game in the bag there. But now CR have got another chance at life.
I mean, he's going to have a bit more of an okay matchup when the map's a bit broken up on this right-hand side, but still Tensai coming around the back, making some space and making moves with his hypercharge. But in the end, they're back into the same position they were before, and Koga going to come in with the super here, and Moya searching for a super of his own to try and survive it now. Insomnia really low, and this is a time where CR need to punish. There's the silver bullet. Tensai can surely walk this. Moya will pinch around the side with his super. And that, I think, is going to be the set. Really nice stuff there from CR to close it out. Very back and forward, to be fair. Not as dominant as I thought it was going to be. I will say the moments definitely came from the Shade, just kind of bouncing in with his hypercharge and making moves. Other than that, it was a very kind of CR constantly on the aggressive set.
I love the Max pick, though, honestly, for Insomnia. I think that was the very thing which was able to catalyst the comp, and especially with the Shade, which I thought was going to really struggle otherwise. That was the main thing that gave them at least a chance, at least a shot in the dark there, potential. But for CR, I mean, they are just still looking solid, as we'd expect to see.
They had more than a chance. They had an opportunity in both games to secure that second goal prior to overtime, but neither of them really came through. I think it was by something like 45 HP in the first one, and then in the second one, I felt like it should have been a goal regardless. But yeah, they performed super well, but it's just CR.
Honestly, they banned for the Shades. They really wanted to pick that brawler up. They enabled him with the Max. They built their whole comp around this brawler, and he did fairly well. He had the most kills on his team, but it was just not enough to build a whole comp around this brawler and then not do better. I don't know. Crazy Raccoon, as you said, they had control for most of the map. Here it was only a couple of breakthroughs here, as we see in this highlights as well. Moya almost able to defend, but in the end, he just doesn't have the DPS to kill the Shade and Max, and that was the goal that we've seen from Insomnia.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's nice work from Crazy Raccoon to get those goals that they did get. I feel like, as I said, a couple of times Insomnia maybe should have been able to close out the goals a little bit earlier on and stop the games before it was getting to those stages. But in the end, CR come out on the set. I think it's as expected. Obviously, not as much as the 96% to 4 that the public predicted, but I think, CR are going to continue winning, but it's going to continue to be close.
Yeah, one thing I'll say is that looking back to that previous matchup, we saw SKC lose that first set even much more convincingly so, and they were able to bounce back. It's going to be a real test, though, for Insomnia to do so under these circumstances. The bans in being the Doug, the Ollie, and the Sirius, as well as the Charlie, the Jaeyoung, and the Jin. The first pick of Pierce, which I absolutely love coming through now. RT going to be left open here as well. It's a Pearl map that I can get behind somewhat. It's like the best place for her. I'm not a big fan of it, but it can work alongside things like Angelo, things like Eve. That left-hand side lane with the water going to be quite key for those kinds of brawlers.
This is such an East Asian draft. In EMEA, every single time you have Brock Band, Eve, Angelo, those three are just the best on a map like this one, because you can either walk over water on the left-hand side or break open the map right coming out of spawn. And there is Angelo also picked up. So at least they are following somewhat the rhythm that we know. Pierce on the right-hand side, yes, of course, he's kind of strong, but honestly, I really prefer the Angelo on a map like this, and you just have so much more space to work around to dodge those incoming shots. Brock now as well. Okay, Crazy Raccoon is following the EMEA strat right now. We just have those two brawlers that give your team a bit more space to actually make it into the middle where the fight goes down.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it kind of double commits. Like, if you've got a Brock, you don't need the Angelo, and if you've got an Angelo, you don't need the Brock, because you can just go across the water. Yeah, this is true. Yeah, that's a good shout. I mean, there's still, possibilities of them being able to break up this wall. I think, we see occasional nannies picked up on this map, but it just takes a while to get your peep, and then you have to waste it on breaking the wall instead of going, the different route and going for the aggression. But Ali is going to come in. And I mean, that is a really strong brawl, and it's right. It gets a little bit caught out in the mid when there's no bushes and, the map starts to get even smaller, but going to be able to go across the water. And as he said, without the Brock on their side, it's going to be in need of something that can do just that. But,
if it was SA, it was Juju, but since we're in East Asia, we get Ali.
It's a bit of a wild pick, not gonna lie.
Just take an Eve.
I mean, I think that there's safer brawlers for sure than the alley. They could back it up with a Byron or something to be able to give it more survivability. That's the only thing. The Max.
Or just Max.
Or close the gap. I mean, it's yeah.
You don't love it.
The Pierce is my favourite brawler in that comp. The Pierce is my favourite brawler in that comp for sure. No doubt about it. RT, yeah, it's the brawler which I kind of always expected to be seen a bit early on here, but. Yeah, I mean, the CR are playing this much safer, and I think there's got to be something said to that. I feel like the Pierce definitely is their biggest attribute on the side there of Insomnia, but the Ali and the Max, it's something which could put CR in a corner, but it's going to be very hard to pull off.
What we see very often at the moment also is bow, because you just get your supers a lot earlier, and really Knockout is just waiting for your whole team to get a super, or waiting for the smoke to come in for RT and Ali to do super well on a map like this one. We'll see who gets their supers first. We'll see who gets Knockout. I really want Insomnia to at least take a set. Come on, guys.
We can only hope. And very aggressive start for Jean here, trying to push up to this bush and make some moves. But I think as expected at this point in the game, when you're against 3 range brawlers, it's going to be really tough to make any moves for the entirety of Insomnia. They're going to break up a bit of that grass as well. And the more grass, the more map that's always very low there, has to retreat all the way back with that phase shift. The more grass that gets broken up, the harder time Jean's going to have as well.
Jean needs to open some space, but against the RT, I mean, that's someone that can just drop legs on you at any moment in time. Tens are going to try to evade from doing that until the later stages. Oh, Wahochi got to be very cautious there as the Incinerator of that Brock almost sealed his demise there. And a very tough spot for somebody to get out of here, unless you're, of course, the alley on the right-hand side. And Jean knows he's got to try to come forwards here, show himself. Not sure it's a good play, but nonetheless, as these pushes go down to the rocket fuel of Milk Rio, there's going to be less places to hide.
I mean, he's either left or right now. That's about as far as he's going to get, and now he's probably just going to have to go right because the left-hand bush is broken as well. They're all so low, and Jean's burning. He's going to go down, and Koga should follow suit. And I mean, yeah, I'm not even going to say anything. I'll take it.
You don't have to, mate. You don't. You say enough as it is. You say enough as it is on the desk. It's a nice moment where Trav is once in this weekend quiet. Yeah, but it's tough, isn't it? For Insomnia here, they're trying to make some things work, and this is why I say about the RT. This is why Ali's going to be really struggling against that, and they've just got to try to get a better matchup. And this is a bit of a speed run now. That's already a send. I can tell you from home, Trav is not looking happy. And you call me the grumpy one.
Listen.
Listen.
You complain about brawlers, all right? A lot. I complain about what we're seeing right now. Like, just
what
really...
would you do in that position? What would you change? How can you turn this one around?
Probably just not pick Ali.
Just not pick. Well, that's already been done.
Yeah, I know. But, like, I don't think you can change it. I think that's the issue. They broke up the map. I mean, they broke up the map so fast. Ali couldn't go anywhere other than a singular right bush. And then she's just doing nothing, you know? She can't even jump over the RT's legs. She's guaranteed to die whenever she goes anywhere near them. And it's a 3v1 already. Insomnia just... I don't even know what to say about their draft, but it's just really not going well for them. I mean, Wahochi dodging brilliantly here, to be honest with you, but the more time he survives, the more time they've just got to cycle out these gadgets and break more of the map.
This is the thing, like, now that CR just taking care of business so early on, they can just absolutely farm him. And Wahochi has already used a gadget there. That's got a cooldown. That might not be something that's best to utilize in a 1v3. You kind of want to just keep that in the back pocket. You kind of want to die faster in that scenario, really. And now, CR coming in with 2 supers, and then I'm sure Milk Rare is not far behind either.
Yeah, and he just used his gadget as well, so he's going to be recycling that already throughout that walk-up period as well, where the bit of a lull in fighting, and it's just 1 round they need, and they're already back in spawn. Ali's got 1 bush that she can jump out of in that situation. Now getting to the left-hand side, but that's going to be broken as well. They're doing a good job of actually pushing them back. Tensai's so low, but they actually get a trade in there, a really nice one at that as well. This is where they can thrive, where Jean's in the bushes, but he's actually going to go down, makes it a 1v1. Can Moya get this kill? Wahochi trying to survive, super there. I mean, they managed to win that too. Like, everything went as well as it can for Insomnia, and they still lose. That's the set going CR's way, and I think that might be the most dominant set of knockout I've seen in a very, very long time.
It's so funny watching you flustered. It really is.
It's rare. It's rare as well. This is the issue. It's so rare that I'm like this through watching, you know, gameplay and drafts, but like, I understand. Take risks. You're 96% down in terms of predictions. You're definitely not the favourites in the game. Take risks. But this might have been just a slight stretch.
You know, maybe don't leave the Brock and the Angelo open and then don't pick them up. It was a bit of a draft issue here. Very quick set towards Crazy Raccoon. They're now 1 set away from making it to the semifinals and going even further on their path towards the Brawl Cup. Crazy Raccoon is looking strong today, but at this point it's kind of hard to tell if they're also going to be able to beat some bigger teams because Insomnia might just not put enough up against them.
Yeah, you take it.
Trav is going to get back around to us in just a moment in time. He's going to take a little short sit down and rethink his life. But yeah, tough scoreline there, 0-2-0 for Insomnia. And yeah, Moira on 6 as Angelo is really commendable as well. It just feels like for the 3 teams that are still in contention, waiting to see what happens.
This. They're probably more sad than I am watching.
They're probably starting to realise that maybe their Brawl Cup hopes now and their hope that Crazy Raccoon will fall in the quarterfinals is looking less and less likely.
I mean, listen, it is sad, and you're going to be sad as well because it's a Bo first pick arc. So I know you love that brawler.
I don't mind. It's just
not
right.
true, like-
It's just okay.
Yeah, I mean, well, ban-wise, the Finks, the Ruffs, and the Lou from the side of Insomnia. On the other side, Draco, Grey, and Sirius. So no surprise, Crazy Raccoon are getting, the Grey out of the way, especially Draco as well. These more kind of cheesy brawlers TPing into the mid and giving themselves a chance. That's why I understand that. If I was Insomnia, I'd 100% be reaching towards that as well. So nice to see them ban that out. Chester, good brawler. Penny as well has got that range. I like the bow. You're going to be able to charge a lot of supers. The mine's really solid as well. When you know you have to push onto the zone, there's possibility of 8 mines chilling on it.
And pair the bow with, for example, a Draco, you're just going to have him sitting in the back, getting his super eventually, and then Draco just clear sweeps whoever tries to stand on that zone in the middle. With the Penny, they basically have a thrower now on the side lanes. Ring of Fire has that little L where you can place in your turrets. Does a fairly good job there. Chester, one of the most common first picks overall because he's just solid into anything at the moment. Amber now coming in. Really like that brawler at the moment, especially in hot zone. She just covers so much ground. She's very often picked up into Finks, a good counter to him. We don't have Finks here, so I don't know. Amber is fine. She wouldn't be what I would have picked up.
Where is Pierce?
Exactly.
Where is Pierce? This is kind
It
of
can still
wild.
be there. It can still
Well,
be there.
it needs to hurry up. I mean, to get to this stage in the draft already, in this kind of map
Nobody
is
picked him up yet.
kind of wild to me. Yeah. Still time. There's still time.
Still time, Mark. There's still time.
There's gonna
Got
be
the
a
last pick of
Mortis
Crazy
now.
Raccoon. Trust the process. If they like Arc, they'll pick Pierce.
That's the logic.
Yeah.
How much they like me.
They probably won't pick it then, will they? Because I can relate to that. But yeah, no, listen. I like the bow. The Amber's, going to be able to get a lot of supers, cover a lot of ground with her supers as well. Kenji, super aggressive. I mean, do you want to go aggressive into Chester? Me personally, not really. But, if you're attacking Penny, you're going to feed a lot of supers, but you're going to get a lot of kills. Meeple there as well. Going to be able to stun out the Kenji a little bit better. Listen, don't love it, don't hate it, it's okay.
Meeple didn't show up in Scream even once. That is so interesting.
All right, so we hate it then.
So we're all on board. Everyone's united.
No, we're just hating. Yeah, the viewers can enjoy this match themselves, right? We're just gonna see who wins it in the end.
Manchester Meeple, immediate wall break, immediate bush break rather, and I mean, there's just going to be nowhere to hide now with the Amber as well. It's just okay. I'm just kind of surprised still with the Pierce being just really, really good on this particular map to not show its face, but I don't necessarily hate either side.
Yeah, it's fine for me. Nice bow totem being placed early on then from Hochi. Surely going to be able to get Jean and him some super. Koga already in an aggressive position. Doing a good job against Milcreo, to be fair, but he's just getting pinched down by Tensai and his teammates aren't there to be able to stop that from happening. Gets a good dash through, a few heals off it as well. Moya pushed back and Jean will break down this right-hand side. Stop Penny from being able to at least invisibly put turrets there.
Well, both sides looking pretty decent so far. Very little between them. CR now getting a bit more set up and putting some bow mines in a nice way there, not overstepping themselves. And the Penny Mortar start to rain down, potentially help. Oh, that's actually going to be a placement that's going to actually cause some damage and a stun to it. Good knockback there then from Tensai. Not going to be running the Manchester Meeple gadget, so trying to do his best to be able to defend against that Kenji, but it still didn't work out.
Yeah, well, Penny Mortar placed on the right-hand side now. Tensai's going to throw a super and a hypercharge of his own down. Surprising to see him with the hypercharge so early on, but gets a kill in there as well. Really nice stuff. Wochi and Jean forced to run back. They've had a good game so far, to be honest. Insomnia, they've been looking much better in terms of percentage on the zone, but Crazy Raccoon quickly catching up with them now. Koga around the rear. Not in the matchup that I'm sure he would want. A Meeple there with the knockback. Milcreo also going to be straight on top of him now and get the kill. Moya falls down in the front lines as Jean gets the kill, but the Penny Mortar's still there and still doing such a good job. Yeah,
the Penny pick, I'm really starting to warm to in a lot of maps. Double swoosh. This is just, and now Moya's going to hypercharge one at that, and it's going to just do so much. I think for Insomnia now, despite themselves being very neck and neck, they're going to struggle as Tensai is going to be just controlling that right-hand side lane to protect it.
Milcreo doesn't use his hypercharge there, throws out a normal shot instead. I think he might have evaded that fire as well, and I think the hypercharge of the Meeple did absolutely nothing. Still close in percentage now, but a hypercharge turret survives on the right-hand side. Hypercharge ready to go for Milcreo as well. It still holds on to it, waits for a better moment to try and use it. Mines being placed, and that'll hold them back for now. Hypercharge being used by Tensai allows them to kind of scale across this water and through these walls on the left-hand side. Koga trying to get the percentage up as much as possible. But Milkro now pops the hyper charge, gets his super along the way, finds some good shots in the prop, but they're still down on the bow, sorry.
Perfect amount of timing though for CR here. Tensai low. Oh, but look at that. An immediate relegation of Koga. I'm loving the way that these meeple gadgets of the Rage Quit are just stunning enough time to allow the hypercharged penny turret to land the mortar on the map. And now it is a moment that Insomnia are going to have to full reverse sweep. And on any other day, I'd probably say that that could still happen. But today I'm feeling like I haven't seen enough from Insomnia to really warrant it being a possibility here.
I think that's the best game, honestly,
Yeah.
we've seen from them. And it was, you know, pretty close, and they looked decent throughout it, but Kenji is just going to be constantly feeding the amount of supers we've seen from, you know, Penny, the hypercharge so early on, Chester had so many, Meeple's been doing a good job with so many hypercharges, and down goes Bo already. This is a much better start for Crazy Raccoon, and they finished better in the last one too.
I like that full commitment there from Tensai and Moya to really focus on the top left, allowing themselves an opportunity to focus all their attention on Kenji, who's trying to flank them. But now Koga gets back some map potential here. If you look at this right-hand side, goes immediately there into Tensai. They're going to find a connection on the super side, but these bow mines are now set up in a nice spot for Insomnia to take the lead.
Mines and Kenji in this push, and he gets another one as well. Koga popping off in this second game. Tensai trying to get up the map, just going round the mines rather than fighting through them. You're going to use a hypercharge, get into the side of the wall here. Penny turret placed down, and this is when Crazy Raccoon should start to establish themselves. But a really good lead set up by Insomnia now. Might be too much for them to catch.
Oh, Tensai is playing with fire here. He really is. Now he will literally burn down to fire, rather ice with the skin that's in motion. But still, I feel like Insomnia have got some great potential here to make a good comeback and at least get a game on the board. If Tensai can get this down now, get some landing some shots into Koga potentially. The swipes though are really quite nice. Now the poison should trickle him down, and Magria should have made these mines. In the meanwhile, Wojci's just been sitting on that zone, and CR are just way behind.
I mean, Tensai died to a mine there as well. More mines on it as well. This should surely be a game to Insomnia. Starting to fight back down though. Gene gonna go down, and this might be where it all starts to crumble. Mine's going to be there again, and Tensai once more gets on top of that and gets stunned out. Moya pops the hypercharge, throws it aggressive. Koga trying to get one of his own, but Milkro throws his out, cycles it too, and Koga will fall. Moya narrowly surviving, and there's a chance for CR here.
This could genuinely happen, but it's going to be a pitch-perfect defense. Koga coming in, not going to find too much on the swipes, but now the knockback is there, 97%, it's still climbing! Insomnia just about getting in the nick of time, but this is so close. Insomnia are fighting for their lives!
Well, you know, CR started that one strong. I think it was 30% to pretty much zero, and then they didn't get anything until the last push at the end. But if they can almost bring that back, imagine if they have a bit of a better start in that circumstance. Really good from Insomnia, though. This might be the start, and it's giving a lot of teams hope right now.
Well, Koga and Milkrio. Milkrio gets the stun. That's the perfect thing to find, isn't it, in the RNG? Now continuously getting aggressed. Tensai should be able to win this interaction, though, but got to time it to ensure that he doesn't miss the shot. Nice composure from him. It puts him back onto the zone. There's Jin still continuing to aggress his left, and Moya will fall from it. So good positioning now from Jin. The rage quit from Tensai, though. They're going to do too much. Look at that. It's sort of got full control yet again.
Yeah, bow mines thrown out, and the super thrown out, though they've used quite a lot there. Milkro just trying to bait out this last mine, and does. Now the penny turret's established up top as well. Koga gets stunned, unfortunate for him, but a good super at the right time for Milkro. Gene falling super low now as well, and Mohochi having to back off, just giving them a bit of time on that zone. Wants to heal all the way.
Tensai now going to struggle here on his own. Getting some good taps nonetheless. Now that reinforced himself right into the mix, goes down immediately, but does buy a little bit of time. But still, Insomnia persistent on this zone. Hypercharge now from Tensai. These shots have got to land. One of the three, two of the three now do, and that's a swift takedown of Koga. Very important, because that is the man that's making all the plays. Boat mines now, hypercharge, but Moya sees him coming. Gonna be getting another turret for his time as well, but time is ticking against Crazy Raccoon as now Insomnia approach 80%.
I mean, Koga's just getting so much of this zone, but here comes CR. Hypercharge turret being placed on the right-hand side from Moya. Still one mine just lurking there on the right in terms of hypercharge, and another two to the right of that. Milkrio will walk straight onto them, but somehow get hit by neither. Tensai got hit by that hypercharge super of Koga, and this might be another start of a comeback for CR. trying to keep them off. He's going to burn down as well on the back Gene, and the Penny Hypercharge will force Koga to stay away from that wall.
That bought so much time because Gene was so low and the poison just slowly trickling down to the spawn cycle being against Insomnia's favour. Now Crazy Raccoon at 90%. One final push potential here for Insomnia to go in on this. It's still Tensai lurking on this left-hand side. Gene's too low to be able to contest it. It's going to be Crazy Raccoon. They'll lock themselves in for Brawl Cup.
I mean, what a moment from them, and they've ruined so many people's days along with it. Insomnia couldn't get the job done. They started just a little bit too late. Almost got it there, but a nice comeback in that last game from CR to be able to close this one out and head to Brawl Cup. What a moment for them. It really is. Joining Zeta Division in this kind of prestige, and these are the two teams that we expect to be representing East Asia, and no doubt that they're the top two at the moment.
I do have to correct you there. Crazy Raccoon almost locked in for Brawl Cup. If Fennel wins it all today, they still have a chance. But that means they first need to win their next quarterfinal, and then they need to beat Crazy Raccoon themselves. So they have it in their hands, still need to win the grand finals. For Crazy Raccoon, this is the biggest win of the day. They are basically locked in. I think they're like 2 points away or something like that. But yeah, we're well played. I really thought Insomnia would actually take this one. They came so close also in that second one, 81%. But it just wasn't quite enough to beat the world champion, I guess.
I mean, it's going to be so hard to get it done. To be fair, you know, they had moments. Brawl Ball, they had a couple of moments where they scored. They probably should have won a couple of those hot zone games as well, where they were so far up. I think it was 80% to 20 in one of them, and like that last one, they had a good lead too. But it just seems like Crazy Raccoon are inevitable at this point. 15, 6, and 15 there. A really good team performance across the board from Crazy Raccoon. Insomnia, they had their moments. Koga definitely played really well in that second game, but after that, it kind of reverted back and didn't do as much in the third. But, you know, a good performance from them. It really is. You don't come into that one expecting to beat CR. Getting a couple games on the board and probably deserving a couple of sets is a good showing for them.
Koga had a couple of pop-off moments definitely on that Kenji. Looked super, super strong. I was actually surprised to see the stats now. Bo with the most kills, the most DPS on their roster. He didn't stick out as much as Koga, I feel.
Yeah, I think that, like Trav says, I think with a bit more time, that could have been a match that could have continued forwards, and we may have seen some more back and forth, but I think it was just a bit too early in the stages for CR to make that kind of progress, and by the time that we really saw more back and forth and more potential, it was just a bit too late for Insomnia, but they still had a good showing against the world champs.
That is very true. Insomnia did not take the window, which means Rival Esports and SK Kalalas are now definitely out of the race for Brawl Cup. Unfortunate for them, but they can still gain some points for the rest of the season. Maybe make it through to the World Finals directly instead of having to go to LCQ. Now, semi-final number 1, we already have 2 teams there waiting for their chance to play again. Crazy Raccoon now also waiting for their opponent, Trev. Is it going to be Fennel or Rival Esports?
I mean, I think this is the same as, you know, quarterfinal number 2. I think it's another 50-50. Both of these teams can, you know, have their day and do well. I think regardless of who comes through, Crazy Raccoon looking in the form that they are will probably get to the grand finals anyway. But, you know, it's a big moment, especially for Fennel, as you rightly corrected. They still have that chance of going all the way. They've got to get to the finals and they've got to win it. It's a big ask, and that would be a hell of a bracket to win. Rival Esports, Crazy Raccoon, and then more than likely Zeta Division in the grand finals would be a great way to secure yourself Brawl Cup.
Welcome back, Spoo, as well. I'm sure you hoped for a bit of a longer break there. Another 3-0 on the board today.
Nah, not really. I wanted to go as the fate has intended. I don't think that Insomnia would have really minded taking an extra set there. I was watching in the back and my head was in the air, my arms were in protest because they had that, right? The draft was actually solid, but Tensai is just too good.
Yeah. Crazy Raccoon played really solid, and that's a pattern we've seen all day already, where the newer, fresher teams are actually quite good in draft. They have some individual strong moments, but then they're lacking some team play, some communication, maybe pinches at the right time, and all that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like, when you're not as established and not as good as these kind of top 2 teams in Zeta Division and Crazy Raccoon, who can just rely entirely on mechanics because they're just so good at the game and they've been playing in competitive for so long, you've got to be able to draft better. You've got to be able to make certain decisions better than them to put yourself, you know, as the favourites before even going into the game.
Coming up next, we have two teams with experience, with the mechanics behind it. It's Fennel versus Rival Esports. Fennel, once more, they still have a possibility to make it through the Brawl Cup. They need to beat Rival, then Crazy Raccoon, and then also whoever makes it through the grand finals. They need to win it all today in order for them to still make it to Berlin. On the other side, with Rival Esports, they've been one of the most consistent team this season so far, qualified for 3 out of 3 monthly finals. You can't say that about every team this year. They have a key role here. Beating Fennel would qualify Crazy Raccoon immediately, so they would do them a favor.
They're kingmakers, right? Effectively, this is a crazy sort of match that we're seeing in terms of stakes here, but I gotta say, I am just such a big Achapi fan today, and on the boys of Fennel as well, that I'm gonna be super biased about this. I want to see them make the impossible gauntlet happen, and for that to happen, sorry Reject, you guys are gonna have to put up a good fight, make it a nice best of 5, keep it nice and close, but then just, let Fennel be the better team today.
We also want to show you once more just what Fennel has to pull off in order for them to still qualify for the Brawl Cup May 15th and 17th, until 17th, by the way. If you haven't marked that in your calendars, you do it now. They have to win against Rival, then Crazy Raccoon, and then whoever makes it to the finals. It's not easy, but it's possible, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, this is, as we've just said, it would be a crazy run for them to be able to do it. Beat Rival, beat Crazy Raccoon, more than likely have to beat Zeta Division in the grand finals. Like, if they win that, they deserve to be going to Brawl Cup, realistically. So, this is the first hurdle, and I 100% believe that, they can fall at the first hurdle. I think it's such a 50-50, this game. It was 2 and 4 in terms of quarterfinals that were close. The other two we expected to be sweeps, and they've gone as expected. So I'm expecting this one to be a super, super close match.
Let's also have a quick look here at what you guys said. You will make it through. I'm the only one who actually voted Rival. Once more, I looked at the scrims. So far, I'm doing fairly well. Hello, quarterfinal number 2. I'm the only one who got it right.
Technically, I think
Technically, Ark had it
did actually.
I just look at the graphic. I read what's on the graphic. Simple. I'm blonde. Rival, for me, is the winner here because they had such a good performance in Scrim, specifically against Fennel. Fennel only had a 40% win rate against them. So, realistically, Rival should take that one. They are coming, however, through the lower brackets and the qualifiers that didn't look as strong as Fennel.
I think for me, Fennel are a very hit-or-miss team. You're either going to get an incredible performance or they're going to get destroyed. And we're hoping for an incredible performance today. Rival are going to be a real tough opponent for them. I really think they are. Sadly, Rival's hopes have just been crushed. But, Fennels are still alive. And Rival maybe want to kind of, push a bit of their sadness onto another team just to feel a little bit better about themselves. But in terms of this matchup now, it's going to be tough for Fennel. It's mostly about points for later in the year, I think. And, these being as close matches as they are in terms of points, it's a big swing.
It is. For Rival Esports as well, I think it couldn't be more understated. They are already out of the race for the Brawl Cup, but, as with every team, the bigger tournament at the end of the year has to be the World Finals. It has to be that LCQ spot. And I think we mentioned at the top of the show as well, now with the format tightening up, less spots at LCQ, less spot at Worlds, it's so much more important. Global bans are going to be coming Indo. Nice and fancy here. Fennel taking out 2 picks that I would not have expected. Both Otis and Chester warranting a global ban?
Both of them haven't been global banned so far today. Little reminder here for anyone who just tuned in and slept through March. We now have global bans in the BSC, so these 4 brawlers you will not see for the next 5 sets. If we go all the way, of course. Really interesting matchup here. I do really think it's a 50-50, despite our prediction kind of siding with Fennel. Fennel, they made it through to the grand finals in February monthly finals, and then in March they did not even qualify. That new orc curse, as we talked about, and the people side with you guys. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, but this is the thing, when you see a 65-35 in terms of audience predictions, it actually is close, because usually, when it's more one-sided, it's towards 90-95%. So actually seeing it being fairly close is very nice in terms of audience predictions, because, you kind of us, we get like a 50-50 of like, but everybody's going to vote for the favourites when it comes to the event site. And I think Fennel are arguably, I think, just the small favourites just based on who's on the team. I would put in my opinion, and how well they did in that first month. Sadly, second month didn't go as well. But Rival, I think they've got a big ask to be able to win this one here, but you know, close to 50-50 as possible.
We're looking at the maps here now. For me, Otis and Jester make a bit more sense now. Looking at the first map, both of them super strong, and Fennel most likely is looking to pick up some assassins, some tanks. So banning out the two best tank counters in the game right now.
Indeed, they've got IC on the team after all, and this was a standout player. Now playing against his former organization, I might add. IC used to be on the side of Rival, and now he's teamed up with a Chappie, and going into this one, he's designated as that tank player. Completely understands strategically where it's going.
Will Fennel's last chance for the Brawl Cup be cut short or not? We're going to find out in the next few minutes. We are on Open Business, another hot zone map where it's all about map control, area control. You want to get in close and comfy with your opponents. So of course we have a lot of counters here bent out to whatever can come close and comfy. Here with Clancy, Ems and Crow on the right hand side. Three of the best tank counters in the game are bent out. And with that, Draco is a really easy pickup here for the left hand side. They already banned out Chester and Otis. The right hand side banned literally every other option except Spike maybe. Why?
I mean, it seems like it was just going to get ran by tanks.
They give him the tank.
Like, yeah, but they're gonna have the opportunities of taking tanks themselves as well. This is the thing, and with two picks, I guess they could technically rip the Grey out their hands as well and just take a tank along with it, just to take it away from them, and also still have very few tank counters left and still a tank themselves. But they're gonna go with the Finks instead, and I do like that. It's one of the better brawlers on this map.
I'd like to see a Frank come in as well for the side of Rival Esports. Could fill in for the double role to be a tank that can actually compete with the Draco and then, buy into that secondary win condition, tear open more of the map. Now, talking about the Draco though, IC has a YouTube video where he literally teaches people how to play Draco, and that is how confident this guy has become on the Brawler. He really, really believes that despite all the changes, balance changes that hit the Brawler, it's still at the top of the world. But Rival Esports are not going to take up my suggestions. I mean, I'm not their coach, but Real Hate plays a nasty Kenji.
They're picking up Finks and Kenji so far against the Draco. It's fine. I would probably break open the map as well for Finks, for him to really shine and do something against that tank on the other side. Let's see if we're going to see a Ruffs, for example, later on the right-hand side. Left side now, they have so many options still left open. They can still go with a bit of range, pick the Ruffs up themselves and decide to just not break open the map, and there you go. And now as a last pick, they can still go with something a bit more rangy, or they double down with another tank, or they go with heals. I really like what they're showing us so far. It is going to be a bit more range. They have a lot of map control. Lou, of course, banned out here. Finks already picked up on the right-hand side. I think Bo is the next best one when it comes down to just area control. Put your mines down, and even a pro might walk over it.
Over a lot of mines, so Tensai can, anybody can, I think. Yeah, I really like the Bow. I do. I mean, I see it on so many maps. It's just so hard to be able to account for all of his mines now. Ever since the hypercharge came in, where you can have, a possibility of 8 mines just lingering around the hot zone. How do you know exactly where 8 mines are? Even with the best comms in the world from a coach, you're not going to be able to avoid them all. That, though, along with the Kenji, and technically a Finks who's going to be able to teleport backwards, has the capability of baiting out every single mine in the world, I think.
I think they would have liked to either break open the map or pick Ziggy, but that's not possible because the left-hand side now has 2 wall breakers themselves, so they go in with something aggressive as well. Really good to see how well the Kenji and Mortis are going to do into Draco. Then with a broken open map, Bo is going to do fairly well. It's an interesting one. I do hope this is a close one. Now it will be the first 3-2 of the day, so please hear my prayers. I hope for a close match here. Kick it off, Spoon.
We're jumping into this one onto Open Business. The double assassin comp is online for Rival Esports, and Kenji is going to be a juicy chicken that is going to be chasing after. Totoro is going to be the first one to go in there, pushing Kenji all the way back to the base.
Juicy chicken. I like that one. I like it a lot. But a great start for Rival Esports here, and just wipe the floor with Fennel off the start. And Kenji didn't really get much supercharge off that totem either. Throws down another one, now gets his mines eventually after a few more shots coming in. Icy goes forwards, does pop the gadget to stay alive, but Yutupin off the back, just able to evade so many shots and just doesn't get his super off there. If Ryohei managed to get that off, he would have been absolutely flying.
This is a good shot there from Fennel. They did sacrifice the first play of the game, but now hypercharges are coming online. It's probably going to go to IC, who can now immediately capitalize, popping on it. Fire-breathing dragon in the house, pushing everybody out of the mid. Fennel claw back that mid control.
Still one lingering mine here as well, which should be baited by someone. Ryohei getting super aggressive again. I think he picked up his hypercharge along the way, but not a lot other than that. Yutupin just, as I said, just going to be able to go in, bait those mines, TP back, try find some shots, and does. I mean, what a start it was for Rival, but that percentage just quickly closed down as Fennel started to catch up. Ryohei will just dash on and await Kenji just healing back up. Hypercharge now coming in, and Ryohei only finds it onto IC and actually just loses a 1v1.
He did manage to pop the last stand, forcing out there from IC. That's a huge amount of tempo that Rival Esports are gaining here, now closing in on 100%. Totoro with another sashimi slash, it connects, then IC has to make a desperation run into the mid to claw back this control. Burns down one, gets another, stays alive with a hypercharge to boot. Fennel still have signs of life.
There's the Mortis now going through all of these mines, and he doesn't get the super off there either. That's going to be really unfortunate for him. Yutupin over the left-hand side will go down to the Meteor Shower, brought in by a Charpy. They're buffed up, they're fighting for the zone, and if they can get this above 90, I think they can just stand on.
They need to bring down IC here. Manage to cycle on the other. Big super there from Totoro. The hypercharged sashimi slash came in clutch when they needed it, combined with that Mortis. It looked promising for Rival there, but without the permanence of that last stand, they just couldn't cap off the point.
Yeah, I mean, what a huge moment that was from the Kenji duo using the hypercharge, and after he just narrowly went down just before to that Meteor coming down from the roughs, a huge moment for him, and he's managed to clutch that up so well. Fennel almost with an incredible comeback, but just cut short by Rival.
They need a better start in this game number 2. We've now understood the better of how the comp is going to work. The early game, not designed to go well for them. Obviously, they've lost both side lanes once again. But look at the resource count. A Chapi starting with the wall break. IC should be really close to a first super of the game. They can yield about 25%, but none more than that.
There is the super coming in from the Finks as well. He's surely going to go down here, and Kenji evading the majority of that super from Totoro, but he will surely fall as well, and does. This is honestly, and it doesn't look like the best of start in terms of potential, but much better than the previous game. IC's going to be able to get that as well, and Ryohei really not doing the best in these 1v1 matchups.
It's a big kill for them, but nonetheless, Yutupin and Totoro can capitalize on the fact that this battering ram has been lost. The soul tank on the team now, popping the hypercharge though, is going to allow them to force their way back inside the mid. They would prefer some kills. Just look at the positioning coming up from Rival Esports. They just fanned out, wait for the hypercharge to be over. Just biding so much time. It's a brilliant play from Rival, but is it enough?
A good kill from Yutupin there as well. Managed to bring one of them down and stops them from getting all that control. Icy trying to stay alive. Ryohei's stunned out, but I don't even know if they get that kill. The slow from the Finks keeps him alive, and they get the bow as well. Rival Esports flying at the moment, and this one doesn't seem as close as the last.
Icy now pops once again, another super inside the mid, but a lot of it, the damage was just reduced there by that time warp, and it's just so easy for Rival Esports to count up to 100. One bad push was all it took, and celebrations galore from the side of Rival Esports.
Yeah, I've got to say, East Asia region versus sitting normally is a losing battle. It's a losing battle for sitting normally, I think. But it's what a performance that is from Rival, really. The first game, honestly, just that clutch super with the hypercharge is just incredible from Totoro. Really was brilliant, and that's what got them the first game. Second game, it was a slow start and a slow finish for Fennel. There was no good point for them in that one, which is really unfortunate considering how good the first one looked.
I just love that evasive maneuver that they did. They fanned out completely as soon as they called out Icy, who is indeed the highest kill leader on the map. But if you think about it, they dedicated 2 entire picks in the form of this Ruffs, this bow, to try and get Icy, mass hypercharge that told him to charge it even faster. But every time Icy falls, the comp just completely falls apart.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one for Fennel to swallow here, I think. It's a tough loss early on. In a matchup as close as this, you don't want to be losing set 1, and especially in that fashion, where it's just an incredibly clutch super coming in from the Kenji, because they'd have had the game if not for that. So, unfortunate for them, but they've just got to bounce back better.
It is going to be a 50-50 matchup here, as we said. Kind of sided with the Draco comp here, honestly.
I like it as well.
Did not work out the way we intended or we expected it to.
I think it was coherent, but once again, it always runs risks. And Rival as a team, this is a culture that I think they've, bought from last year. That they seem to, the organization, by the way, not even the players, love to go for these gamble plays. Double down on assassins, they see a single weakness on the enemy team. They're just like, you know what, we will lose matchups to Draco, but we're better, right? We'll cycle better than the other team. The Sphinx will have a little bit more permanence in them. If we time it better, we can bring this comp down. This map though, Bridge Too Far. A very, very different sort of field here. It's not so much about team play. There is some cheese potential, but it's mostly on individual mistakes and, capitalizations.
We had Kid's global banned before. He's now open. Just want to throw it out there because we're on Bridge Too Far. Now on the left-hand side, usually want to go with a bit more range here. Pierce is going to be banned out. Angelo open though, and he can, of course, make good use of all that water, and the map can dodge a bit better because it just has more space to actually do so, and he is indeed going to be the first pick here from the side of Fennel. Now as an answer on the other side, either you go with range yourself, Nani would be a really good pick into any long range brawler really, or you just go with something aggressive. Kaze, usually the brawler to pick up, already banned out here. Shade as well, banned out. We only really have maybe a Miko, maybe a Lily open, but we don't see those as often anymore. Melody left open as well. For me, the best damage dealer here.
I was gonna say, I feel like other than Miko, which is just like you're at risk of just throwing the entire game by picking that. I think at least if you pick Melody, you're gonna have a say in some matchups no matter what. 8-bit's gonna come down though, and listen, if that gets on the safe, you're in a lot of trouble. But you're putting yourself at risk, especially so early on, of just being sharpshooted out of the way.
It takes a while to actually get to the safe. He's so slow.
Yeah, he's a snail. He takes time to crawl there, and in my experience, picking it up this early signals either you really, really know what you're doing, or you have no idea at all what you're doing. It's very polarizing in such drafts, so I'm gonna have to see how the draft unveils itself.
Mom
a bit
never
disappointed
misses.
that I didn't see any kind of glowy setup here being done. I mean, it made it through all the bans, and it was banned so many times last month. I know it took a little bit of a nerf, but Bridge Too Far is one of those maps that you can cheese your way through it. Instead, Rival Esports, they pick up this bell, so they're just signaling very, very hard that we want to play control, and we want to cover all our bases, but that's usually a sign that, honestly, you didn't really prep the map.
Best counter to any 8-bit would be the Bell, because you bounce with your own turrets. Of course, Bell picking her up alongside the 8-bit makes so much sense to me. It is 1-0 for Rival so far, so
Forgot about that.
I kind of hope Rival wins it all now. Your predictions would be looking fairly miserable today,
Let's
Trev.
not talk about it.
On the left-hand side now we have a Clancy. Not the best at range, but once he has his gold stage, he just dishes out so much damage to that safe, so you really don't want him there. Despite all that, not picked up fairly often. We still have the likes of Ember open, for example, Melody, I mentioned her before, Brock, all be super good, especially into that 8-bit. Once more, you just want to break open the map. Nani could do that too, and she's going to be good against Bell.
Yeah, I mean, Nani's going to be able to be good against either one of these at range, that's the thing. So it's just a question of whether or not they're going to be able to get these Clancy to the highest level when playing at such a range. Bell, 8-bit, it's like, are you even going to be able to get in range of them, get those by the end of the game? So it's going to be a real, it's either going to go incredibly well for Clancy if he catches someone off guard or manages to juke his way up, or he's going to do absolutely nothing.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah, Spoo seems to think absolutely nothing in terms of Clancy, but yeah.
He does charge levels a little bit higher now, but this is starting to go into the territory whereby you're really praying your opponent makes a mistake. And that is not the kind of mentality you ever want to be in when you're down already one set. And with this last pick of Juju coming in, Sunny, I feel Rival have rounded out their comp in a much more logical fashion. Not really convinced by Phantom.
I would have liked to see a Melody, but against that Clancy, you do not want to feed him, so they just pick 3 long-range brawler, and they should be good to go. Really favor the Rival Esports comp here. Let's see what they can do with it.
Kenji flying up the map there, star power of choice. Going to be increasing that speed over water. Obviously, Ryohei going to be able to go across the water as well and uses some speed of his own, I see, trying to get within range and pretty much one shot off level 2 already. That's about as good a start as he could have asked for, I feel.
Love the gadget selection. He comes out here. He knows that he will never be able to get close to his enemies, so he opts to take that dash instead. That's a gadget that's really been rarely used, but now with Clancy's new improvements, he's going to be able to just zone in on this 8-pin on the left side. Going to bring down Utapin as well. I apologize to thee. I apologize to all the Fennel fans. I think the draft works now, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, I never doubted it for a second. I instantly said that IC is going to be able to get his stacks so fast.
Yeah.
I mean, considering how slow 8-bit is, it's definitely the matchup that he probably would have wanted out of all of them. So, not got it yet, bear in mind, and does actually go down, but a nice trade along the way with a good pinch from Kenji. And the turret being placed so far back just stops him from getting this aggressive damage, and obviously no speed. It's going to be boosted booster rather than plugged in, but 71% and not a single shred of damage done up top.
Love the parity that we're seeing here on the left lane. Both teams massive damage dealers. That's the one that you gotta keep your eyes out on. Choppy does fall to the Toro on that right lane. The left lane continues to be the skill duking it out. Yutapin versus IIC. Who's gonna win? This one's gonna be Yutapin that takes it out this time. Kenji flies across though. Tries to desperately pop that hypercharge. Gets this kill. Would have been a disaster otherwise.
I mean, I love that move. Really smart from Kenji, just knowing he might not be able to pierce through this super that they've placed down, but he can just use the super and get through it regardless. 3 mines just sat there, and Achape just baits all of them, and what a perfect time to do so as well.
I see now popped out that level 3 is gonna get the speed and the new cone of attack. This is starting to look like rival esports in a really, really tough spot. Fennel are in an excellent position there with a 2 entire stage leads. Ryohei is desperately trying to buy space for the team to catch up here, but is it too little too late?
I mean, with 2 cracks to be able to even get close to them now, they're getting even more damage on safe with Kenji finding another shot. Now the Nanny comes through, assuming he's using TP if he's managed to get past there. And should be able to get up this air, and I think he did TP, just trying to get some damage down now. It was around 6% the first shot, didn't quite get the crack. 15 seconds left, and there's a lot to be desired from rival esports here. And listen, I think we should just take back everything we said about this clan, to be honest with you. It worked wonders.
Yeah, I'm with that. Let's formally express our dearest apologies to Fennel here. I mean, I kind of forgot about the fact that Sunny said that 8-bit's a snail, and I guess when you see a snail brawler like that, you can capitalize that. Did they change Clancy's base move speed from, you know, basically not a snail? No, he's still a snail? Okay.
I think just the dash. I think the dash just puts him
in.
within range. It's a really smart decision to take that gadget and just be able
brilliant.
to get into the face. Like, you'll take a couple of deaths for your stacks at that point, and IC doing a great job of doing just that.
And not to mention having the Angelo to buy space in the early game. Like, Ryohei, what he's doing now is basically the same thing. Pop that gadget with what? Icy's level 2? Icy's already level 2! That's insane!
He's just gonna let him heal up and just farm him again and again, I think, at this point. Like, they're taking some damage early on, and bear in mind they're taking about as much damage as they did the entirety of the game, but now they're on safe, 8-bit's down. Nanny's coming up with the TP, and Bell can be left unsafe by all means.
And Bell's not really an attacker here. Tutorial would much rather be in the back having the defense, but at the very least he does claw open a pathway. You can see Yutapin, he's crawling across the field. They're taking a little bit of time there, but now we're entering the first base race of the East Asian Monthly Finals. Is Clancy at level 2 faster than the entirety of rival esports, Trav?
I mean, I don't think he would be, but the defense is giving a bit of work here. Kenji down to 1 shot. They might need to take him down, but Yutapin's just going to fall. Good trade coming through, and Totoro's still finding shots. I don't know why rival esports, why Fennel are doing this, sorry. They were doing an incredible job of keeping control in the previous one. Ryohei gets bounced forwards, and there's still a chance of them winning this. A very good one at that.
It was a gamble play that Fennel had to take. They knew that they couldn't double back there. IC still at level 2. I think Rival had the good idea going for the base race there. But is it going to be enough? Full clip there from Achape. Just sublime now. And more pummeling into Yutapin. He's even holding on to the hypercharge. If he just popped it for stats there, that would have been a kill. But slow and steady is the name of the game for Fennel.
Yeah, doesn't want to give up any ground. He could technically just TP forwards with this, but he's just going to wait out. His team's doing a lot of work. Now Glance coming forwards, level 3, and that's the game done. Honestly, as I said during the game, I was super surprised to see Fennel take that risk and go for the base race when they were so convincing in game number 1. Rival Esports, they're 100% going to take that situation, because after the first game, you need every chance you can get to be able to get a win there, and they had an opening but just couldn't close it out.
What a fumble of Rival Esports in that second game, though. They really had it in the bag. 8% left on the opponent's save, and they just couldn't make their way up the map once more. 8-bit playing that star power is also super surprising to me. Yes, you're gonna have a wider range, so your teammates can do a bit more damage or stand further away of your turret to do damage, but 8-bit into Nani and Angelo just needs that extra speed, I feel. We also really underestimated how much damage a Clancy can actually dish out, even on stage 1. He wasn't that safe for quite some time on the silver, the second stage as well, but yeah, we just really underestimated Clancy, I guess.
Yeah, I think so as well. You know, his ability to be able to get those levels, was really good in the first game. Second game, obviously he left him and he struggled a bit more, but you know, it doesn't matter if they get the win anyway. He can be at level 2 all he wants because the Nanny was doing an incredible job of getting kills, getting that defense. So a great performance from Fennel, it really was. I was kind of expecting to come into that one and Rival Esports to just have control, Clancy be sat back and they just, you know, pepper the safe down throughout the game and keep them at bay, but just wasn't the case at all, and a great answer from Fennel.
Exactly. With the range they had, just don't let Clancy close to you and he never gets his stage was the idea, but Rival kind of played it a bit too aggressively, and then in the end, where it really mattered, where they should have just played aggressively, get onto the save one last time, they didn't manage to do that. Unfortunate for Rival, Fennel actually even outs the score here, and we do have a match on our hands.
Well, it's what you wanted. You wanted a close one. You wanted this to go to 5 sets, and
I also want my predictions to be right, though.
I think Trav and we kind of want Fennel to win.
Come on, Fennel.
Come on,
Let's
man.
go.
For the plot.
Let's pick more Clancy.
Come on, more Clancy. Is it banned?
It's
not
actually
banned.
open.
It's actually open, but it is out in the open though. So is it a viable pick, Trav?
I mean, I wouldn't have said it was a viable pick on the last one, to be honest with you, but like, I don't know what to think about Clancy at the moment, because I'm going to say it's not a viable pick and then they'll pick it and prove me wrong, so I'm not going to say it again. It'll be fine. I'm sure it will be, but I don't know if it's going to be a first pick or anything like that. Out in the open, I mean, you know, as we saw with Angelo, I believe it was open, the last one as well, was a really strong brawler. Crow going to come in as well. It did get a little bit of a hit in terms of a nerf, but still incredible. Really good brawler.
Out in the open, as you already mentioned, the map usually for brawlers like Brock, Angelo, Eve, all three of those open once more, but Crow is going to be picked up first here. A lot of area control, he dishes out a lot of damage once he has his super or hypercharge available, but until that, he just makes sure that you can't heal your teammates. Usually a pick later on in the draft when the opponents already have something like a Baron on their hands, maybe a Poco, not played too often at the moment, but yeah. Crow first pick, a super interesting one for me, but we are in East Asia. I don't know. Angelo's still not picked up. What can I say?
It's just, I'm sorry guys, I want to say it's my region, it is kind of my region, and here in East Asia, we do not follow standard theory. We see Crow open, we debate about it for 30 seconds, the debate is over, we say it wasn't globally banned, it got slight nerfs, and it will lock out a lot of brawlers. I didn't expect to see this, however, from Rival Esports though. The Jaeyoung selection is something that does signal a little bit more of that mid-game aggression, which Crow plays very well into. I thought that once the Crow came out, Rival would just, you know, barrel down and completely lock in, triple sharpshooter, try to shut down this bird as much as possible. They just want to keep things open though for now.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me as well, like Sonny mentioned, Crow being, you know, good into healers, then picking a healer, obviously. I think a lot of the time you're going to use the Jaeyoung for the slipstream, you know, especially into a Crow, but Byron going to come along with it as well, a healer of their own, just to be able to play the range, be able to heal whatever they bring in this last pick, keep the Crow in the mix as well, and be able to kind of have that second burn effect. They're just never going to be healing on the opposing side.
Left hand side now with one more pick and maybe something to also be good at the later game. We already have the Byron, could pair it with something aggressive. Right hand side then, Jaeyoung is usually paired with Bo, and this combination has had a 100% scrim rate, win rate in scrims. Bo and Jaeyoung. Left hand side now finally picking up one of the brawlers we mentioned. Eve is gonna come in here. Of course, with her hatchlings, she's gonna do fairly well also into RT. Single shot brawlers usually struggle with her. Not the brawler I was looking for though. We have the Byron. I would have really liked to see something aggressive. I guess you can't really do that into RT. Angelo now finally picked up as well. It's no Bo, surprising to me, but at the same time we finally see Angelo, so I guess I'm happy.
Happy enough, already convinced by, you know, a couple of the picks you said. Even Angelo I expected to be picked a little bit earlier, especially with Brock being banned out, that kind of valid brawler with the insta break. It gives you a bit more, you know, of use of being able to go across the water. So both of those eventually being picked up, as it's smart to have something to be able to get across that left hand side, because if one team has it and the other team doesn't, you're at instant disadvantage.
I would think that with the Jaeyoung, they already had sufficient tempo control with that slipstream to get to the mid early, but I guess they were just too intimidated by the fact that, oh, a Choppy's on Eve, we need some water control. So at the very least, right up jumping into this game, Rival Esports are gonna, you know, easily just secure that mid position, but it's not really that big of an advantage. Both teams are gonna eck their way in there.
Yeah, just sitting pretty far back now for the side of Fennel. I see over the right-hand side, just waiting to maybe get a glimpse of what's laying in this back bush here. Ryohei going quite aggressive here, and Kenji was found trying to get across to pinch him and help. And now pinching the top mid. Nice gadget there from IC as well, finds the connection on Toro, but at the moment it's just few shots going back and forward.
Yeah, both teams are playing for very similar types of win conditions here. No one really having a massive advantage in the late game. I mean, Ryohei as the Jaeyoung, when the map closes in, will be fantastic, but so will Kenji. So this is really a very skill-based matchup, honestly. I mean, on both sides, so Chappie's gonna... Okay, send the hatchlings to space, I guess.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever really seen that before, to be honest with you, but Gadget coming in now. He makes 2 connections there. It's great from IC, but he will go down. Now the Weekend Warrior coming in, and I think an auto-aim went a bit astray there as it went towards U2pin when he should have been focusing down on the opposing player in his face, but that was a very questionable round, I feel, by Fennel.
If a Chappie had actually gotten the hatchlings off there, it would have been perfectly timed for the late game, but I guess a Chappie just didn't understand the interaction. You can't throw your babies to space, guys. That's kind of a violation of the Geneva Convention around the world, in case you didn't know. But that's exactly what a Chappie did here, and unfortunately, as a result, they've thrown away that first round. Now, coming back in the second, I see no lane adjustments. It's just both teams desperately trying to skill diff each other.
Yeah, well, he's learned from his mistakes. The baby's coming in now from the back spawn, and it doesn't do a lot. Rival's still in control of position for the most part. A Chappie push back, I see. Trying to get some work done and does find a connection. Might force Totoro back, but he's just going to pop a super and heal up and stay in the mix.
Rival Esports, U2pin hasn't been eating a single tap there from Kenji. This Crow is really, really struggling to get a single super, and now an aggressive play coming up from Rival. I think it was a call made by Totoro. It's as simple as that. As an Angel, you get a single tap on the lane, you call it out to your teammates, and just like that, Rival Esports have cleaned this one up.
Yeah, nice win from Rival there. Does seem like it was... I don't want to say they made too many incredible plays. It was pretty much gave to them on a plate by Fennel for the most part. First off, as you said, sending the babies to space, not the ideal situation. And in the second one, they just got walked over, kind of jumping into 2 players on the left-hand side as well. Can't say it was a Chappie's finest bit of Brawl Stars.
Yeah, I mean, the timing in the first game on the babies was great, but the positioning was bad. You sent him to space. The second game, though, they didn't even wait for the end game. He just popped it for just absolutely no reason. And then, you know, I see. He's got a tough job here. If he just eats a single full shot there from D'Angelo, it will signal to Ryohei that it is go time. I don't like these matchups. I'm gonna add this on. Jaeyoung up against an Eve. That's a very easy matchup for Ryohei, and you can see he's just crushing a Chappie right now.
Yeah, flying up with the slipstreams, really using that speed to his advantage, and it's definitely working. Kenji requiring some heals, and Ryohei in control of the bush now stops them from getting any of this map control. Great tap from IC, answers nicely, but Ryohei popping the Weekend Warrior, might be able to get a Chappie here, forces the jump, but control still in Rival's hands.
They're trying to use Kenji as a pseudo tank here, now being healed up by IC. Aggressive play made by him. I love this coming out there from the side of Fennel. They've capitalized on a beautiful timing there, but Totoro is still at large here. The babies from a Chappie, this time the timing is sublime. It is good. Look at the side of Fennel though. They are falling a little bit low. U2pin just needs to get a little bit closer here for the super, but not gonna get there in time. The taps are good from the side of Fennel, and they will take a round of their own.
Finally seeing some good signs from Fennel. U2pin does have a super of his own for the late game if it goes that far again. Kenji playing on the right-hand side. Went a bit more aggressive than the last one, and you said you liked it. I think that's a great shout as well. Needs to be more aggressive. Try get some shots, try get some super to Chappie. Kind of just throwing his super down whenever. Has the hypercharge now, and that should allow them, help them to get out of this sticky situation in the back.
Oh, Hax is going to bring down IC there. It was inevitable. I mean, he converted his role to become more of the cleric of the team, popping all the heals onto Kenji, but that left him so vulnerable. Now a 2 versus 3, at the very least. A Chappie has got hypercharge babies. Okay, so that's going to look pretty impressive here in the next round. At the time being, they are literally just waiting for the smoke to come in. One of the rare cases that you wish you could just type FF and end the round and stop feeding hypercharges to the other team.
If only. They are going to both go down, not without a few shots going the opponent's way. Totoro got his super eventually in there as well, but hypercharge babies, Byron super, Crow super is good kit to be able to win a round.
Is it going to be good enough, though? They do still need to get to that end game position. It looks like Fennel, they're figuring things out as it goes on. They realize that they can't just stack up Kenji on that right lane and get IC to heal him. And they realize now that, yeah, with Totoro landing so many taps, yeah, yet another one there inside the mid. They're boxing the base. They're forced to commit a Chappie's hypercharge babies there. Really trying to be cheeky there for the Weekend Warrior, weakening that, interaction a little bit. That's going to neuter the amount of babies that come out of that egg.
I mean, that was really smart from Ryohei there. I like that a lot. Kenji needs to pinch in here and does quite well. Now, just waiting. Icy throws a few heals into his back, but a hypercharge ready to go for you. Tupin and Totoro is a dangerous game for Fennel to be playing here, and it looks like this should be 3 hypercharges now. Is surely not a winnable situation for Fennel, but they're going to give it a go. There's the hypercharge. Kenji falls low, backs up, gets all the heals in the world. Jump comes in, and he pops mid-air. Down goes Icy on the right-hand side. And, yeah, Achape, what hope does he have? I don't think a lot of hope at all.
Is going to join his hatchlings in space as Fennel evaporate from the set number 3. That's going to put rival Esports sorely in the lead. And Trav, if you're Crazy Raccoon waiting in the bleachers here, you've got the confetti ready. One more is all it takes for a official mathematical lock to the Brawl Cup.
I hope we still have the player counts for Crazy Raccoon on them as well. They're surely going to be celebrating if Rival takes this one. I am too, because I will have my predictions right once more. I'm right 4 for 4. Let's see if that's actually going to happen. I'm just, I don't want to jinx anything. Really well played from both teams here, I feel. We had some great showings also from Fennel. In the end, it is a 2-0 though. Trev, what did Rival do better?
I mean, I think Spoo said throughout the matchups weren't great in terms of lanes. Crow wasn't getting much soup because he wasn't in range of anybody for the entire game. Eve not going to have the best matchup on the left-hand side either, and they just never got any. I think they got ground once. It was when Kenji got a couple of hits, popped a shield and ran at them. And that's the only good play I think we saw from Fennel. They ended up winning that round, obviously, but I think the draft was just seemingly better from the side of Rival.
Yep, and we mentioned it coming into the draft. Crow as first pick is not something we see very often. He was in 61 DPS. Spoo, you kind of explained why your region does that. Care to explain again?
We're bad at draft. We think we can skill diff. And when we play against newer and younger, hungrier teams, we think that it's still the good old days. To bring back 2021 meta when I was a competitor and everyone's playing mirror matches.
It was a good year. It was a good year.
It was a good year. Sorry, Kenji. Sorry, Achape. You guys are old school players. Maybe they were leaning too back in that old school mentality of I will dodge everything. You can't do that. You actually just can't anymore.
We're now heading over to Death Cap Trap, and it could be the last match we see in this map we see in this series. If Rival Esports takes this one, they move on into the semi-finals against Crazy Raccoon, 3-1 against Fennel. Let's see if this is actually going to happen, or if Fennel pulls off an almost reverse sweep at this point, getting 2 more sets in a row. We are in draft already. Shade is going to be banned out once more by Fennel. They really do not want to see that brawler. Ziggy and Ruffs as well. And now first pick on Deathcat Trap, usually a Chester, is global banned by themselves. I'm leaving.
Face gets
I'm
put in the throw
leaving.
again. After last time, I am surprised they bring it back in, but I do think it's better on this map than it was in the previous one as well. Obviously, Ruff's double ban, Clancy happily out of the way along with the M's and the Shade on this side as well. I'm quite glad to see Shade out of the way as well after we saw it being played in Brawl Ball, and as soon as it gets its super, as soon as it's hyper, it just walks over everyone. So quite pleased to see that out of the way, but in terms of Fennel's drafts and gameplay so far, I don't know how I feel about them being able to win this set. Obviously, they started with a Crow, decent brawler. Gus on the other side for their gem carrier, and I think that's a good one to start off with.
In general, I've just been a bit more thrilled with the way that Rival have been drafting. Even in Bridge Too Far where they lost, I could understand the philosophy and the plan, right? Like when we looked at Bridge Too Far, immediately our thought process was like, yeah, you know, this Rival comp is a lot more logical. It's coming together nicely. We didn't really understand the Clancy there. Now the side of Fennel, though. With this Crow set up as their first pick, they've ticked off one of the 3 major boxes of this map, which is you need a gem carrier that doesn't get assassinated. On the side of Rival, though, they've opted for the old school Gus. And I'm saying the word old school as in it's not the best.
Yeah, we haven't seen him in quite some time. What we usually see on this map is Max and Nita paired up. Both of them actually left open, not picked up whatsoever here by Rival. I think that might just be a bit of a comfort pick for them. They might just feel a bit more comfortable with Gus than with the Max pick. On the left-hand side, of course, Crow is a fairly decent gem carrier on any map because you can always jump out of the way. They now also get the ball, a really good answer into Mo. Actually surprised that Mo was picked up before the ball here, or that Mo was picked up at all. We talked about it before, Trav. We usually only see him on Brawl Ball. This is the second time we see him today, and again, it's not on Brawl Ball.
Yeah, for me personally, I quite like a Mo. I just think he's one of the more versatile brawlers in the game. And you know, you've still got the capability of being able to go in on the gem carrier and get a kill. Obviously, it's going to be quite difficult on Crow, especially when he gets a jump. He's not going to be using it aggressive as a gem carrier. So more than likely on the defensive. There's the Nita that you were just talking about as well. Smart pick to take, I think. You're going to be able to tank so many gush shots, so many mo shots when you get those bears, and I think it's a great shout for Fennel to have.
For the plot, I'm just gonna call it now. Chat's gonna flame me potentially for this, but no matter what rival pick, they will lose. For the plot, with this bull in play and, you know, having literally one of the best tank players in all of East Asia piloting at the helm, I think IC is gonna have a very, very clip-worthy game. Hold your horses, guys. We've got a Spike coming in here, and yeah, this is one of the better anti-tanks that you could have hoped for, but as you can tell, this shuts down a bit of the Nita, and then Bruce comes online, and then you pack it up and go home. It shuts down the bull, and then he gets a hypercharge. You pack it up, you go home. We go to set number 5.
I think Spike Sketchet isn't even capable of stopping Bull's super. You can't stun him mid-super, so I don't really love that Spike pick. Maybe I'm wrong with that one. I'm sure chat is correcting me if I am.
Waiting for it to happen in the first 10 seconds of the game.
I think you can't stop him, but Spike once more just screams to me, oh, we didn't really know what else to pick, so we're just going to go for Spike. I really side with Fennel's comp here, but I want Rival to win, so I'm right.
So I'm going to laugh so hard if they do manage to win after Spoo's gone and said there's no way they can lose. They're going to win no matter what they pick. It would be hilarious if they did actually go and win this one now. But it is a great start for Fennel, flying with 3 gems already in the bank and Kenji in a good position. But Mo around the backhand side. Obviously no jump on a Charpe just yet, and IC actually took a few heavy hits to the face there as Totoro gets some good shots in.
He contemplated that, but Totoro he does have the dash at the ready, so if IC wants to threaten this, I think he's just flashing it in hopes that Totoro will, like, you know, get scared. But yeah, now he's gonna go straight for the mid instead. Completely off the mark, though. That's a huge super missed out, and it's gonna make a Charpe, the one in the back line, getting picked off there. It's all going so poorly now for the side of Fennel.
Really not the best at all, but it's a bit of a flip game now. In comes IC, trying to get the work done, but gets beaten down again. And this Bull not having a good day here. Missed his first super, kind of wastes his second. I'm sure he got a little bit of it back, but there's the 9th gem. They are heavily split across the board, though, so all members of Rival really got to be very, very patient here and not overstep for a gem.
We've got the lane swaps coming out here. Charpe will get caught here by the hypercharge super. Totoro even brings down one more. It's just going to be IC with a bull super to nowhere, apparently. Population 1, city, I don't know what. I can't believe I'm saying this, Trav, but Rival are making me look real bad right now.
I can believe it. I can believe it. Maybe not. I was going to say, they got another gem. I was like, oh, maybe I'm going to eat my words 2 seconds after saying them. But yeah, I mean, Rival managed to win that one. And don't get me wrong. Listen, I'm not saying your point was terrible. I question it a little bit, but it wasn't terrible. It was just the Bull did nothing. Missed about 4 supers.
I was hyping him up, you know, YouTube channel, the best tank player. And here he is, making me seem like I'm a clown. But to be honest, everyone makes mistakes here. IC is going to make the first one of the game, just like the one that he's been doing. But I honestly don't mind this. I don't think he likes that Mo assignment, right? He wants to get a super off that and then just transition kind of to the mid or to the left. It's a lot easier for him to get a good bull super in those lanes. So he's going to continue doing this, just run it down here, charge up that super against Totoro. And honestly speaking, they don't even need to get a kill. Just maintain this tension and Charpe will, you know, get more gems.
Well, Bull going forwards now, and what? Another great showing from IC as the best tank player in the region. Kenji,
one of the best, allegedly.
Kenji, he's going to watch this back and absolutely hate me. But yeah, he's not having the best of time. Swaps onto the Spike and gets obliterated again. At least he's getting some super back from it, though. You know, taking some damage, getting some super. Totoro going to wait for a super here and has a hypercharge of his own. Gem-wise, pretty even. Charpe's been doing a pretty good job of staying alive. Kenji on another super, and he's low as well. IC coming forward.
We're gonna have a compilation of all the bull fails that's gonna be happening. It's a pretty mean thing for us to do, but at this point, given what I've said, what I've hyped it up, it would have been a great reel. But IC has still got a chance to redeem himself. It's still 8 gems to 4. Trav, can he do it?
It's redemption time, baby. IC gonna come in, get a triple kill in the next 10 seconds. Trust. Hypercharge got on the left-hand side as well. These shots from Ryohei, packing a punch though. Got to be very careful now, just healing up. Obviously no curveball, easier to get out of the way. There it goes. The hypercharge going to be wasted by Utapin there, and IC in and out with 6 gems. And Fennel have a lifeline.
One time, it works. Sometimes you throw a million things at the wall, you'll miss it 9,99999 times, and you just need to hit it once because this is gem grab. That is what the Brawl is supposed to do. That's what I want to see, IC. Let's do it some more. For the plot, let's go to set 5.
Still, match point remains in the hands of Rival Esports. They're just hoping for another pitiful bull performance, but he's not shown it in that one. Really good ending to that game there, and still a chance of that happening once more and them getting this set on the board. Fennel trying to drag this to a set number 5. Rival Esports want to cut this one short and do what needs to be done for Crazy Raccoon.
It's just so tight. And now we're finally seeing some adaptations come up from the side of Fennel. IC has resigned to his fate. He's decided Totoro is not the matchup to go up against. It's better if I just put pressure on Ryohei in the left. And yeah, while I'm doing this, we're playing basically a double tank comp. It's all about the objective. They've already bought so much time for a Choppy to get 4 gems, now getting a 5th.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge for them, getting that really good early start, the same as last time. In comes Totoro now, and Kenji will go down, not without a bit of supercharge along the way. Ryohei, another super in hand, and he's going to throw that straight towards IC, who gets his super, but a bit low to go in at the moment.
He's going to have to wait for his opportunity here. No hypercharges for him coming up just yet. Probably needs another 2 more supers to get it. Goes on to Ryohei and becomes Shish Kebab there. He disappears from the face of the earth. It's not a magic trick. That's just IC doing his job.
Sharpay super low now here as well as Ryohei with a hypercharge on the left-hand side. Shield available for you to pin if Bull does eventually go in on him, but it didn't really work last time. Ryohei with another good super hitting IC and sending him back a little bit further towards Spawn. A Sharpay pinned all the way back to Toro super in hand, but he can just hold this bush and wait it out. Got to be careful that his teammates don't get rushed and taken out though, because that can change the game again.
It's not looking good for the side of Fennel there. Rival Esports, Totoro goes in there, get a big kill there onto the Soul Gem carrier. It's just left to the Bull Factor in the back. T-Bone Injector is committed there from the side of IC. Crazy Raccoon waiting in wait to celebrate. 5 seconds is all it takes for us to potentially crown one. IC, we found the interaction. There we go. The root does connect. And with that, Rival Esports, they celebrate. But it's not for them. It's not for Fennel. It's for Crazy Raccoon. They will be the 2nd team going to the Brawl Cup.
What a moment for them, and what a celebration of just laying on his bed for Rival Esports. Really good moment for them, and just unfortunately the comp could not quite get it done for the side of Fennel. Real tough stuff, it really is.
Congratulations to Rival Esports. They move on into the semi-finals, and also congrats to Crazy Raccoon. With that, they are now through to the Brawl Cup. We see some best moments here. The only really good moment we've seen of that bull was because of a huge fumble of Rival. Honestly, that spike was not ready whatsoever for the spike to dash in. He clearly was about to do just that. And then the Ghost presses his super a bit too early to actually knock the bull back. So that's a bit of a fumble there on the side of Rival, but they still clear it out in the end. 2-1 for that last set. Fennel had one last moment to shine, but it just wasn't meant to be today. Another 3-1 on the board. We just don't get any 3-2s today, sorry.
I'm not sure what that celebration was, to be honest with you, at the end of the day, but yeah.
I also shouldn't hate on the spike anymore, I think. It worked out quite well.
Yeah. That can't be right. That he got one kill. My boy, IC, best tank player, you know, titles, 1 kill.
The other 2 got 0. So.
Ryohei clearly is just the best spike. So what do you do as a bull realistically into this super good brawler that is always picked up only when it matters, when you know I hated on Spike a lot today, and this time it actually really was just the pick that saved Rival their match. Super happy to see Rival is now moving on into the semi-finals. Crazy Raccoon is not going to be an easy task though. Let's talk predictions, guys.
We don't have to. We don't have to at all.
Said. Okay, we're first going to show the bracket, sorry. Bracket once more, Zeta Division versus SK Kalalas in that semi-final number 1. Semi-final number 2 is going to be Crazy Raccoon versus Rival Esports. Both semi-finals are going to be super exciting. Is it going to be Zeta and Crazy Raccoon once more in the grand finals? Is it going to be the 2 teams that go to Brawl Cup, or do we have an all-new final?
Looking at the way that these teams have been playing, Sunny, for the plot, I don't want to see Zeta CR again, but I think we will see it. I feel that the way that SK Kalalas, they showed how they were playing against Reject, I don't think they're playing with a certain precision that's required to break through Zeta. So unfortunately, in my mind, that might be another L from them. And on the side of Crazy Raccoon versus Rival Esports, honestly, my heart's with Rival. I mean, I would predict Rival winning that one, actually, because coming off the momentum of this, the way that I've seen them execute these comps, they're looking pretty clinical here.
We get Art back here. You watched that from the sidelines, also rooting for Fennel. You already mentioned predictions, Spoo. Let's have a look at predictions, please. Isn't it beautiful?
Hey, one of it changed. Ark, you're one region.
It is beautiful seeing Spoo now on the predictions headline as well for the first time this month. Love to see that for you, Spoo. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
We'll see about it for EMEA, okay? Yep.
Starting as well with all the stars, with all the green ticks. Starting with all the green ticks also, but yeah, just to throw that one in.
Absolutely beautiful. And as you already said, Spoo, now I also feel like if we're not going to see Zeta Division versus Crazy Raccoon in the finals, it is probably because Rival can take it. They take the momentum from this match against Fennel and might be able to pull it through. SK Coladas versus Zeta, I'm not too sure if they're there yet. I'm sure eventually they will be able to win against Zeta Division, but maybe not just yet today. We're going to find out. Semi-final number 1 is on the way. Zeta Division versus SK Coladas.
For me, this is a really, really important time for SKC really to massively cause a potential upset here. For Zeta Division, of course, the monthly final champions of February. And, you know, looking back prior to that, a very disappointing World Finals last year. Looking this year to really, you know, put all their doubters to rest in that regard. They went to the Grand Finals last month, lost to Crazy Raccoon, and this is where we've seen that kind of back and forth between those two teams specifically. So the question is, you know, can they go the distance in April?
In all likelihood, yes. I've seen the way that Zeta play up against in that first round. Honestly, they looked a bit sloppy against KCN. But that's the thing about Zeta. With their preparation, they're very intentional about it. They've got Coach Mameshi now inside the back. I'm not surprised if, honestly, he told his team, guys, we're going into KCN with no bans, no prep. Whatever we go, just goes, right? And then we prep so up for semifinals. Whether it's SKC or Reject, we'll crush them just because that's just the nature of Zeta Division.
Zeta Division in the past February and March has cleared the quarterfinals and semifinals flawlessly. 3-0 both times in both of those matches. And then in the grand finals, they finally had some pushback. In the first one, it was a 3-1 for them. In the second one, it was a 1-3 for them. In the end, Crazy Raccoon actually took it. Will this team, SK Coladas, be able to stop Zeta Division today? Or maybe is it going to happen later in the year? I do feel like at some point they will.
It is the big question for me today. This is kind of the match that I was hoping to see in the semi-finals and one that we're going to be blessed with. For me, SKC, again, haven't quite displayed enough so far this season. You know, going back to March, they suffered a 0-3 defeat to this very team of Zeta Division. So they're going to have learned a lot off the back of that match in particular and really analysed their mistakes. I think today they're looking very, very strong, but we did see in that first set some moments of weakness, some drafting, potentially, you know, question marks there to be seen. So they're going to have to iron out those things and put them to rest.
And it's a very different team that they're going up against, right? Reject allowed so many of those easy drafts. Sorry, Reject, I'm gonna be a hater. Stop picking control every game, right? We're gonna move past that. They're now playing against a team that actually understands how to draft here. Mameshi is at the helm, back in hand with his former teammate Sede, and they're trying to fix the East Asian problem. It's called, we can't draft to save our own life. That's why we don't win lands. But Sierra did it last year. Zeta might follow State.
Let's see what Mameshi cooked in the quarterfinals today. Just what were the picks of Zeta Division so far today? We had only 3 maps. They played a clean 3-0 and then Sirius slipped through the bans as well. So that set was already won before it started, right?
Yeah, big question mark. As soon as you look in that overlay, beautiful overlay, by the way, that bottom left brawler really does stick out like a sore thumb. And, you know, I still feel like Sirius is, you know, definitely toned down now since the nerf. I'm kind of happier to see that, but I still feel like a big threat in the current moment in time. Good aggressive ideas there with the Kenji, with the Bull, and also with the short range shooters, so I quite like it.
We have an aggressive brawler in each of these sets, really. In the last one, not. Let's see what SK Coladas has shown us. And I think we're going to see a lot more aggression on this side even, with the BB, with the Bull, with the Mo. Every single time, they even doubled down and double swoosh with the Lily as well. They won the set when they had a super aggressive brawler. Again, apart from Golden Gulch, where they also had a fairly decent control comp, just like Zeta Division as well. But yeah, both of those teams like to play aggressive brawlers. I do expect some maybe Chester notice once more in the global bans.
Both teams have a very similar structure, and I hate to put it this way, but it feels like SK Coladas are like Zeta Division at home. Sometimes, right? They have a similar structure, 2 playmakers on the team. You've got the experience of Kuru leading at the helm there as their little control player. And then on Zeta Division, you've got 3 hyper-flexible, hyper-aggressive players. Any of them can play anything. They picked up Battleman, which is Reject's big gun. You stole the biggest gun from the second biggest team in the region. You formed this super team, and now you look unbeatable. I thought SK Kalalas this year would do better, but judging from it, they are still Zeta light, essentially. I want to see them get to the point where they start to threaten them a little bit more.
Exactly, and I do think eventually they're going to get there, but for now they're definitely still the underdogs in this match here. Zeta Division just always has been where they want to get, you know, they're the copy of them. Spoo, as you said already.
What? So I need to breathe for a moment here. The 3 of my most handsome players here in the region have now basically been, you know, the top dogs. I wouldn't say that they're the underdogs here for sure. SKC are the ones going into that that's gonna, you know, struggle. And I love the parity here. I mean, Kuru's the only one here who's actually been at the top of the region before. He's the only one carrying that World Championship level experience. He's worked with, you know, Cita Tampo before in the past, and now he's gonna bestow some of that onto Ghost Tia and to Battleman. I feel they have the potential to reach the top just like Zeta, but there's a lot more work to be done here.
To be fair, if they are the underdogs here, at least they don't lose trophies even if they lose. Like, that's
how that works.
How it works in-game.
Yeah,
Global
I'm sure.
Bets here now. As I said, we're probably going to see some tank counters out of the way already. Here it's Clancy and Ems. Chester and Otis actually both left open. Crow as well on the right-hand side with SK Kalalas. And then Leon, a global ban we've seen before of Zeta Division, I believe. Also completely out of the way for the next 5 sets. If we even get to see 5 sets. I think the votes definitely speak a clear language of who the favorites are in this match. The 3 of us also have voted for Zeta Division, I believe, to win this one.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, we side
it's hard
with the
not to, right?
majority.
Yeah, you kind of have to. I feel like for Zeta, they should make light work of this. But SKC, like you say, they are on the rise. They have had some good moments, but the last scoreline in this matchup was a 0-3 in favor of Zeta Division. So there is that to consider. SKC are going to have to really put those ideas to rest if they want to make today's grand final. And Zeta Division are not going to be giving it up easy.
Tough one looking at these maps as well. I almost wanted to say that every map is a Zeta map, but I think it's more because if you see maps that there's potential to cheese, right? That you can pull out something a little bit unexpected, some X Factor brawlers here, maybe get a Mortis in there, some of an IP shooter, snatch off some of these sets, that's better. When I look at these maps, I don't see a lot of that opportunity. I think it's easier-ish for Zeta to come in and prep, and I'm not saying it's going to be a 3-0, but it might be.
The quarterfinals are done. We're now heading into the semis. It's Zeta Division Light, SK Kalalas versus Zeta Division. Who will make it into the grand final? Zeta Division for the 3rd time in a row, or do we finally have someone else? SK Kalalas has a chance here. Got through the quarterfinals in a quick 3-1 already. They're immediately picking up a tank counter. Makes a lot of sense here. Chester is out of the way. Otis is the only good tank counter at the moment left open with M spanned out. Clancy and Chester. Otis makes a lot of sense for me here. We are on Super Beach. Once again, for me, the brawler to pick here is Willow. She's also banned out here. They're going to go with Stu to break open the map. Let's see if we're going to see something like Pierce later on from them.
Would like to see it, for sure. I think Ruffs is a bit of a safer bet at this stage of the draft, and you know, to have that Stu looking to break, to have the Ruffs then also breaking, is going to change a great deal of the map. Needs coming from Zeta, which again might not spell fantastically well for them if SKC wants to continue this idea of breaking up the map.
It's either breaking up the map or the opposite here. They could still lean into some kind of a thrower selection here. I know that there is a little bit of a minor wall break there in the form of the Stew, and with Willow taking out the picture, it's a weaker thing, but it's something that they can still consider, right? It's a structure that we're very familiar with. You go with 1 tank, 1 thrower, 1 mid-brawler that preferably has some anti-tank potential, and that effectively covers all your bases. From a first pick standpoint in a map like Super Beach, that's one of the easiest things you can do. Yeah, there we go. So no Willow, but going with the more aggressive Ziggy option, that's a possible win condition that they could use.
Against the Ziggy, Mortis, BB come to mind immediately. Even a Bull, all 3 of them still left open and would do fairly well into that brawler. They're gonna pick up the Bull themselves. They already have the Otis as well to shut down any tanks on the left-hand side here. Let's see what Zeta Division's answer will be. Could also pick up a Cordelius, for example, still to counter out the Bull, or still go with that aggressive pick, still a BB or a Mortis, for example.
I wouldn't even mind a Shelly, quite honestly. The ball has to be shut down, and you've got to break some stuff along the way to be able to really maximize your chances. The best thing they can do really is double down the wall break, in my opinion. Cole, exactly that. I mean, it leaves the ball with less places to hide, and as time goes on, it only serves to help Zeta's draft. So that's going to put a lot of pressure onto SKC to wrap things up quickly. I'm still feeling that they've got a pretty daring draft, though. I mean, the early game, Ziggy's going to have a lot of spam. You know, Otis and the ball combination as well. It's not bad. They haven't really got a great answer for the ball on the side of Zeta, except that wall break.
And there's so many wall breaks that are also super good against the bull. You mentioned the Shelly. Griff, for example. Great option. Yeah. They're going to go with Gold instead. He's going to be overrun by the bull, but once he has super, let's see what Zeta Division can do regardless.
They open up the right side of the map there. Daisy Chain, but a missed pass there from the side of SKC. Not even gonna matter. A questionable lane assignment from Zeta Division. They swapped all three brawlers to one lane.
Well, this is exactly what I'm saying, though, for SKC. A goal in the first opening 14 seconds of play. It gives them the advantage. They don't feed too much into Zeta to allow Zook to break up the map and continue this assault. This is going to be over in a flash. Again, another missed pass, but it's still going to be secured. And I mean, that's a 36-second game, just to put that on the clock. I mean, that's ridiculous.
What? I expected to see fireworks come up from the side of Zeta Division, double wall breaks maybe from Battleman, from Colt, drag out the game, turn it into a bit of a slugfest. Didn't happen. As you said, the Ziggy spam in the early game created so much pressure. Okay, Zeta are gonna play a little bit more fundamental now, realizing you can't just give up the whole map. This is a little bit better here, but as you can see, Ghost T just shoving the entirety of Zeta back inside their base. Nowhere to go. Knifey's just gonna scoop up the ball now, and it's a pretty threatening position.
At the moment, Zeta are just a bit flustered. Ghost T playing down some nice spam. Suzuki all alone here for the defense. It's not enough. With the help of Kuru, that'll be another goal. Ticking down the clock there, but it's still a 30-second goal. And this is my concern coming into this match. Zeta just do not have an answer for this ball in the early game. And this is exactly how SKC have got to continue playing this.
It's already the best start that we can see from Zeta. Here, Zeta Tampo at the very least has his first super. That Battleman has nothing to his name for the moment. Suzuki's already starting to get run down there by Naipishu. It's too little too late for Zeta Division. The entirety of the roster just being pummeled here. And SK Kalalas in a lightning fast 90 seconds elapsed. Yep, that's my counter there. They clean up the set.
That is about as strong a start as you'll see here in the BSC. Against Zeta Division, though, no less. That's something that you don't see every day. And that speaks volumes for me. I mean, genuinely, I don't know what SKC have got in terms of their dinner reservations, but they are in a hurry to make them. That was disgusting.
Bear in mind, this is Super Beach that we're talking about here as well. And Zeta had the last pick. This is a map that traditionally you would favor the last pick team a little bit more, but it looks like the 2-3 turn for Zeta just wasn't really good enough. They didn't respect this bull. They were prophylactically picking up this Nita selection, not respecting the potential of Ziggy that could come in later on. And props to Sebas. He found, you know, a Thanos-like comp. All the stones were gathered and there's just no stopping this.
Yeah, in the past, SK Kalalas didn't shine when it came down to draft. They sometimes just copied Zeta Division and it worked out fairly well to day 8. And we kind of already mentioned it coming into the draft. There's nothing on the left-hand side to really address that bull. And I was kind of like, well, Zeta Division's going to win regardless of that, right? There's Zeta. Well, it didn't happen. The draft does make a huge difference after all. We are in Brawl Stars.
Yeah, Sebas as well did say on Twitter following the first set in the previous matchup where, you know, he did own up and say, look, I mean, the heist draft, I felt like it wasn't really for us, and that is a game in which he feels is maybe his weaker one. So we'll see whether that comes around in this matchup. But so far, I mean, that puts all ideas to rest. But this is my only reservation with SKC is they got to keep this up. They've got to be more consistent than we've seen in previous months and getting this draft right consistently so. Because one misstep and Zeta are going to punish you for it.
And looking at Zeta's bans, yeah, they've had enough here. They've taken out the Ruffs, the Grey, the Ziggy. 3 entire linchpins, I would say, of the tools that Sebas has been bringing to the table. Like, these are picks that I think EMEA kind of really brought to the table first, and now SKC has some of those ideas on the table as well. A Lu first selection going to be coming from Zeta Division, leading out with a Lu, where there are so many other control-based options like Bow available, is a pretty bold move.
The thing is, if you ban out so many, like, just regular support picks on the left-hand side for Zeta Division, they leave open every aggressive brawler that SK Kalalas could pick up since they have lost pick. So picking up that Lu as first pick just already gets your team ready for the eventuality of maybe a Mortis, Kaze, or Kenji coming in later. On the right-hand side, once more, kind of an SK Kalalas special at this point, Mo coming in here. Once again, not on Brawl Ball. This is just the day of Mo, I guess. Finks coming in as well. Fairly strong. What I always like to play against Finks is Pam, for example, Ems, Ember, all these counter his super fairly well.
Glowy. Go Glowy. It's a great map for it. It's a brawler we haven't really seen too much today, and one that I think can get some fantastic results. Bo and Lu is going to cause a tremendous amount of havoc on that objective for sure. I feel like Zeta is going to be continuously landing freeze, continuously landing mines, and SKC are going to have to stay on top of it the entire way through. You can round off things now, potentially with maybe even like a Chester just in the back pocket, just to have something in the eventuality that a third and final pick from SKC could be something of the tanky variety.
I was just going to say,
all go with on themselves.
Yeah, I felt that they needed some tank coverage, you know, a little bit better than Lu. Lu is okay up against tanks, but it is one of the easiest shots that he can dodge up. I was so worried if they let Kenji slip through, it could be the end of them. Now, one of the better answers I think here that SKC would have loved is that Draco selection here, but it was banned out, and as a result, they're gonna have to look for other aggressive options here, or perhaps lean back into punishing this Lu even harder.
Kenji, one of the brawlers you mentioned already at the start of the set. They picked up the Lu, so the opponents couldn't really pick up anything aggressive from the get-go. Still did, kinda, with the Mo. Now picking up the Chester just to address Kenji. And honestly, Chester's one of these brawlers that I'm always a bit surprised if they're not banned out or picked up first. Even on Ring of Fire, fairly open map, but if you do get close and comfy with that Kenji, he's not gonna live for long.
I like the Chester final pick here from SKC. It's probably the best answer to that Kenji. I feel like, you know, the Kenji player on the side of Zeta is going to have to really open up a lot of doors. And if it does get into the grass on the spawn side, very difficult to shake. So let's see as well how quickly they can utilize this Bo Super Totem to allow the Lu to have that insta-freeze to be able to have in a defensive way. Already Batman going to the left-hand side, trying to get this pinch up as well. Nice taps from him. And Ipishu, though, should be able to push him back behind this wall and does. Now Tampa coming in, securing the kill. But in the meanwhile, it's SKC that have been on the zone from pretty much the start of this game.
Crew with just beautiful dodges here. We got the first set of mines coming out there from Battleman. That will buy a little bit of time. So the Temple finally gets in the mid. Ghost T will win that matchup up against Suzuku in that right lane. And that's going to leave Sitatampo inside the mid all by his lonesome, being pinched from three directions. But no choice but to yield the entire center. We've got the first ice ring coming down there. The gadget does find the connection onto Kuru. And this is starting to look like it could go the other way.
Yeah, Zeta now getting really locked in. Ooh, Ghost T, I was going to say, if he came out on top there, it would have been wild. Goes down to the Kenji, he will stay in position, and now Kuru's will be very cautious of his presence. Batman popping the hypercharge now as the mines go down in a pretty perfect spot for me. Suzuku falls, and another Super Totem cycled in there from Batman. Tampa can just hold on to this freeze, wait for them to trick the mines down gradually so, and this is what I'm saying. As time goes on, it's going to be really hard for SKC to break this objective.
Hazards galore inside the mid. SKC gets semi of a team wipe here, but unable to clean up the mid. It brought a lot of time for them, but at the very least, they can be rest assured that Zeta Division will not be chaining that utility. Now Suzuku on that right lane, getting that first kill here and pincering from the back. Should be able to force out Kuru's response there on the gadget. Sitatampo comes back in with the ice ring as well. Sashimi Slash doesn't connect, but they've managed to secure the mid once again.
Beautiful tap there from Sitatampo on the left-hand side. Very importantly done. But now Ghost T is in enemy territory on this bottom right-hand side. Suzuki would probably be the best person to try to find him for his teammates, and Ghost T as well popping their gadget to try to get that super early, gets it off as well and stays in position. That's huge for SKC.
Sitatampo though with a hypercharge now on the mid, not going to find a connection though. Naipishu being pinched out here. He does have the hypercharge super at the ready, could pop it at any point of time. Waiting for the right opportunity though. Suzuku now making a desperate headway play inside the mid, pops that hypercharge super. Oh, it doesn't clip onto Ghosty, he falls in mid-air. The damage not even gonna connect that. The Finks secures the mid now, and Naipishu that saved hypercharge super, bang, gonna be thrown inside the back. SK Kalalas are running away with this set. Very
nicely done. Really nicely done, considering the comp that they are playing into. Now things are getting just a little bit scary, aren't they, for Zeta Division, who I feel have got a comp very worthy of doing something here, but I mean, it's looking just bleak.
Once again, Zeta Division has never dropped a single set in quarters or semis. This is actually historical.
Indeed. Could Zeta reverse this though? It is only one game at this point of time. I mean, we're hyping it up, making it sound like SK Kalalas have already won it, but you gotta bear in mind, that was of some really strange interactions that, Ghosty winning certain matchups that, Shizuku should have known better on. Now though, the Hazard game is back online. I'm seeing a little bit of a better split here between the position. Shizuku is doing his job, forcing out this response from Nai Pishu, and it's a temporary effort, and Zeta finally get a much better early game.
Let's see now, Ghost T again has got to fill up this right-hand side. Suzuku might be better to just go up the map here, to be completely honest. We're going to come back down, and it's going to be a very, very tense back and forth here, which Suzuku does win. Mines now onto the zone, and a pinch between Tampo and Batman here. The Pishu and Kuru push forwards as a result of that, and look again, SKC approach 50%.
Baroma just forcing out the hypercharge. They gets a full clip there onto Nai Pishu. Pesky Chester finally taken out of the equation. Siditampo now back with an ice rink. He's gonna keep it in tow here, and wow, making a sneaky rotation there up that right lane here. He knows he's got mines in the mid already, guaranteeing it here. Pops it now onto Ghosty. Wants to get the tap, the stun onto him. Could almost get it, but not gonna be enough. Ghosty finally now gets stunned up by Sidi and not brought down just yet. Should be able to go down here. Still survives though, but Sidi manages to cycle out the ice rink at the very least. It's 50-53. It is neck and neck.
Ghosty's been playing an amazing game and stayed alive there despite Tampa's attempts to try to get rid of him. Now, SKC have got to pop these mines, and the Pishu finds one of that. Batman can't quite close the distance, but it will now follow the kill. The Hypercharger Ghosty now finds one, but Suzuku shuts him down, and now Zeta can make up for valuable lost time.
This is the Zeta that we expected to see. They may not have the best of cons, but they've certainly got the best of players. Now Baraman popping once against greedy Hypercharge. He's already got mines in the mid, so he doesn't really mind. He still managed to get his Hypercharge in the backline. More hazards that SK Kalalas must contend with.
Now Suzuki coming in with a Hypercharge, and this has got to find a connection. Kuru there sucked in and finds nothing but Batman, the Tampo, and now Zeta start to climb their way back. No way can SKC stop this one in its tracks. We'll be all tied up in this set now.
Sheesh! That is a little bit more Zeta Division that we expect.
Zeta Division.
Yeah, that's a Zeta squared, Like, finally they're bringing it back here. Like, okay, Shizuku, I gotta give chops to him. He pressured the most so hard the entirety of the game. It was a complete 180 from what we saw in the game number 1, where he lost certain interactions he shouldn't have. And in the other game, Baraman and Siditampo, they're playing two brawlers that, honestly speaking, have one of the easiest shots on the planet to dodge. It's difficult for them to maintain permanence, but they succeeded. Can they do it twice, though?
I feel like for SKC, it's the golden opportunity. They're playing against a really tough strategy from Zeta, which, as we saw in the previous game, works more often than not, but they were able to get that first game and do it so comfortably. Again, Ghost T now already in a really deep position on this right-hand side, and Suzuku has got to be able to win the interaction, and Ghost T has the heads-up chance here, popping again that dodgy digging gadget there on the side of the Mo. Ghost T already gets the super off the back of it. Batman low here, and look at this, Ghost T not done yet, finds another one, Tampo all alone. It's a disastrous start for Zeta.
Almost counting up to 50% here from the side of SK Kalalas here. Ghosty does have a Hypercharge Super. Once again, a one interaction on the right side up against Shizuku. He's the man that was meant to counter the Mo. Now suffering in a state of desperation. They force Battleman now on that lane. Shizuku tells Battleman, get back to your job. We are losing control. We're losing ground in all spots. It's desperation time for Zeta Division. They need to make miracles happen now.
Ghost here again, just continuing the assault, and he plays his cards right, can just continue to keep that Kenji weak. Now Tampo low HP will fall as well, to trade Batman coming in. This is the last ditched attempt here from Zeta to try and stay in it. The moment is SKC that are only 9% away from securing this set, and that will put Zeta 2 sets down.
A miraculous play needed here, but they're not going to find it. SK Kalalas now 2 sets up against world champions, caliber level of players, the Goliath of the region. We're finally seeing SK Kalalas show us what they're capable of.
This is honestly astounding. Zeta, of course, already qualified for Brawl Cup. They're here for seeding, and of course, the bragging rights and prize money. But looking back to March, this is already 2 sets more than SKC were able to establish against Zeta Division. So, I mean, this could be a moment this could be, honestly, the first time this year the Zeta division may fall in the semis.
There wasn't a single month where Zeta Division didn't make it through to the grand finals this year. Last year was pretty much a similar image. And now it looks like SK Kalalas can actually shut them down. Super good draft, very good team play, and that's something we critiqued quite a lot today, that the younger rosters, again, in Zeta Division we have a world champion, right? Some very experienced players, but the younger rosters struggle not with the mechanics, not with the draft necessarily, but with the team play, with the communication. We had so many pinches in this one, really good gameplay, someone going aggressive and immediately gets backed by their teammates. Super good to see.
And the energy is just coming out from SK Kalalas as well. You see Naipishu erupt. You see Kuru there, still stoic in his nature, but he knows that this could be it. Like, he's probably telling the team, Gamba, one more, and we got this. We can finally call ourselves a top-tier team. We've had 2 disastrous months where we don't seem to make it past the semifinals, but just look at that. Ghost T with 11 kills up against a matchup that Kenji, he's supposed to lose that matchup. How did that happen?
Yeah, for me, Ghost T, that entire game was just in that right-hand side, like an absolute thorn in the side of Zeta. And just time and time again, a lot of that winning of the lane did dictate what could then happen to Tampu and Badaman. I think that he played it to perfection.
And this is the second time already where SK Kalalas picks up that Mo on a map that isn't Brawl Ball. Like we mentioned often enough today, I feel, usually only played on Brawl Ball. They already picked him on Double Swoosh, and Ghost T popped off there. Might just really be the comfort pick for the side of SK Kalalas. And they're banning Mo and leaving Sirius open?
Seriously?
Heh? What is happening right now?
Really? Plot? For the plot?
I don't mind it. I mean, maybe I'm crazy, but I mean, the Mo here is very, very strong. It's such an underrated brawler in the current meta. I think that those that are dangerous with it, I think that for the side of SKC, knowing that they didn't have the coin toss in their favor, just taking no chances. Sirius is a very strong brawler, and I'll say this all weekend long. He's up there, top 5, top 3, 100%. But in maps like this, which can be broken, and Chester being a prime example of one that can cycle the hypercharge and just really leave open the map, throwers like Sirius can't really do as much in the late game as they can in the early game.
I think SK Kalalas banning out Mo is a power move here. They want to prove that they can win even without their brawler, right?
Yeah.
It is truly the SK Kalalas special for me today to pick up that brawler time and time again where we don't expect it. With Jester and Janet, they go to brawlers that we do see fairly often. Janet being so good in mid because she can always either use the gadget to jump away when danger comes near, or just also get her super and then fly away whenever it's, someone comes a bit too comfy, close and comfy with her. Now, Shadows on the left-hand side, plus Otis, we have a lot of DPS coming out of Zeta Division so far.
There's a lot of ways they could wrap up this draft. They've got coverage here for control in the form of this series now, coverage in terms of this anti-tank potential, but I don't see a gem carrier that has that permanence that is really required. On the side of SK Kalalas, in comparison, they've already committed themselves to this Janet, providing this twofold escape mechanism, sort of an escape artist in types of a gem carrier, and at the same time, it also has ways to deal with those shadows. Also, funny enough, if Sirius copies Janet shadows, I think the shots are really, really bad. Like, it's just purely in the short range. Janet is one of the better brawlers there. Now, Zeta pick up the X Factor in the form of this kit. This is what I was looking for in terms of a way to, either you just completely forgo your gem carry and you play hyper aggressive. So Zeta trying to lean back into what they're comfortable with, but SK Kalalas, they have the last pick here.
Yeah, I'm liking the Janet, honestly, for SKC. I feel like that's going to play really well into the series. Ziggy as well now coming in, a brawler which I'm really, really fond of, and it feels like it's escaping the draft so much in East Asia. Like, far more than it really should be for me. In the EMEA, this is a brawler which is like insta-ban time and time again. I don't know.
But Ziggy into Kit? I think Sprue and I were just both looking at each other like, huh? What? Last pick? Ziggy? Really? Yes, he's a good brawler. Kit can go invisible, and then Ziggy has Kit in his face, and what does he do then?
I think he's got to drop the base to cover him, though. I mean, maybe off the back, it's enough coverage.
You can spot a Kit with a Ziggy 100%.
You can spot it with super as well.
We'll see how well the Kit actually does, and the Ziggy on the other side as Kalalas with the chance to round this up in a 3-0 sweep.
Well, Gem's already littering the map here as both sides already being eager to jump to it. Badaman now utilising the cardboard box. And Full HP now, going to be taking the gems. A short dash in, not going to quite match the distance, but the help of Tampo will get that right-hand side anyway.
So much hate there on the Tunai Pishu there. Battleman rotating across the entire map to get that quick kill. It is, however, the better matchup there for the side of this kid. He is looking for a jump now onto the Ziggy. Doesn't want to do it by himself. Zeta Tampo now on the Sirius. It's the man at large here. I mean, this brawler, as we've hyped up time and time again, has got a 100% win rate so far in the debut here. Gonna get the Chester Shadow out, and it's gonna start to put an immense amount of pressure on the side of SK Kalalas.
Already, it's tough here for SKC to find a break. 2 gems will sit in the back spawn side, but they haven't got time to realistically gather them forwards. Just needs to get some control back down. Shatampo's low. And Pishy, they're going to ignore him. Trying to get a tap now to keep him low, but that's not going to be enough time really to prevent him from getting back to over 5,000 HP. Inku with the stun there as well. Gonna go down now to the Fat Splatter gadget there. So Suzuku and those gems are all for the taking. Both sides being very precarious around them though.
Just there from Suzuku, just for the move speed there to get 2 more gems. Zeta Division are this close to potentially leading in the set. Zeta Tampo is going to continue committing a quick shadow that just immediately gets taken out there. They just need 1 more gem. It's Naipishu that is the lone person left inside the mid. Big hypercharge super. They're going to go be committed there onto Battleman. Pushes him back momentarily, but can't get the takedown, and now stunned up by Battleman. But Suzuku wasn't in position to complete the pinch.
Better, making up a lot of lost time. Tampo will fall on the left-hand side. That's massive, and a heal from Ghost T as well, pushing forwards. Going to find Battleman as well. Battleman will get the gems potentially now, but too low to contest them. Into the pocket then of Nippishu, and the taps there from Suzuku. A massive Kenkuru. Get them, he does. He can always take the skies. He took a lot of perseverance there to not actually do so, retaining it to the later stages of this match. As a reset is inbound, and Zeta strike back.
Battleman's got a hypercharge online though. That's a big win condition for them. Took the entirety of the game to farm it up, and that's exactly why you're seeing SK Kalalas be so careful here. Zeta need 2 gems to make this one, but big jump there from Battleman, and double kill to his name. A triple to boot. Battleman shows why this man was sought and torn away from Reject to join this roster. The new playmaker showing up for Zeta Division in a big way. This game is counting down to 0. Zeta Division, they put 1 on the board.
What was Kuru doing? What was he doing? He's a Janet. You got to be aware that the kit is going to be landing on you next. So he's taking down 2 of your teammates, and his fingers were not on the button. I mean, that could have been a difference maker there for me. But yeah, SKC, I think did well to bring it back regardless. They were behind for so much of the game. To actually make it as close as it was impressive, honestly. Bit of an interesting choice of
gadget.
Yeah, the Ziggy. Not what I'm expecting to see. Not what I would want to see, honestly.
Could be a secondary escape mechanism up against the likes of Batman, but that really, really neuters the brawler. I mean, you talk about lightning spam and pressure that comes out from this, but here in Gem Grab, maybe this is sort of the middle ground. You know, they still like the potential from the super, but they want to make sure it's safe. But in this game, though, I'm seeing all kinds of chaos happening. Zeta Tampo, when did Sirius become an assassin?
It's a good answer to the kit as well, so I can see the logic behind that choice of the Ziggy, but I feel like that's the weak of the 2 for sure. Ghosty now going to struggle against this kit, and the support there of Suzuki with these taps is massive. Tampa now pushing down this right-hand side. He's doing really well for it. Kuru's got to come back. He's forced to now as the serious shades in the mid are forced to be taken care of by Ghost T. 6 gems to 3, and Zeta's still in the lead.
Zeta really need a set on the board here. They don't want to get clean swept. They want this to be the beginning of a reverse sweep. But that said, though, it's going to be off the likes of Battleman, who had the discipline to not pop that super. They're now changing off to Ghost T. They're forcing a reaction there from Takuru to jump back out. But once again, it's just pressure exerted to trade out the gems. Naipishu getting a little bit too aggressive. Caught out that position. The gadget saves him in time, though.
That's the Now You See Me gadget there on the Ziggy side, which did manage to keep the gems just about, but I feel like he was so out of place. I mean, with the other gadget of Electric Shock, you wouldn't even need to. Now Battleman comes in whilst everyone is low, capitalizes down. He can't get out though, the gems are dropped, but in the meanwhile, Zeta are going to get the temp from the mid. They don't even need it from the SKC spawn side.
Naipishu makes a massive Hail Mary play, teleports to the mid with a hypercharge, but no super to his name. They're going to commit this one onto Suzuku. He can't really dodge this one out. Kuru with the hypercharge goes in, could potentially get the reset here. He's sitting right on top of Suzuku, manages to secure an initial reset, but they threw everything for that.
I don't think there's enough time to secure these gems from the mid either. With the gems spawning in now, it's beyond 7 seconds now. Batman coming in. There's no push from SKC. Maybe it's one of the back spawn side. Maybe there was one sitting there. Kuru went backwards, so I'm assuming that was just sitting there waiting for the taking. And that's valuable insurance here for SKC. They've now got 12 to 10. It's Zeta that need to make the push.
No way, Battleman carried that one singular gem that could spell the end for them. A stun out on the Ghosty, but it's not enough to bring him down. I don't believe this is happening. A reset could be in tow here. The countdown starts once again with the hypercharged super zoning off so much of that far side of the map. It's just Suzuku against the warrior. Mutes up one, tries to get the other. Battleman, can he really do this? He's gonna credit, jumps out onto his teammate. I don't believe it. What a scrappy game.
You gotta take to the skies, Kuru. You picked Janet for a reason. Now, the battle of the mid remains. It's 14 to 13 in favor of SKC. And need one more. Batman's now very low here, and Kuru can afford to go on the aggressive. Ghost T though low on that top left. Kuru takes to the skies now, and SKC might just be able to run away with this. If Ghost T can survive here, Zeta are too far back. SKC, get it! What is life?
What? What could have... What? There was a million things had to go wrong for Zeta to lose that one. You have a massive lead in the early game. You've got Baraban doing all the things, and when the world needed it most, he just needed a team to tell him, bro, chill, you've got one gem, and now they're on match point.
I've still got reservations, though, massive reservations on Kuru, to be completely honest. I want to make sure and see that he's able to be a better gem carry with those gems. And oh, look, this Batman is so dangerous on this kit. But it might all be for nothing if Zeta lose this game. His stats would be great, but I mean, you want to make the grand finals, no?
It's a long road for them as well, and you know they're playing not just for the grand finals, they're also playing for seeding. Losing here opens up the door for Crazy Raccoon to potentially steal Cine for them. Great gadget uses that from Nai Pishu, but he was stunned up in the backline, so Sidatapo still could finish him off there. All right, I'm gonna catch my breath here. Zeta are finally starting to recover a little bit of their composure. I hope they weren't too spooked out by the last game, because in all theory, this should have been over.
It really should have been now. Batman continuously aggressing the Ziggy, but actually with the helping hand of Kuru there, they will secure him. SKC behind. Tampo not going to be affected there by that Ziggy super either. Gonna struggle though with the range of Kuru, so gonna get this gem from the mid to make it 6-4. Oh. Batman on the falls, goes to T somehow, wins that interaction again with that close proximity of the Chester. He's gonna pack a punch.
Got so lucky there, the jawbreaker there. The stun was exactly what he needed. Baraman needs to break back out of this base. SK Kalalas, they have made up for lost time. Now 6-6, and Kuru is doing exactly. I think he can listen to you, Ark. He's starting to use more of his abilities to, you know, steal those gems, take to the skies, try to build up a small gem advantage. You don't want to fall too far behind.
SKC are clustered here, and for a Ziggy and a Sirius, it's going to be lovely, easy pickings for Batman there as well, leaving just Kuru alone. Finally does something against the kit. Thank you, Kuru. We need this from you now, but it might be too late. Zeta in the mid now. Hypercharge pop from Suzuki. He knows that he's going to buy that little bit of time to get it, and now SKC need this reset.
They've done it once, can they do it again? Kuru takes to the skies aggressively, but it's a one-way trip from him. Look at Battleman, he knows exactly where he's gonna land. Bang, just dumps straight on top of him with the hypercharge. No way for them to come back from this one. Woo! The sacred timeline is kind of restored here. After that disaster of game number 2, I am, feeling a bit better for Zeta Division, because they're finally starting a little bit of a reverse sweep here.
I'm feeling a bit better, but not by much, to be completely honest. That was all Batman, and I can't wait to see his stats specifically. I mean, they needed him just to make all the plays. He was the key playmaker in that set, and this one is still far from over. SKC are drafting better. I don't think that was a massive draft mistake, but it had some weaknesses which Zeta were able to capitalize down on. This was the reset. This is where we had our hearts in our mouths. Yeah. Crazy.
How did SK Kalalas even take a game this one? They came so close to taking this series 3-0 against Zeta Division, which is absolutely crazy. At this point in the series, they have never even lost a set in the semis or quarterfinals. Now SK Kalalas makes it look like, I don't know, Zeta Division is Zeta Division light.
competitive, I guess is the word. And okay,
that's what I'm saying.
That's what we want to see.
What I'm saying. That's why Zeta are still in this.
I was gonna make a wager with you and be like, do you think he crossed 20 kills? Well, I'm glad I didn't say it. He was just on the mark with 19. But just, wow. I mean, coming back to the draft a little bit, right? This all started off a little bit chaotically when the villain of Brawl Stars was allowed through. When you allow Sirius as a first pick, I expect the entirety of the comp to come together to be something that deals with it. And instead, I see on the side of SK Kalalas, it felt like a bit like a bait and switch. They wanted to allow the Sirius first pick and hope that Zeta would trip over themselves. Didn't really work out.
And then they picked Ziggy into Kit. That's all I'm going to say to that. Definitely not what I would have went for. And through that, Kit also had 19 kills. That's absolutely ridiculous. Ziggy, on top of everything else, played Now You See Me gadget. He teleported across the map, which is arguably not the best gadget for this brawler, right?
I'm not a fan of it, really. I feel that, you know, a kit can be stopped. I mean, especially in this map, because there are specific spots in the bush where a kit is going to lurk. And you can test those areas with Ziggy. He's the perfect brawler to do so. Even when he's, you know, using the cardboard box on the kit, you can seek and destroy it. But with that gadget, you're massively missing out on the point, because Electric Shuffle allows you to spam the map continuously, and a kit can't duke all of them.
Spoo, I love how whenever he's trying to defend the Ziggy pick, you and me are looking at each other and like...
I will defend Ziggy to the ground. I will die on this hill.
Hey, they banned Sirius.
Hey, they realized that the brawler exists. They realized global ban didn't go through. I want to believe Sebas didn't do it on purpose. I think that Janet was kind of prepared, but this time, no, they're not going to allow that happen. So out in the open, leaning out with this Jaeyoung as a first selection, it kind of opens up the comp in many directions. We've already seen what what the other East Asian teams have done in this map. I think it was Rival Esports that piloted this to a wondrous degree. Allows you so much flexibility. Big fan of this pick.
Now Zeta Division is doing the power move of, hey, we can also win without Kit, by the way. We're going to ban him ourselves. Mo is left open on the right-hand side. Interesting one. Wouldn't pick him on out in the open. I would go with Brock, for example. Slid through the vents here. Also, Eve left open. Both of these could come later on in the draft. First off, for Zeta Division is going to be Byron, though. We've seen him before. He's one of the best long-range bowlers in the game at the moment. Also a fairly decent healer. Arky mentioned it previously. Why do we see no Glowy today whatsoever? He's not been banned, I think, once. Did that range nerf hurt him that much?
Potentially, yeah. Byron Ollie is where I'm thinking here. Brock's going to come in as well. I mean, Brock's a first pick worthy brawler. I'm surprised he went with Jaeyoung, honestly, for the side of SKC, who I think should maybe consider the Ollie here, because with the Byron and the Ollie, it just might be too much to play into, put banned out there. So the Meeple could be an option here for me. Break open some of the bush and just have nowhere to hide, really. But this Brock and this Byron, it's definitely challenging here. The alley as well could be a replacement of that Ollie on the side of Zeta. That could be how they're feeling about things. A tough brawler to make work, but ultimately, you know, if you're able to maneuver it as well as a team like Zeta, then you can get some good results.
I think Nani could be a good shout here from the side of SKC. They do sacrifice sort of the tempo lead in the early game, but as I mentioned before, with Slipstream on Jaeyoung, it's not that bad. You've got a Brock with Rocket Fuel committed to open up a third lane on their side of the map. I wouldn't mind a Nani here. It's a great matchup into both this Byron and to this Brock, and it also covers the bases in case they don't want to get frisky here with maybe like a all-in on a Piper, for example, which they have been more than happy to do in the past here. So lots of options here for SK Class. Now they're going to opt to go for aggressive options, so they do have the tempo control from Jaeyoung to run into the mid, but as you said, with this Brock left open, it's going to be very hard for them to secure mid.
Kind of expected a boat to come out there on the right-hand side once more. The boat Jaeyoung comp in scrims in the last 2 weeks has a 100% win rate, and we haven't seen it once yet. That's so surprising to me. Meeple now coming out on the left-hand side. Mention of Meeple, of course, super good to just get some area control to completely lock your opponents in their spawn, because they have nothing to break the map open, nothing to cross the water. I would have definitely preferred the alley pick for that reason. They are just going to be spawn trapped if Zeta Division ever gets close enough, and they are so much faster in the mid because they can break open the map with that Brock. They're just going to walk through straight into mid, block them off with mention of Meeple, and then from there it's just like, oh, we're going to farm super as Zeta Division in mid. SK Koalas is spawn trapped.
I really like it as that final pick. It's going to be quite tough if SKC lose control here and get pushed back. It's going to be really tough to get out of this position here with very little to do so. No wall break, nothing to really go through the water side of things. The RT potentially here, but it's yeah, now a time for SKC to know that, to get further forwards and be dominant in their approach. Now it's Zeta that pushed them to a forward.
It's actually a pretty good start here from SK Kalalas. And they have a comp here, honestly speaking. This Mansion to Meepo is something that has a cooldown here. Ghosty is being isolated there on that left-sided lane, but he's just dodging everything. Mina shots are, pretty difficult to hit from that range, but you know what's harder? Brock shots, and that's exactly how they've punished it. Kurudek, that's the first takedown of the game. Ghosty's gonna be going in, completely cleans it up, and SK Kalalas take that first round.
Yeah, very, very confident stuff here. I still like what Zeta are rolling with here, but the speed of this Jaeyong is going to allow SKC to get better off the mark. Goes T now, weaving his way forwards. He's looking so dangerous today, honestly, from the way he's been playing and looking so confident in his approach. Zeta trying to tap up the RT now. Tampo does connect, but again, it's just all SKC in terms of positioning power here.
Yeah, I'm not the greatest of fans here. Yeah, Meeple's Mansion is going to go out there. They threw everything, and Nightbishu couldn't even bring him down there. Needed a third shot to connect, but the Jaeyong heals were just enough to keep him topped up. That was so much resources committed from Zeta, and now they don't have anything to show for it. They're running out of time arc.
Yeah, that missed tap there from Badaman would have sealed Nightbishu's demise, but he missed it, and now Zeta are still in the 3 versus 3 of time against them. Gas going to be coming in now. Suzuki has got a Rocket Rain. It's the time to really utilize this kind of utility. Does go for the wall break, forcing goes T to the left. Tampo's going to be stunned out here and just somehow survives. That was ridiculous. It keeps Zeta in this now with 3 versus 1. They're actually going to take a round and turn it. That's crazy.
Really lucky there from the side of Zeta. The vision could have been a disaster there with Zeta being pulled in. They just needed one more shot from Nightbishu to close the deal. But time is running out from the side of Zeta Division. They do have hypercharges online, but they're not as quintessential, for example, as compared to a hypercharge from Nightbishu, which is inevitable. And look at Zeta, they're positioning, they're just completely boxed in the base. They're trying to force a reaction from bottom line.
Yeah, I was going to say, but Badaman can get them out of this position at any moment in time. So as long as Suzuki and Tampo don't fall, or of course, Badaman who needs to make that play, then that hypercharged super, they can just go through this entire map. So let's see now. SKC know that. Regrouping, recollecting their HP at the same time. The gas will not be far away now, and Zeta need to ensure that they are in the best position to win this round. It's a must-win round for them, really, in my opinion, considering that it will put SKC onto match point yet again if they falter.
That's not a position you want to be in as the reigning chip leader of East Asia here. All the resources, hypercharges, purple buttons being pressed by the entire team. Bottomman pops his one inside the mid. Siddhartampo going to be throwing his one out a little bit earlier. The timing is a little bit off, and it's SK Kalala that has this hypercharge online from Nightbishu. The blender is here. Tornado will strike. Disaster will follow next. One more game, and Zeta is out.
Unreal, and I'm with you. The timing just there was not right. You know, that was not the Meeple hypercharged play. And at this point, the way that Zeta are playing and making mistakes, SKC deserve to make the grand finals. But at the moment, they are struggling to secure this match point, a place that they've not really been against Zeta this entire year long, so the nerves is potentially getting to them. They've got to seal this now. They cannot allow Zeta to take this to a 5th and final set.
It opens the floodgates for Crazy Raccoon to potentially steal the first seed of the region as well. That is the risk of losing here. 2 positions is all Crazy Raccoon will need to take that one. But I like what I see here from Zeta Division. They are playing a lot more aggressively this time, not the perfectly passive gameplay. Even Suzuki tearing up his entire bush. They know that they just need to not get spawn trapped, play for that half mid position. Full commitment made by both sides, but neither of them dropping. Ghosty somehow, someway gets out with 20 HP.
They need that takedown, and then Badaman overextends. You can't do that, Zeta. I feel like that Meeple gadget as well may have been misplaced because it just allowed SKC to get back into the mid. And now they are up against a world of potential peril here in a 2 versus 3, and the mechanics have just not been there so far from Zeta. Tampo going to try his best, but again, wasting super. You can't do that. You've already lost. Hold on to that stuff, no?
I don't know what I'm looking at. This looks like Zeta Division, maybe, feeling the nerves. Folks, this isn't even the Brawl Cup, and they're starting to crack against a team that I was saying is basically Zeta Division Light. Well, today, they're the ones proving us wrong with such a solid draft here. They might just pull it together here. We see Amiibo's match.
Yes,
yeah, finally, the combo that they've been setting up the entirety of this set comes online.
That was a moment that I just worried even for Zeta, and I shouldn't be feeling that way. I should be feeling really confident when I'm watching them play, but I even felt that might have slipped through the cracks here. Kura and Ghost T going to try and make a miracle happen here, but they could still do it. And Ghost T now so low, though. Pushed right back into the corner, but I'm still not counting out the mistakes that are not going to be made, though. Zeta will secure it in the round, but it is still SKC who are only one round away from taking this, from making the grand finals, from knocking Zeta out in the semi-finals. It could just be down to one singular takedown to determine it.
Could be the beginning of a reverse sweep. Let's not count Zeta Division out just yet. 2 hypercharges online, and Zeta Division now successfully opening up majority of the map. Should make it a lot harder for Ghost T to maneuver. We see Battleman commit the Meeples Mansion, but I like this. You commit it and then immediately just get the lane swap, try to get onto Ghost T. That's the matchup that he wants.
Yeah, Ghost T really depending on these Jae-Young heals, and now the speed coming in. Batterman has got the hypercharge. There needs to be a better time bomb this time round. Actually, all 3 members of Zeta now rocking hypercharges. This is where the timing matters. Tampa's going to pop his down. Suzuki is go. Time for Zeta. Akura's in the wall as well. Batterman just got to be able to secure it, and he does now. Following forwards, it's a 3 versus 2, and that gives Zeta the advantage.
I'm actually the one. A big kill down to Ghosty. I think he more or less knew that he was done there. They want to get the reset in and potentially go to this game number 3. I think, to be honest, as soon as they saw the triple hypercharges online, and, you know, there was probably a conversation like, hey, Knifeishu, how close are you to your hypercharge? It's like, nope. All right, GG. Let's try to knock it down the next round.
See there as well, Tampo looking like he's already lost. Might I add, the pressure is something which this region, East Asia, is so known for, being able to stay composed. And that's now Ghost T stuck in the wall, but again, with no super so far, it's the early moments of this match. Batterman can't really have much to follow up with, but it will break a little bit of push. Ghost T now getting tapped up, depending upon, yet again, these Jae-Young heals. It's pretty neck and neck so far.
It's going to come down to the slightest of mistakes from both of these teams. Zeta Division, they're rocking this long-range comp, need to hit a lot of shots, get those hypercharges online. Otherwise, there's no safety when it comes to that late game. On the side of SK Kalalas, though, they have to keep this pressure going. They can't just yield the entire of the map, but they also can't overcommit. It's neck and neck tension from both teams, slowly weaving their way through this game. Battleman is all by his lonesome here on the right side. It's a bit of a gamble play. Ghosty making a similar gamble, but not paying off. You can't disrespect my boys sit there like that.
Kuru's going really aggressive. That's a huge weekend warrior gadget. And Suzuki has to break just to be able to stay in this and come through the wall now on the Pirshu versus Batterman. And the Pirshu gets it. That's massive for SKC. But yet again, they've got to tie these up. How many times can Zeta keep holding on? But this might be the time that SKC get it done.
One more round is all that it takes for them to punch a ticket to the grand final and bring Zeta Division to their knees. Meeples Mansion is going to lead the path for Zeta Division. They are starting to work towards hypercharges, but they still got 2 rounds ahead of them, Mark. I don't know if they've got gas in the tank to even get there.
Good taps though from Tampo. Suzuki's going to be cautious now, marked up by those RT taps. Ghost T staying in the mid, just helping support Jae-Young as they push you now. Be poisoned down with a helping hand, that hypercharge. From Tampo, Kura's blocked in Nolan's right-hand side. Batterman is tapping both players, though equal HP. Ghost T now healing as he's incredibly low on that left-hand side.
Yeah, the support from both teammates coming in there. Ghost T continuing to pressure onto this Brock. The matchups are not what Zeta want, but they've given up trying to chase Ghost T. Every time he takes big taps, though, it is an opportunity, and with the smoke closing in, this is the timing that Zeta want to capitalize on. You see Knifeishu, he's got the blender online, but rightly so, he'll be disciplined and saved it. All right, Site, come on. I know you're nervous, but did you really have to commit that there?
I mean, the RT hypercharge is going to come one way or another, and I think it's probably better to hold on to it for SKC. They could have gone for it, honestly, and it might not have been the worst idea in the world, but they're playing it slow and safe. I think that's good in this scenario because, again, they're only 1 round away. But I agree with you, Zeta Division could have done better to hold on there.
And now with no resources to their name, they've committed so much of that hypercharge. SK Kalalas, they can smell it, they can almost taste it, the victory that might be coming in here. Battleman's even forced to pop a prophylactic hypercharge here, wants to throw it onto their side, pushes them all the way, buys as much time as possible. Now we see Zeta Tampo coming in. Knifeishu's forced to pop that hypercharge. That's the win condition taken out of their pocket. That's the wind out of their sails as well. Not much that Battleman can do. He wishes that that super was just a little bit more. Could have been a kill there.
Legs are down, being tapped up there by Tampo, but I really like that play from Zeta. They had to go as early as that to force out the hypercharge of the RT, and now it's not going to be there for later game. There's a lot of low HP on the top left, but Pishu is the greater problem. Weekend Warrior gadget now as well. Zeta pinned up against the wall now, the gas coming in as well. There's one though! Zeta fighting an angle, that's amazing! That was a position of weakness that they turned in to a position of strength.
They get the set. It's going the distance. Exactly what we wanted.
Oh yeah, East Asia's not gonna be all 3-1s and 3-0s today. We are blessed with a set number 5. Zeta just might be able to do, I wouldn't say the impossible, because they seem to be the man that always makes the impossible possible.
I used to say things like that about Zeta Division, and then the World Finals last year happened. And, it just shows that even gods can bleed. And I feel like this could be the time for SKC, but the nerves are absolutely getting to them. They are not securing these match point scenarios, and they were only one round away, time and time again there, still not able to tie it up. And when this happens in Brawl Esports, what tends to go the way it goes is that Zeta will take it to the 5th, and then they'll just be the ones to secure it. It's like that first kind of team pressure when it gets to making a grand finals of the first time of the year, and they struggle.
I think Zeta Division actually gets motivated through being in the back foot right now. They really want to win this one. They want to prove to the world that they haven't fallen off between March and now. SKC is just really playing super well today, but not enough to actually close out the match point. They had 2 already. They were so close. Arguably, in the previous set, the draft really wasn't on their side. So even though they had a match point in gem grab, it wasn't supposed to happen. And now in that one, though, in the knockout set, it really looked like SKC had it in the bag.
Yeah, I feel like at this rate, it comes down to a draft, which, as we've seen today already, can go against teams like SKC when they're up against pressure and they've got to make decisions that are so monumental. I'm not really feeling, despite SKC's performance, they are looking like the better team. There's no doubt about that. Like, the mechanics are absolutely outmatching Zeta, but it's Zeta's perseverance and ability to stay composed that is prevailing for them so far. And I just feel like it would be so poetic for them now to win the whole thing and go to the grand finals.
SKC, one piece of advice. The last game is always the hardest one to clinch. The last set, when you're on match point, you know that you could be the one to go down in history to stop Zeta in their tracks, but that creates more pressure for them. I mean, Sonny, I've got to disagree a little bit. I honestly feel that comp reminded me of what Revenant used to do. The type of comps whereby, you're up against double sharpshooter. When I saw the Byron Brock come in, I immediately knew SKC, they've already set up this Jae-Young, an aggressive pick was coming in. I felt that they had a better comp on paper, but then the pressure, as you said, it got to them. For some reason, they're the ones, the underdogs, feeling the pressure, where Zeta should be the one who said, oh my word, really, Sebas? You let Sirius through on Bridge Too Far?
Once again, Sirius is left open against Zeta Division. For the second time, they pick him up now. I was just talking about that gem grab set where they had the kid into Siggy and the Sirius on their side. Now I really wonder what they're going to show us here against this Sirius. Is it going to be Siggy again? I don't know. We actually agreed, Spoo. I said on gem grab, they had the worst comp, no chance, but now a knockout really looked like they had it in the bag. They're going to open up the map. Good idea, I guess, into a Sirius. Having a cloned Colt against you is a lot of DPS, though. I don't usually like that. Now on the right-hand side, we already have the damage. Maybe they go with something that has a bit more control. Angelo Pierce banned out here. Maybe it's going to be another Bell coming in here.
Bell's a good shout, to be fair. Get ahead of the 8-bit potential on this map, which I really still love, honestly. I think it can have a great way of things as the bow coming in. Mine's on the safe, of course. Being able to be triggered can get past the cracking of the safe and give you some extra percentiles on that safe in terms of damage. So quite like it for that reason. Definitely still some long-range brawlers still available here. Don't necessarily even mind an RT potential on this map. It's a bit more avant-garde, but the Sirius is definitely a dangerous prospect, and it does cater a lot more in Zeta's favor for the most part. Otis is going to come in, and that could be something of a potential tank idea coming in, maybe. I mean, you've got to have it in the back pocket for the fact that it's the third and final pick going the way of SKC regardless.
It could be an Ali coming in here. I prefer it over the Juju here. It's a good selection there up against the Bow and the Colt as well. And I think this Otis, as you said, it's more prophylactic. They were just trying to pick it up so that they wouldn't have the easiest sort of comp to round it off in the world. Just take it away from the side of SK Kalalas. It does suffer though. I mean, Otis's range is a little bit shorter than the Colt. And wow, they're going to go for the Nanny instead. So just really tripling down on this control idea and then banking off Siditampo onto this Otis to hopefully manage whatever last pick tank potentially comes the way of SK Kalalas.
Tank, there's not that many options left, honestly. Usually you see a Kaze and Shade on a map like this one. I kind of want to see an 8-bit now, once more, because we don't really have anything on the left-hand side to address it. Yes, Sirius can destroy the turret even if it's behind a wall, but we don't have that bell we talked about. It's not going to be 8-bit. It is going to be a tank indeed, and it's Ellie, a brawler that can make good use of all the water on this map, but is it going to be the pick that wins SK Kalalas finally? Also a match point. I kind of fear the worst here. I kind of thought we Zeta Division's comp, and I wanted SK Kalalas to win this one, honestly, after what they've shown us in set number 1 and 2. Also set number 3 and 4, honestly. They came so close to taking down this tyrant. In the end, they didn't.
I just heard a massive sigh on the desk from Spoo, so I'm going to hand it over to you. Tell me about it.
I don't know how to evaluate this. I just feel like my heart rate's probably going through the moon right now for both of these teams. They want this so badly in this set number 5 on Bridge too far. And it's going to kick things off with Naipishu with the first kill onto the game there, but can't convert it into damage. That's going to be Kuru that draws the first bit of damage onto that safe.
Tampa now just continuing to collect the shadows and moving forwards into this mid area. Suzuki can find a couple of taps on the safe, enough to Zeta Division into the lead now. Nipishu on the left-hand side, sneaking forwards now, lurking towards Tampa. Oh, that peep would have been a nice defensive measure, but Tampa will fall regardless, even goes T on the safe.
Suzuku now managing to teleport to the back there, cracking that first layer of shielding onto that safe. SK Kalalas will get parity there. Naipishu retreats, gets the assassination onto Suzuku, but they've got so many threats that they have to deal with. Look at this alley shadow on Siddhitampo. It is currently competing against himself. That shadow is kind of going nowhere though. Bottom gets the mute there onto Ghost T, and all this damage raining in onto the Zeta Division safe. It's neck and neck, but SK Kalalas are pulling ahead.
And still staying in position, most importantly here as well. Can they get the damage they need now, down to just 10%? As taps are still there. No one's being taken care of by Zeta. And SKC add another match point to the board. But again, it's not about obtaining the match points that's been their problem in this series. It's about securing the win. And that's what they have to do next.
Tough one for Zeta Division in this one. I love that alley last selection coming in from the side of SK Kalalas here. It's a very, very simple idea. There's 2 good matchups he can go into. He just needs to not lose to Suzuku here. Gonna be able to dive down one. Gets that first kill. Now onto the mid. Open things up for Ghost T. It's only Baruman that's left, and Naipishu goes for a third here, but he has cleaned all 3 lanes for SK Kalalas.
Zeta Division are going to be feeling very stressed at the moment. Mines on the safe. Naipishu knows that it's a good time to strike. Goes in the left-hand side. Lovely diversion there. And goes now to push the time against him as well. And now it's just down to Badaman to be able to defend this in a 1v3. I'm really liking the perseverance here of SKC, not outstaying their welcome. Getting the damage, but staying back in the mid for the return.
No lane adjustments being made from the side of Zeta Division. It's Naipishu that has full dominion there of all 3 lanes. He can opt to go for Badaman if he wants here. Most likely not. He's looking at Siddhitampo next, maybe even looking at the safe. Zeta just looked completely lost here. I wouldn't know what to tell them. I wouldn't know what to do. It looks like it might be the beginning of the end for the Titans of East Asia.
Big miss there from Badaman. The mute to nowhere. As Ghost T evades it. Hypercharge now for Naipishu, and another safe crack. Now big tap from Suzuku. A mine that had to be duped there by Badaman, but now Naipishu in the background just healing up, and the hypercharge coming straight in. And that's SKC fully on the safe.
A base raid's going to be emerging here. You got a nanny on one side and you got 2 members of SKC on the other. 2 layers of shielding is the full advantage that's there. Suzuku even gets desperate here, pops the peak there to just try to buy a little bit of time. It's just time that they've bought. Last layer of shielding is there for the side of SK Kalalas. They just need a bit more arc.
Yeah, Kuru there, tapping on the left-hand side. No one's got the range to deal with him. Now Naipishu coming forwards over the lake as well, straight into the eye of the storm. And these taps are huge. SKC do it! For the first time this year, Zeta Division will not be in the grand finals. It's been such a long time coming. But for SKC, their time is now.
SK Kalalas, show us that indeed gods can bleed. Zeta Divisions may have been the Titans of East Asia for the past 2 monthly finals. But Sonny, we're gonna be looking at a very different grand final today. At the very least, SK Kalalas will be a new team emerging here in East Asia.
What a series this was. We got to see all 5 sets of this. And finally, SK Kalalas closes a match point out. A quick 2-0 here on heist. Super nice to see. I'm covered in goosebumps, honestly. This match was such good Brawl Stars. We really get treated well here today. SK Kalalas, we gotta be honest here. We didn't really side with their comp, but they are just the better team today. What are we seeing here? A Zeta division that doesn't look as strong anymore as they did in the previous months.
Yeah, the mechanics just were not there. They were just very much all over the place. A lot of the times, depending upon Batman to be the playmaker, and it's not just about any one person in Brawl. It's a team game. It's a 3v3 for a reason, and I think for me, the synergy was just much, much better on the side of SKC. Now, I know we love to talk about scrim rates here on the desk, but SKC did it the highest this month, since the balance changes. So, I mean, 14 for an AP issue. I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, when there's stats like that, and there was Ghost T in previous sets as well, and how often do you see Zeta with such a limited amount to save for their draft? It's just been a very, very tough day for them, but one that I'm sure they'll reflect on and come back stronger for.
They need to, because the next stop for them is Berlin at the Brawl Cup, and I'm gonna be real with you, Sunny. I'm not thrilled by the way that they've drafted today. I think Sebas in that last draft, I mean, we're seeing it in hindsight, so it's a lot easier to evaluate, but surely that alley pick was what did it in for them. Sirius in Bridge too far doesn't really cut it here. I mean, I thought they would go Otis plus the alley to cover that base, but as soon as they let it through with a Nani, it kind of completely fell apart for them. So wonderful performance there from SK Kalalas, and I would credit Sebas for so much of that.
Again, gotta be honest here, I really didn't like the Ellie pick as last pick, but the Otis just struggled really with addressing her. He completely ignored her at some point. I think in Ipisher, he didn't only have 14 kills, he also had about 0 or 1 death. He did so well, he just never went down and did safe damage, always got the kill. Sirius didn't do anything really because he had that Ellie against him. Maybe he is. We didn't see him win very often today. I'm actually gonna check that later. He only got picked up like twice, maybe 3 times.
3 times.
Yeah.
It's
And
a
lost.
2-1 at the moment, yeah.
Yeah.
But even when he won, it wasn't off the backs of the series. It was just like a little drafting
It was the
trap. Yeah, it was the kid or it was something else. It just made the draft so complicated that the opponent would outdraft themselves. Not what happened here.
We want to have a quick look once more against one of the highlights that we had in this series, the back and forth in Gem Grab, guys. How crazy was that?
Again, Batman, was what Zeta were really depending upon to make all the moments shine for Zeta time and time again. I felt like there wasn't just enough overall team synergy, but the amount of times this game went back and forth and a sneaky little capture of a gem there from SKC, and I think at one point they left one in the back spawn as well as insurance because they couldn't get one from the mid.
It was just tough, and I think if Zeta Division had lost here, their mental going forward in the Brawl Cup would have been completely shattered. Off the backs of amateur mistakes, like Battleman completely forgetting he had 1 gem, nearly giving it away. You see in the second game there, the 15 gem that came down. That should not have happened.
And there's only 29 gems that spawn overall in a gem grab map. All 29 gems had to spawn in order for SK Kalalas to still win a set in this one. Crazy Raccoon versus Rival is up next, Arc. Now, do we continue with the pattern we set up so far? Is Rival going to take this one and we have a complete new grand final, or is Crazy Raccoon heading for their second grand final in a row?
It's really going to be quite interesting to see, because when you look back through the bracket, the quarterfinals, of course, we saw Crazy Raccoon versus Insomnia, and we said on the desk following that game, were Crazy Raccoon really tested? Are they kind of warmed up enough? Have they, going to come into their semi-finals match underprepared potentially here? As Rival really caused a massive upset, in my opinion. I think that Fennel for many were a favourite in that match. So, and this could go either way. I mean, we've seen already Zeta fall. Could we see the unthinkable of now Crazy Raccoon falling as well? You know what I mean?
Trev, what's your call? I believe you also voted for Crazy Raccoon. After what just happened to Zeta Division, would you change that?
I think for me, I wouldn't listen to my predictions.
Been doing that every year that you've been on the desk.
Today has not been my day. I'm like 2-5 or something like that. So I wouldn't listen to my predictions at all. I think you've still got to stick with Crazy Raccoon regardless of any results in the past. Like if I had to predict again, I'd go and predict Zeta Division 10 times out of 10 regardless of that result. So I think I've kind of got to stay with Crazy Raccoon here. Obviously, Rival is a very good opponent and anything can happen, but 100% got to stick with what I've predicted.
So we set everything up already for that semi-final number 2. Let's get it on the way. It's Crazy Raccoon versus Rival Esports. Once again, kind of like a David versus Goliath story. Rival Esports had a bit of a rocky past, but this year they definitely cemented themselves as some of the top teams in East Asia. They consistently qualified for every single monthly final so far. Lost only to Zeta division in the semi-final in February, so only lost to the winner in the end. Then last month they lost to SK Kalalas, who we just see now might just be up there, you know?
They're a very solid team, I'll put it that way. That was an incredible match, it really was, and a thoroughly deserved win against Zeta Division. They played it so well. How incredible the back and forward matches. I think we've deserved it today after how the rest of the games have been, pretty one-sided. I think that was a well-needed game, and SKC are just looking incredible at the moment.
Ark, we also want to have a look at some of the draft specials from those two teams. Is any brawler still in your mind from the quarterfinals that Crazy Raccoon picked?
I did like that Penny, honestly, on Ring of Fire. I feel like that's a very EMEA idea that's gravitating to or from East Asia, and I think that's the only squad that I've really seen kind of bring that kind of brawler in. I think the M's escaping in that series in itself, I think, is one of my reservations, though, is like the fact that they were facing up against Insomnia, so how much we can really draw from the draft is kind of a bit in question, because maybe they were not blocking out all the best of ideas. But I mean, certainly these are kind of like brawlers that are in a heartbeat, pretty much the beating soul of East Asia, really. But yeah, things like Penny, which are just a little bit more out there for me, could certainly make a reappearance.
What sticks out to me here, Crazy Raccoon, not a team that wants to play aggressively. They also ban out Kit here as their global bans. Had a lot of tanks and assassins banned out in the regular bans as well. On the other side, we have Rival Esports, also here for you their picks. They did lose one set, but then took it in the end against Fennel, and it's a bit of a different story. Also a team that likes to play Mo. They liked the Kenji Mortis comp in open business, did manage to pull off that win. We did not quite expect Assassins to be that good, but in the hands of Rivals, they are.
Yeah, I think they're a super well-balanced team. Like, they play a lot of control, but then they can just switch it up when they need to. If they see an opportunity to go aggressive, to go tanks, assassins, they can do it, and they can do it really well too. But you see the majority of the brawlers here support, kind of control. But then, as you said, that one with the two assassins, we didn't expect it to go too well, but they played it brilliantly.
We didn't love the Gus in the last set either on Deathcap Trap, but in the end, they just went with comfort picks, the Mortis, the Mo and Gus comp, and it worked out wonderfully. So really, Rival, just stick with what you do best. According to Trev, it's really just play anything. They're super flexible in playing both support, control-based comps, or just go with something aggressive. Global bans are coming in now for this series. Clancy and Sirius banned out from Crazy Raccoon, so this time around, no assassins or tanks banned out by them. Leon and Ems on the other side. These are brawlers we've seen quite often. Ark, do you agree with that Sirius global ban there?
I mean, it's still early to say. I mean, this is the first region that we're seeing Sirius be played for, but I just kind of feel like it's so map dependent at the moment, and Sirius has taken a pretty heavy hit in terms of nerf. I think he's definitely got to be highly considered. And I think global bans for me are that kind of real debate as to like how. I think they're very open to interpretation for a different team as to how they want to play overall. So it's kind of like a wider spectrum, so to speak. It does mean that the Crow is going to slip through quite heavily so, and that's pretty much the brawler we've seen every single time globally banned today. So how that fares, we'll see.
We're also seeing the maps right now. Dueling Beetles to start us out. Safe Zone, Sneaky Fields, Double Swoosh, and Gold Arm Gulch. We have a good mix here. It's not too closed-off maps like we had in quarterfinal number 1, where we're like, oh, Zeta Division just has their best maps, so of course they're gonna win. This time around, we have some closed maps, a lot of bushes, but also some more open maps with Safe Zone and Gold Arm Gulch in the end. Really excited to see if we're gonna go all the way in this one as well. We finally got our 3-2 of the day. It was not a reverse sweep for once. It was SK Kalalas taking it in the end. Now we want to see if Rival can do the same and beat their Goliath.
Yeah, it's definitely, again, going to be a really tough mountain to climb for them. I mean, they've already done exceptionally well. I think many of us had us down for Fennel to win that quarterfinals. So if they can continue to keep this up, I mean, we could see a crazy grand finals.
Can Rival get into the footsteps of SK Kalalas and also take down one of the biggest rivals? It's Crazy Raccoon versus Rival Esports. And we're gonna start things on Dueling Beetles. Hot zone once more. You want to have a lot of area control. Chester would be good for that. Crow and Lou, all three of those stand out here. First pick on the side, Rival, and they're gonna go with a fairly safe option here. Want to break open the map a bit as well. Dueling Beetles is one of these maps where you can play some long-ranged options. Pierce, for example, left open here, but of course you have to break the map. Ruffs is the man to do so, or the dog to do so, I guess.
Yeah, true. I think you've hit the nail on the head, really. For Crazy Raccoon, it's a pretty much must pick up for me, at least. I mean, the Ruffs then is going to be a bit counterintuitive on the side of Rival Esports, and glad to see the Crow and the Ziggy bans. Those are the two brawlers that I'm particularly looking out for, especially on this kind of map. So Otis going to be their first draft in. Still really versatile. I feel like it's taken maybe a little bit of a drop off as now Ball not as, I still say it as strong, but it's still disgusting. But I mean, from the nerve, it's definitely taken a hit, which has been notable. So the Otis is a nice kind of safe first pick brawler.
Yeah, I like it a lot. And, not just against the Bull, which can show up occasionally nowadays, but not, as you say, as much. It's definitely, we're thankful for those nerfs at least. But yeah, Otis really solid, still good into, the Kenjis that can be played on this map, the more aggressive brawlers, some Dracos, stuff like that as well on these hot zones. They're going to take the Finks. It's just another one of those really versatile mids. Very solid. Obviously, you can turn back time, TP backwards, have the supers down on the zone. And you've already got a brawler who's going to be using those projectiles that are going to be slowed as well. A lot of the time we see some melee brawlers that don't really get affected by it into it, but the Ruffs obviously going to find it a lot more hard to hit shots now.
Waiting to see how they want to combine this Ruffs, honestly, and what's up their sleeve in that regard. Because the Lou's banned out here as well, so handing over a hypercharge. Probably not going to be the Kenji, but it will definitely allow the Kenji to get more done with a helping hand of that supply drop. So I like that, but it is playing into the Otis, so there's just a little bit of a consideration there. I feel like some mirroring needs to be done on the side there of Crazy Raccoon. The third and final pick. I love this Sphinx, by the way, as well. It's one of my favourite brawlers to have on this map, so I'm liking Crazy Raccoon's chances so far.
Is it still going to be the Pierce now? Of course, not too good into Finks. It's going to be another long-ranged brawler here. Makes a lot of sense. If they decide to break open the map with Ruffs, they need some range as well. So Meeple is going to come in here. Do like the brawler. Again, very versatile with 3 different gadgets that both are fairly strong. On the left-hand side now, Ems maybe as an answer to the Kenji. Still left open, also fairly decent into Ruffs. He at least can't play any sandbags. They're going to go with the aggressive option instead, though. Draco as an answer, I guess, to Kenji.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it being played into the Kenji on Open Business, and I think the Kenji still won, and he did an incredible job of playing it as well. So I think Tensai, you're going to have to do a solid job. Yes, you should be winning that matchup, but there's still times where it can quite easily switch on you. I do really like this Crazy Raccoon draft, to be honest. I think the Kenji's going to have a real tough time into the Otis. If he manages to start cycling these mutes, it's going to be very difficult for him. But I think the Meeple's a great shot, and you made a great point of it can be kind of either gadget depending on the situation. So I think that's a great selling point for Meeple at the moment.
Well, it's immediately Rival Esports on the zone, and look at Toro straight to Tensai. Those rough sandbags going to help in hand this early start, and it's CR that are behind in that regard. 20% already as Rival Esports, really wasting no time whatsoever to get on the zone.
Yeah, doing a good job off the start. Tensai moving forwards now. Jumped on the back of that dragon, breathing some fire, and Milkreo trying to get some shots in as well. Toro coming around the side, forcing out the gadget of Tensai, but he didn't really need to use it in the end. Gets hit now by Utapin as he just kind of lingers and waits for that shot. Fast Splatter will manage to secure the kill, and now Rival sliding back onto the zone, gets muted out of there. And this is the issue we felt was going to be the problem for Kenji. The Otis just constantly there, ready to mute him out.
Now CR, fully locked in. Meeple super down, Tensai's going to take a tap. The rest of them will probably stay pretty far back away from it. But Ryu is outstaying his welcome, and despite a back to the finish to gadget, he will still fall.
Yeah, didn't really move too far back, though, to be fair, did he? I think he teleported about a quarter of a tile or something like that, so a bit of a positional awareness that he needs to kind of lock in for the future. Tensai surviving on 1 HP thanks to that gadget. And now some good shots coming through from Rival in firm control. Milkreo just pinching back, which can be an issue, but Utapin throws down a super. Quite aggressive behind this unbreakable wall. Tensai will pop the gadget, hypercharge to follow it along with it as well, and that did absolutely nothing. And a massive waste from a couple of the Crazy Raccoon players there as Rival just keep control of the mid.
Well, time warp down, Milkreo still will stay alive, though, despite being quite low. Finds one. Now, Tensai joins the mid. But there's so much time to make up for as Rival Esports only need just the 8%. Now, Toro, with the helping hand of his teammates, will now just flood that zone. Nothing that CR can do It wasn't a complete overthrow towards the end of the game, just a 26% differential, but still, pretty much the entire way through, Rivals seemed in control.
Yeah, it just didn't really feel like a lot was happening in that game, to be honest with you. Like, it just very kind of back and forward. Someone walks in the zone, someone walks off. I think Crazy Raccoon have a definite chance of being able to bring this one back and get some games on the board, because they didn't look out of it by any means. There was just a few wastes here and there. Tensai wasted the one hypercharge he got.
Well, again, it's the same story. CR very slow off the mark, struggling against this Kenji, which was drafted prior to their third and final. Now down falls Moya also. And just see how I've not got a single look, just 1%. And Rival Esports are just quite happy, quite just chilling on that mid, and not really being contested nearly enough.
Yeah, Totoro's doing a great job.
Was that a mute into a sandbag?
It was a mute into the unbreakable wall, I think. I don't think he hit anything. Like, I don't know if he auto-aimed it and he was in the grass and it just went upwards towards the meeple. But yeah, when you're 60% down, I don't think those are the kind of things you can be wasting, especially Tensai Gadget here as well, trying to do it all on his own. But I mean, it might just be the day of the underdogs.
Genuinely, now that I've seen this first, well, I'm going to say first set, because this is effectively over.
It's done.
It's done. I'm really quite regretting my predictions, and it's only just getting started. I mean, that wasn't just dominant. That was just an absolute walkover. It's Crazy Raccoon, Trav.
If I end this day on 2 predictions, I'm going to quit, I think, on the spot. I'll just walk out and never come back.
It's like, that was like my POV falling backwards, by the way. This is the world champions. This is kind of how I felt looking back into February, where they left.
This is why I said they're weird, Ark. They're weird.
They're weird.
Throw it back
Right.
to the quarterfinal, mate. They're just weird. They're a weird team. Next set, they'll probably come back and absolutely destroy them.
Yeah.
But you just never know what you're going to get with them. You get, mutes into walls and wasted hypercharges with Draco, or they win the world champions.
Brilliant. Yeah, I know, exactly. It's just so... I'm not going to say that word. I'm not going to say it, but it is so much so. But you're right. Last year they were littering the scoreboards with 3-2 score lines, reverse sweeps. I think we had more of them than we did just kind of straight sweeps. And that was the same story to be told on the world stage. Somehow they still managed to make it all the way to raise the ultimate prize in our game. I mean, 1 for Moya, 2 for Milkbrew, 3 for Tensai, 10 for Utapin. 560 DPS, and I mean, not a single person on the side of CR had more DPS. That's kind of, let's say it's one-sided.
Yeah, it was very one-sided. Only like 10% in the second game, and the first one was fairly close. And like I said, after the first one, I'm not counting Crazy Raccoon out this because they can absolutely get back into it. A few mistakes, and then there was more mistakes in the second than the first. So a little bit worrying, but then again, it's one set. They can bounce back, they can draft a bit better, play better, and they'll be straight back into this. And I don't doubt that that'll be the case.
It's like a massive bait, isn't it? It's like they do this.
Full
They sort of
sense of
dangle the
security.
carrot. Yeah, they are. They're like that same old story of do we sweep them or do we make it 2-3 and make them believe they had a chance? It's that for CR that really sums them up for me. Never normally the first off the mark, but the ones to seal it. But the question is now, is this just an off day? We had some reservations coming off their quarterfinals match and their opposition, obviously, being very much lacking to their senior. I don't know what to make of that first set, honestly, more than that.
Yeah, I don't know what you can say about it, because it's clearly just Crazy Raccoon drafting and playing pretty poorly. Like, there's nothing more to it. I'm sure they're going to bounce back. I'm sure they're going to be fine. They'll probably get this next set on the board, and they'll be back. We'll be like, oh, well, no worries. They're going to win quite easily now. But, yeah, it's just such an unpredictable team. You never know what you're going to get with them. In terms of rival, they just played well. They really did. You can't fault any of their gameplay. You said Meeple's got 500 and something DPS. Like, with Meeple's DPS, I don't know if he's going to have missed a shot at that point. Like, it's ridiculous.
Well, on to Safe Zone, and I hope for Crazy Raccoon's sake that this is a better mode for them here today. Very much the sharpshooter affair. I still feel like you just have to ban Chuck. We don't tend to see it too often now in esports for that very reason, but I feel like for those teams that leave it open, they're going to answer for it. Yeah, Chuck and the PS ban, of course, Colt, Penny, Bull, and Crow. Kaze first pick, love that for CR, honestly. Quite glad to see it. I'm also glad to see the PS ban, but I think that, honestly, East Asia have not been banning PS nearly enough. We'll see how that fares for EMEA tomorrow. But Kaze first pick, it's a fantastic one. I think that Eve can still have a pretty decent matchup on this kind of map. It's kind of just one of those borders that's kind of escaping back through slightly.
Yeah, Bell comes in as that kind of long range. You can play it down one of the lanes if you want to, through mid, more than likely though, Melody to go along with it as well. This one we kind of touched on earlier. It's just a brawler that it's kind of the most manageable, other than Kaze, but Kaze was bad. I think it's like the most manageable aggro. You can still have a say in the game without having to constantly be at the safe, like you would, you know, a Chuck or a Miko or something like that. So I like that. 2 solid picks. Also, if you're marking up the Kaze, you're going to be, you know, taking it down pretty simply. But the ability to switch forms obviously helps that a bit as well.
Yeah, the nest eggs as well. You know, the more time goes on, the less chance you really have to get a valuable offense. Charlie going to come through. Yeah, I was thinking Charlie or that, you know, maybe the Cordelius potentially as answers for that Melody. So glad to see that CR are valuing the strength of Melody, because it's pretty much exactly what you have when Chuck is the first band. Melody's like the second one that you consider. Yeah, Eve going to come in now for Crazy Raccoon. It's a weird one, Eve, because like it's just not really had much happen to her, but like a lot of pros now starting to bring her back into some game modes, and it's quite nice to see. We're seeing it a lot in Heist specifically, so I'm all for it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is you don't want to be playing Charlie Kaze into Eve. That's probably the issue they've been faced with there. So although it might not be the favourite brawler, and don't get me wrong, it's good because you can go across that the right-hand side and actually have a bit of a fight there rather than just conceding it straight off the start, but Berry over the other side as well. To be fair, they haven't got much hitting power straight off the start. Berry not going to have much DPS as he leaves those lingering puddles. And Melody's not dropping much damage from range at all, to be honest with you. So it's a bit of a mid-range affair, this. Obviously, Kaze and Melody kind of going to be going at it. But it's a weird draft, this. It's only kind of
weird
one
draft for a weird team, Trev.
Exactly.
Well, CR on the back foot is not what I expected to see in the semi-finals so far. So let's hope they lock in for this one, as these very ice creams are littering the map now. And that's really what Rival are depending upon massively. Ryohei cycling back now, and it's allowing a bit of time for each pink to come in. Moya missed that cocoon, that's devastating. You really can't do that.
Yeah, Ryohei's going crazy. He's had like 3 supers already, and his team are getting up the map. Kaze just going, has a super, which will be some decent damage on the safe, and there's a few of the shots coming in from Berry as well, which will do more of the same. That might be an Eve going down. It's going to be a pretty close matchup there between him and Yutupin, and he does actually get it. Traded out, though, by Moya. Percentage-wise, it's actually kind of control all to Rival at the moment, but Crazy are going to win it.
Yeah, crazy there from Tensai. Really fantastic values. The hypercharge now comes in. Nice cocoon this time round from Moya, but it's going to allow a lovely paving for Yutupin to come in to get even more damage. There's another safe crack now on both sides of the field. It's just a little bit more damage to help with those berry ice creams to get Rival Esports into the lead, but Tensai there on that save prior to that, getting really consistent damage. That's multiplier, of course, to get that exact pixel on the side of the Kaze coming full circle. And now a Bandstorm goes down to maybe give CR some breathing space to get back in the aggressive.
Yeah, couldn't quite clip it onto safe there, I don't think. So no damage came from that. I'm not sure if that's what he was going for or not. Here's the hypercharge coming up now. Yutupin gets away, and that's going to be a guaranteed crack right there. See if he can survive against Tensai in the backside. Ryohei trying to provide some help, but throws some ice cream onto the safe. Yutupin gets another one on the right side. That's absolutely huge for them. Charlie pops a hypercharge on the defensive and doesn't actually end up using the super, and is marked up with only 24% left on the safe. It's going to be difficult for CR to win.
Have to stay in this position. Tensai with the hypercharge as well. He's for a Fanstorm though, and loses the teammate. It's just going to be Moya now with a helping hand of the Spinelings to do something here. Trying to keep Ryohei low, trying to buy some time, but again, a missed cocoon. It's just looking bleak for CR so far in this first game, as now surely, 10% though, 10% though, could be done. Against the clock though, difficult to believe that they can get 2 safe cracks.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard, and especially with all of them respawning here now as well. Berry ready to provide some heals, has the hypercharge ready to roll as well. If someone kind of feeds that, there's the Fanstorm, good use of it as well. Catches 2 of them inside, he's just going to retreat back, and that's a good kill on the right side from Yutupin as well. Now, cocooned up, but there's no time on the clock to get the job done, and Rival, again, going to be taking it. They had their moments, they did. Kaze was looking okay at certain points, got some Fanstorms on the safe and was the majority of the attack. But Rival just in control of the map for the most part, and the Berry non-stop heals to his teammates.
Do you know what this is starting to remind me of? The last semi-finals. You know, it's a definite divide, isn't there, really, between CR and Rival in this instance. And I'm really impressed with Ryohei. I think that he's making a massive amount of support for his team. Interesting to see there as well that Friendship is great gadget with the tailspin for the heals, because normally you would be playing healthy additives to get that additional lingering on the safe to get damage. They don't even need it. And he's got another super yet again, despite Tensai getting to the safe. I just feel like they're going to take care of him pretty swiftly and then recollect, and it's a matter of time before Utopin's on the other side of the field.
Yeah, and this is the thing, like, he's getting supers off his teammates healing, and that's just such a bonus on a map like this where they're also bunched up in the middle. He's going to have another super coming out of it as well. Ryohei goes really aggressive forwards and survives here as well. That's going to be the first crack done, and he might even be able to do some more there as well with Utopin still alive. They use another super on the backside to get the defense off, and he's not even dead yet. Gets a little bit more percentage, and the first crack not even taken by CR just yet.
CR just seem a bit flustered. There's a safe crack there from Milk Rio, and that's going to be a great time for it because now Rival Esports are collecting the defense. Pin could be tapped up a little bit here. Tensai will secure him as well and gets the double for that. Totoro, not much he can do as a bell here. Tries to get a tap onto Moy, which may ricochet between these nest eggs coming in. There's a fan storm yet again. This is good. This is CR looking much, much better.
Yeah, it's a wonderful fan storm, catching all three of them in, and Tensai picks up another kill as well. Ryohei might have been forced to use another defensive super here, and Milk Rio can't quite get out that little portion. And yet another fan storm thrown on the safe. Really good from Tensai. He's just cycling these ones out. He goes for some damage on safe, thinks they can get it done here, but still 15% left. But I don't know if Rival can just keep control throughout the entirety of it. There's the super coming down along with a hypercharge from Moira, and Tensai forced to defend. They may be able to get this kill, but they're coming super aggressive there, and that should be the game done up top, and it is. I'm not sure if they've kind of just sacked off the game and let them finish, or they made a bit of a questionable decision to spring massively into offense.
Well, it's the first signs of life, isn't it, really, for Crazy Raccoon so far in these semi-finals. And I'm still not overly convinced. I feel like Ryohei on this berry is just absolutely dominant. And more often than not, his ability to stay alive and just pave the way for his teammates is keeping him alive. Look at this. Oh, that's great aggression. Oh, fantastic pinch between Moya and Milk Rio now. It places Tensai immediately onto the safe, and already that could be all body block, though. Not going to get a crack, but that's a fantastic start nonetheless.
Yeah, Milk Rio super low now. Places the super on the right-hand side. Some heals being provided, and that might even be picked up by the berry here. No, just about goes off and gets some spawners coming in. Milk Rio still in the back. Moya, more of the same. 20% difference so far. Tensai trying to get the work done, but Berry just can't do the same. They've figured something out over the last game, CR, and it's really working.
Oh, blow to pin, escapes through. Uncontested, getting some taps into the safe, and oh, it gets the crack as well. Actually, in terms of his HP, that's huge. That's more than I was expecting he would do.
Yeah, massively needed there as well, but Milk Rio doing a good job down the bottom. Hypercharge available for Totoro and Ryohei here alike. Surely they were going to go on the little defense and try get Milk Rio out there, but it looks like they're just trying to prioritize Tensai and leave Totoro to do this defensive work on his own. Doing a good job of it, finding some good hits, and down the bottom, Berry should be able to get some save pretty soon. Tensai goes straight up with that, and they're just leaving it. They don't care about the defense at the moment, but coming forward now, I don't think this is a base race they can win.
It's not. It really is not, and they've got to take care of Tensai. It's just not happening. I mean, that is, to me, quite a large blunder. I mean, that was obvious. You can't overcommit with now the rework to heist, the safe cracks. It's very black and white to know where you stand in a base race, and they just didn't really seem to care for it.
Yeah, it's super surprising to see them do that. It's not the Rival Esports that we've been watching for the first 3 games of this series at least, but then 2 very good ones from Crazy Raccoon there. And as I said, you know, eventually they'll just bounce back. Like, they'll do some pretty poor games, some pretty poor decisions, but then Crazy Raccoon are just inevitably going to bounce back. I don't think Ryohei put the same work in games 2 and 3 as he did in the first, and I think it showed quite heavily.
Was it CR bouncing back from their mechanics, or was it just CR bouncing back because of Rival Esports' mistakes and capitalizing down on them?
I think Crazy Raccoon did make some really good changes to just go a lot more aggressive. You see in the second one, Tensai was getting more kills, more supers, rather than just kind of playing it a bit slower, which I think plays into Rival's hands in that circumstance. So nice stuff there. See Tensai with 7, Moy with 11. Some good defensive work. Milk Rio just providing a load of spawners and just being that kind of the helping hand along with that. But, you know, so, it wasn't a bad showing by Rival, I don't think. They made a few questionable decisions in Game 3 especially, but, you know, they're still 100% in this game.
Yeah, it was tough for Totoro on that defense, really. I think Milk Rio did a fantastic job of just getting into a really good spot on that top right-hand side. And, you know, once he's locked in, he can just sit there and just slowly over time tap away at the safe. And, you know, Totoro he just can't do anything about that with like, no wall break. I mean, that player is just going to be locked in on the safe the entire time, and then leaves things wide open to be overrun there. CR did better, much, much better, for sure. I'm still not overly convinced, but I'm warming to them as the day goes on. And I think it was a bit of both, wasn't it? It was kind of like Rival Esports making some mistakes towards the end, but CR also starting to wake up their thumbs to the reality that is Rival Esports, who are a real threat today, genuinely. I was really impressed watching their quarterfinals match, and you've got to take them seriously. They mean business here today.
Yeah, I mean, if they go and do it, they've probably by far had the hardest run to the grand finals if they beat Crazy Raccoon here. Obviously, they're not facing Zeta Division, which would be the toughest final, I think. But then again, they did just get beaten by SKC. So Crazy Raccoon have definitely got some work to do here. And with Zeta Division losing, it gives them a big chance to get some points on the board and play a bit of catch-up against Zeta Division, who have had such a big success in this region so far. We're going on Sneaky Fields, ban-wise, Bull, Chester, and Crow out of the way, obviously along with the global bans from the side of Crazy Raccoon. The other side, the Mo, Shade, and the Ziggy. So some good bans out of the way from both teams.
Otis is the first pick for Rival Esports. Again, I really quite like Otis as a first pick worthy brawler. We're seeing it a lot today, though. We really are. And I'm kind of very curious how that will fare with the other regions where they follow suit. Has Otis kind of gravitated forwards? Bull banned in the Chester. Interesting to see how Bull's going to fare when Sirius is not banned as much too, because I think there's a really good shutdown for it. First pick going to be over then. Or the first pick for Crazy Raccoon over to their side. And definitely still some options here. Spike, I don't know.
You need to shut up about Spike, honestly. You're all hating on like the most versatile brawler in the game. I'm like, how can you be mad about a Spike?
Because it's just not, I just don't think it's as good as it was when the Buffies was running riot with it. I think that it's definitely settled down. That's the brawler I was going to mention was Rico. A very, very CR kind of pick. I think, yeah, I just don't think it's that flashy, which might be my reservation. I'm not always a massive fan of brawlers that just kind of are just...
Existing.
He's existing, yeah, sure. You can say that.
I like it. I really like Spike. Listen, if I'm in a ranked game and my random pick Spike, I'm like, yeah, fair enough. All right, I'm not going to complain
about it. Yeah.
I'm not going to complain. It's the same as Otis. I think it's just good against the majority of things. It doesn't really have, other than throwers on certain maps, a bad matchup. And the Rico along with it as well. I mean, you can't complain at that. It's been a brawler on this map for so long. Seems like Ruff's going to come in as well. The ability to bounce shots, the same as Rico, but provides that break as well, which gives Otis a bit of a lead in the majority of matchups, especially at least against the Spike and the Rico at the moment.
Tough to see if they do go tank now for Rival, because there is a third and final pick for Crazy Raccoon, which could just be a Charlie to shut it down fast. But the Otis and the Ruffs might be an idea to go for something along those lines. Let's see how they feel about things. The Ruff supply drop, of course. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But, like, I mean, there's still options to shut down a BB. I don't think BB's nearly as scary as she was since the nerf. So, I don't know. I thought that they might deviate away from it. I thought I might be talking myself into a corner, but I'm not pleased to see that tank there, honestly.
Yeah, I'm a big BB fan, and it just doesn't feel the same as it was, pre-balance changes, anywhere near so. Still fine, still decent, not going to complain it by any means, but I think, I'd say there's three brawlers who are pretty decent against tanks as well here for the side of Crazy Raccoon, so I think they've gone pretty well, and it's just like three of the most versatile brawlers in the game, so you can't really go wrong with Crazy Raccoon's draft. Not that I dislike at least the Ruffs and the Otis, but I do just think BB's so much weaker than she was.
Yeah, I wasn't overly convinced they were going to double down with it, but now Rival Esports are going to have to put their money where their mouth is and make this BB work. Certainly, if you can just utilize the speed gear, get forwards, get behind your opposition, and just try to evade the inevitable, which will be the vision gear rolling in on the side of CR with brawlers that have got a lot of projectiles to be able to find them. That's the concern, really. Going to keep Milk Rio here on that right-hand side at the moment, and just now Tensai doubling down his time, and that's what I mean. The vision gear now going to be rolling in surely, and Milk Rio going to get a lot of value for this, even if he does go down. She doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, they've done well other than that, though. The other two lanes managed to win for the side of Rival Esports, but no matter how much running down the BB does, yes, she's going to get super, she's going to get control for the team, but Milk Rio at a certain point is just going to get bear after bear after bear, and they're swapping up now, and Moya trying to kind of enforce that matchup on the right-hand side. All three of them over the right, but Rio Hayden obviously can't be aware to that. Milk Rio's starting to make a move now, wants the bear, and he just walks straight to BB, but actually manages to evade one of the shots. Still, unfortunately, goes down. And CR yet again just kind of existing.
Playing some defense, for sure.
And that makes me worried, because now Ryohei gets a lovely connection there with the bubblegum as well. Milkrio's got a hypercharge, but cannot have time to use it. And now a simple daisy chain forwards. It'll be an easy breezy goal for rival Esports. Crazy Raccoon on the back foot.
I mean, it helps a massive amount that the Ruffs just isn't breaking up the opposing portion of the map. The BB can still have free roam in the bushes. Here's the hypercharge, though, from the Nita. Should do a really good amount of work. Rico Super entirely missed, but Otis, on the other hand, misses one of his own. Hypercharge Super from Totoro available now, and he goes for the ball, sends it to the corner, doesn't get it all the way, and Utapin won't either, and that leaves just B. They don't even commit for it. 3v1. Surely this is going to be a goal. Ryohei pops the hypercharge too, and the pass across is there. Milkreo with the walk. And yeah, that was a hypercharge waste, I feel, from BB.
I think he had to, though. I mean, really, it could have done well, but now we're seeing in the strat with the hypercharge. Supply drop handed over to Ryohei as well. Then taken care of as Milkrio's playing an amazing Nita. That was the playmaker in the last eventuality that Crazy Record were able to score and tie things up. Now looking for a goal to win this first game. At just the right time, rival Esports coming off the back spawn, getting tapped up. Tensai can't really heal though. He's got to stay on Ryohei and just make sure that it's manageable to work with going into an overtime scenario. Now the hypercharge, a bit of a desperate one at that from Ryohei, but it stays alive longer than I gave him credit for. He gets a good connection on the bubblegum, but I mean, that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it wasn't going to work, and then all of a sudden managed to get that kind of, obviously the swing speed increases. Oh, that looks like a nasty super coming in from Tensai. Gets two, but's muted up. There's the super from Moya on top of it as well. Just leaves it 3v1, can get the ball to the corner. Is Moya going to be there? Throws down a couple of tanking. Now the Nia Bear's still there, but it didn't turn around in time. Still gets the walk, and Crazy Raccoon come out on top. That almost went very wrong. Spike did not get behind his life plant in time. Wasn't there for the pass, but Crazy Raccoon come out on top regardless. Was a pretty back and forward game, a real solid start from Rival, but I don't think you can ever really keep that control for the whole game with BB.
I think that that's maybe their strategy though. I mean, like, I think that if they're going to try for it, it's going to be very tough to just stay in position the entire way through, just to work down the clock and then go for that goal. Ryohei, I think, can make some some potential goal-scoring moments here. Milkreo now forcing the 2 versus 1 that he can't control. Well, actually he can. Gets the kill. At least Utapin standing. That was honestly against my expectations. He did really well there.
Yeah, they get the kill as well here, and that's going to be all 3 of them in the grass with big control in this mid. Crazy Raccoon just sitting here now and just want to farm some supers to be able to make the move towards the goal. Fat splatter in the mid. There goes the spike super, which forces them out of this bush and back towards the goal mouth. A super veil from Totoro wants to kind of break these walls, same as last time, so they can get a few more shots into it, but it doesn't look like it's happening at the moment. There, the wall's starting to come down, but Milkreo with a bear ready and waiting.
Well, he thought better of that right-hand side lane as Moya's trying to mirror. Tensai is tapping into Utapin quite nicely there as well. Just managed to duke those spike shots now, though. Milkreo finds Ryohei on the right-hand side. Tensai takes care of business. And again, the pressure is not yet off Rival Esports, got by a long shot. Tensai gonna big whiff there, massive whiff, but he went for it, just didn't get rewarded by it.
I mean, he's still got so much damage, in the multi-ball launcher pretty much almost took Utapin out. So low now, 96 HP. And Milkreo just free walks back into the mid because Ryohei can't be scanning all 3 of them at this point, but gets nice kill there, really aggressive. Hypercharge bear coming through, and that tanks the Otis, and they went way too aggressive here. Milkreo's going to punish, can slide behind the bear and surely get this goal. Moira will go for the shot off the wall and throws the ball into the goal. Crazy Raccoon get a goal off a lot of overconfidence there from Rival.
Ryohei needs to come in big now for his team, but the hypercharge of Moya will strike him down surely to a low position of power for Crazy Raccoon to keep pushing forward. Tensai there with a huge tap onto Ryohei. Punishes Utapin now as well, who's pushed way back. And this is brilliant from CR as quickly as that spring to life, as we need them to do so. They take the lead in a really fantastic way. The set's now really up against Rival Esports.
Yeah, they're so weird.
They're weird.
Like, they started so bad, got decimated in set 1, and then the last 2 sets they've made mistakes and then come back. It's like, it's crazy how, you know, back and forward they can be and how different they can play. Like, we'll see Tensai completely whiff a super and then beam 3 players at once. It's like, you don't know what you're going to get with this team, but you know, a lot of the time I do love it. Crazy Raccoon obviously ahead 2-1 now, and there's a few moments here and there where it was a bit close, but they get the win on the board nonetheless, and you know, that's what matters.
I feel like they're so unserious that when it comes to starting the match, after that first they have to remind each other, wait guys, we need to actually hold off on the shoulder shuffles and some of the jokes and get down to brass tacks. But yeah, this is them looking much, much better in this matchup, but I wouldn't still count out Rival Esports just yet.
I don't think you can. I really don't think you can count them out yet. They're still looking pretty decent. You know, we question the BB coming into that one a bit, into 3 brawlers that are going to be very tough to push back when they get that bush control. So I think, you know, that's pretty much just down to the draft.
Roy with 7 kills here. On the other side, we have Tensei Creo. It's not about kills. It's about making the round thing go into the square thing. It's football. So in the end, Crazy Raccoon looking a bit stronger here and playing for the objective too. We now go over to doubles. Is this a map where Crazy Raccoon can close things out, or is Rival going to strike back here? A lot of tanks, a lot of assassins, which is usually not a strong suit of Crazy Raccoon.
You'd think that this is the place that it should end on any given day, but in the way that CR came into things, I just still have to hold back a little bit. Again, just one draft going the other way, it can all change so quickly. So bans are in. The Bo, the Nita, and the Otis, the Crow, the Sandy. First pick of Mo for Rival Esports, which again, quite underrated. I like to see it come through, so kind of quite happy where things are currently standing. And now over to CR.
Well, we'll see what this first pick comes down as. You know, a lot of these solid ones banned out. You kind of want to go for something a bit more versatile off the start. So having the Chester banned out, Crow banned out, Otis, you know, Bo, all these brawlers that can play a bit of mid, a bit of lane, no matter what you want. You can rotate them quite quickly. And, you know, Spoof said earlier, when you can make those rotations onto, you know, through the mid to the lane and switch up the matchups as you need to, it really does help it. Ark, I've just said, like, he's got the biggest smile on his face right now because his favorite brawler's been picked.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Having Spike as your favorite brawler, not sure. Spike being picked up on the left-hand side, right side, once more that Mo pick that is a comfort pick for Rival Esports. There's only really been 2 teams that have picked up Mo so far today. It's been SK Kalalas and it's been Rival, and so far it always worked out for them. So of course, pick him up again as first pick even might not be a bad idea here. We have a lot of the usual good brawlers on this map banned out here. I'm looking at my drafting sheet and I'm like, well, you only have like pick 10 and more still left open. Gale is going to be brought in here, also a brawler we don't see too often, but of course with many other tank counters out of the way, the Otis, the Chester, the Clancy, why not Gale? Kenny would be super happy.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be happier than I am. I'm not overly convinced, honestly. I mean, at that stage of the draft, no one's picking Gale, so you've got a definite opportunity to pick up something which is more likely.
Crazy
to come
Raccoon
next.
is actually.
I just don't feel it.
The thing is, for me, when you see something like that, it's like, if they pick it, they know it's going to be able to do something. Like, they're not picking it at this level with this much at stake without having at least some faith in the brawler. So, listen, if they've got faith in it, I've got faith in it. Charlie comes down, though, and to be honest, I think that's, you know, a bit better.
Thing is, with the Mo first pick on the right-hand side already, they need something to deal with that. And there's still 2 picks left on the right-hand side. They could have still went with a Lily, a Mortis, a Kenji, some more aggression even. So picking up that Spike and Gale just makes it so it's harder to pick those brawlers. They go with the Charlie, the other potential tank counter that could have been picked up. I like the Charlie better than the Gale in that. But they're still going to go with the Lily regardless of there being a Gale on the left-hand side. So clearly it wasn't enough to shock Rival out of that idea.
Yeah, I'm very curious. very
curious. This never happens.
Gale Twister, okay, is a good deterrent of the Lily. So that is something which, you know, obviously the Lily player is going to be targeting other options. Yeah, I don't know. It's very rare to me on the desk to be as reserved as this. As Trav says, CR are picking it for a reason. I just don't know how I feel about it.
Just looking at the draft, I definitely side with that red draft from Rival. What are you guys picking here if this was your match?
Oh, mate, you know, I'm taking Tara any day of the week, mate. Like,
there's no Tara in from these two.
Oh, right, well then I'm taking the red side, like 100%. I just feel like it's such an odd draft from Crazy Raccoon.
but they will probably still win it. They're weird, Trav, you know? Like, they probably will. Like, this is what they do, right? I mean, there's a nice twist. That's what I was thinking coming to the match. That's the only kind of thing that I can see is, is this like a moment of genius from CR? Are they preempting the Lily pick? Were they kind of baiting rival Esports to go in with Lily, knowing that the twister was going to be a good shot, and they were still daring enough to go for it? Is that what's happening here? Help me out.
I can't explain it. I really can't. I don't know what's happening, to be honest with you. I suppose it's going to be good against the Mo as well. When the Mo comes in, you can place a twister, you can knock back. So, like, I think no matter what lane he's got, he's going to be okay on it. Playing the Buster through the mid as well, I think it's a bit more of a saving grace, more HP, so the Lily can't kind of come into it, get the kill. Even with that hypercharge, it's going to be a bit more difficult to bring him down. So, listen, I'm watching it, it's working, and that's a way to Cocoon.
I get you. I mean, still Tutorial will win that right-hand side lane, putting a lot of pressure into Tensai as well. Rio here, not done yet. And that is the gem stolen out of the pockets of Crazy Raccoon. Oh, Rio, hey, might outstay his welcome back into the realm. Unreal tech from Rio, hey.
Yeah, I mean, that was phenomenal. All three members of Rival Esports just kind of put Tensai on a plate for him there. He just knew if he hit that super, he was going to get the kill. And then followed it with the hypercharge. Incredible as well to be able to gadget out of that position too. Hypercharge ready to go now for the Mo, trying to get the kill and does get one. Should be able to be traded by Tensai and is. Milcreo looking for it desperately now and super used when he got the gadget as well. Really, really nice stuff from Rio. Hey, that is just gorgeous.
Not out of the woods just yet. Milcreo is getting some taps, getting the slow Moya from the right-hand side, but he's low HP and can't realistically contest this. Gets the super down just the nick of time. It's Tensai comes in big, gets the gems back, but they've got to evade this ball. They evade the Cocoon, and Tensai, he was the one that had them stolen. He's got them back running to the spawn. Ryohei with a big whip as well. Oh my word, what did we just witness? Crazy Raccoon, the heist of the century.
I mean, they get heisted and then heist them back. That is just incredible. Really good gem grab, and that's just what gem grab's about. You can dominate, you can turn the game around, but then you can still lose it. It's just incredible gameplay from CR. I mean, the Lily play still somehow fresh on my mind. Like, you'd have thought after that massive turnaround I'd be talking about, you know, how incredible they are at turning it around, but the Lily play was just incredible.
It's such a shame because Rio here was going absolutely crazy, and we're not talking about that as a win for Rival, but a win, and more importantly, a match point for Crazy Raccoon. And I just didn't see that one coming.
Tensai, got to be careful here. Cocoon's there and he can't bounce it back in time. Will just narrowly survive, but should fall in a second. Totoro gets the kill, will go towards Milcreo as well. And that Twister's not saving anybody. Good kills, but they're not overcoming for the gems there. I feel like maybe they could have got them.
Maybe. I think the range of Moya might have kept him trickling low, and I think that Totoro wants to be able to assert himself against. It's a hard matchup against that Gale on the right-hand side, so he needs to ensure that he is as tanky as possible. Popping again, the dodgy digging gadgets to try to get that super faster with that additional. Ryohei, left-hand side, trying to find Moya potentially, does so as well. Tensai will have the final say. And there's 5 gems for Rival, 2 in the mid. Tensai finds one of them, 4 for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, 6 up there for Rival now, and Toro with the super in hand, looking to try and work towards his hype to be able to bring Tensai down. Moya rotated over to the left-hand side now, and the Gale onto the Lily. Ryohei's going to have to be pretty careful here, might have to use a gadget to stay alive. Solo gets his hyper, and will be back, I'm sure, with a vengeance to try and do the same as last game once more.
Tensai now, waiting for Moya to come forwards, has the hypercharge, and that's what I'm looking for as Milcreo is just completely annihilating this top side of the map. A nice +3 blow to be able to find out where his opposition lie as well. There's a miss there for the Cocoon yet again. Ryohei's in a good spot. Surviving on, missed there though as the nerves might be starting to take hold.
Yeah, so close now, but they've got to be very cautious of this Mo hyper. Just trying to get Tensai low to be able to bring him down. Lovely stuff from him, but gets pushed back. It's 9-8. Make it 9-9 now as Tensai grabs one off their opponent's side, and Moya just staying in this left-hand side. Nobody wants that matchup.
Toro now is in a dangerous position, and this mid is still going to be battled over as that one, not enough for CR. They need one more. Ryohei now in a perilous spot, will go straight into the realm on the right-hand side as well. Toro waiting for his time to strike. Goes to Milcreo. Milcreo gets the +3 to blow back, but it's still Rival Esports on their feet. One gem in the mid, and another one's falling in now. Moya's going to fall down as well. This could be massive. It's still Tensai now. The hypercharge waited for the perfect moment to use it. and CR going back with all the goods.
I mean, it's huge they didn't manage to get that off there, and he's grabbed the one from mid as well that they could have tied it with. It's not a good showing now, and they get the kill up top as well. They're going to need to bring down Tensai, 3 seconds left. Tensai solo, Mo comes in, gets it done. He gets the trade now. 8 gets pushed back into the spawn and will fall, but it buys them more time. No chance from the mid, 15 in the hand of Crazy Raccoon.
But time is really against rival Esports. They got little to fight back with now. Rio here's got a super, but I mean, Milk Rose max HP. Now Utopin as well. Solo himself to Torin needs a super, and time is against rival Esports, and CR just about do it. They're going to still make the grand finals and defy the odds. But boy, oh boy, did rival give a good battle. That last set was phenomenal. But CR continue their reign on this region. Can they go back-to-back now? That is the question.
I mean, a great set of gem grab that. The turnarounds in game 1 with the Lily plays and then the Buster turning it back around, and the resets in game 2. Incredible stuff from both these teams. They put on a great show. It might not have been a 3-2, but probably one of the best 3-1s we've seen in a while.
I definitely believed in Rival today after what they showed us against Fennel, who is fighting for their life to make it to Brawl Cup. I really believed if anyone can stop Crazy Raccoon today, it might be them. But I believe Zeta Division's reign was already over last month. This might just be Crazy Raccoon now doubling down and coming in as the winner of it all today again. We'll see if they actually manage to do so. They're now moving on into the grand finals, and they have SK Kalalas as their opponent. Someone they didn't face too often yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a weird one for them, I'm sure, not facing Zeta Division in the finals. Because that's, I'm sure, who they would have prepared for. I'm guessing that's who they would have expected. So it's going to be different to what they will have, like, I'm sure, like, scrimmed on, drafted on before, playing a different team. And I don't think anybody would have expected SKC to be in this grand finals against Crazy Raccoon, but this is the matchup that we deserve at the end of today, and SKC are 100% deserving to be there, along with, of course, Crazy Raccoon with some great performances there. Listen, I still question the Gale. I don't think the Gale was I don't think the Gale was the winning thing at all. If anything, I think it was probably the worst brawler on the side of Crazy Raccoon. The Buster and the Spike for me were by far in a different league. But they've managed to get to the grand finals. They're going to be pleased about it. Just need a bit of a faster start, I think, in the grand finals from Crazy Raccoon than what they've been doing in the past.
Buster was that last pick. I think that's really what won them the game. It definitely won them that game where they got Lily in the last possible second, turning things around for them. We want to have a quick look once more at just what our grand finals actually looks like, the path that those two teams had to make today. We have Zeta Division that usually walks through the quarterfinals and the semifinals in a 3-0 sweep. Now they're not even in the finals. SK Kalalas is it instead. On the other side, we have Crazy Raccoon. Very solid performance against Insomnia, only dropping 1 set against Rival and now standing in the finals. My winner here, but honestly, once again, my head says Crazy Raccoon. My heart clearly says SK Kalalas. The underdogs have to prevail.
I'll go with that for sure. I feel like CR should be the team to win this. That would be kind of how we tend to watch each Asia play out. If it's Crazy Raccoon versus Zeta, that's a bit more of a different story. But I think the time, though, is kind of right, isn't it? For the way that SKC are playing today, they would be deserving of this win for sure. So I can see it going another way. This is by far, for me at least, the closest matchup of the day. Whether that will translate to the scoreline, we'll have to wait and see.
As you all know already, we're heading to Berlin for our Brawl Cup this year, May 15th and 17th. I head there a bit earlier to check out the community already.
We are here today in Berlin at the Dog's Dog truck, and we're giving out free hot dogs to all these wonderful Brawl Stars fans. And we're here to get some opinions of them. This is Hot Dogs Hot Takes.
I believe that Brawl hockey is a good mode. That's very unpopular indeed, no?
And would you like Brawl hockey also in competitive esports?
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see what our pros have to say to that. So guys, any hot takes in Brawl Stars?
I think Edgar is the best brawler.
Why is Edgar the best brawler?
Because he's good and he can hear when he make damage.
Delayed Sirius out of the game.
Delete him completely?
It's too OP every time in every ranked game. The enemies picks them and then we lose.
I would say Jessie is the best brawler.
Jessie's the best brawler, really? Why is that?
She's a damage dealer for me and I like her skins.
Sam is the best brawler of 4.
Why is that?
I like them.
I think there has to be more prize pool tournament for every player, not for the pros.
Have you ever heard of Match Arena?
No.
That is exactly that. What's your favorite brawler?
Cold. I have him on Prestige 2.
So we need more cold tournaments.
The best brawler is Leon.
Leon, okay. Especially now with the buffies, right? Was Leon strong already before?
Yes.
Mit zum Handy oder Tablet?
Handy.
Ist Handy besser?
Ja, finde ich.
Okay, das ist eine kontroverse Meinung.
I would say more skins should be exclusive.
Which skin exactly would you like to be exclusive?
I think almost everyone, because almost every player has all of the skins.
That is true, so reward the OGs. We take that. Do you have any hot takes in Brawl Stars?
I would say you can counter Melody with Nani.
Melody with Nani. I think we discussed that before. That's not happening.
When she dashes into you, you can't win with Melody against Nani.
Well, you gotta show me that next time.
I can.
I think that Knockout is the best mode and should be played a lot more.
Knockout better than Wipeout and Bounty?
Absolutely, yes. Bounty gives me a lot of anxiety and Knockout is just a lot more relaxed.
And what about you?
Probably like matchups don't matter that much. If you can play a brawler really well,
Then you can win any lane.
the most, I'd say.
So Dynamite can win against Mortis.
Tricky one, but yeah, sure, he can do that.
We're gonna see how many of those things actually come true when we're heading to Berlin with the best teams of the world. Each region is sending 2 teams to Berlin, May 15th and 17th. Make sure to lock that in your calendar. And we are officially sold out on tickets, but that is only currently. We're working on some more tickets for those of you who weren't lucky enough to get one yet. So keep your eye out on socials. I want to go to Berlin again. How did you go through the German without any subtitles? I thought we would have subtitles for those.
Did you not know me and Spoo are fluent in German?
I did not actually.
Yeah. It's a little unknown fact about the two of us. We can't speak it, but we just fully understand it.
Das ist gut. Ist gut.
Actually, not too bad. Maybe we're going to work on that until May 15th, and then you're going to be fluent. The people are going to test you, everyone that will actually come to Berlin. We're now heading into our grand final. I hope you have some popcorn ready, because this is going to be a banger between SK Koalas and Crazy Raccoon. Once more, kind of a David versus Goliath story here. SK Koalas made it into the semis last month. Now the grand finals this month, they're getting better and better with each month.
Gotta say, at some point we've got to ditch this David versus Goliath narrative, because today...
Can you say it in the grand finals?
Can you really? Exactly. Like at this point, it's Goliath versus Goliath, blow for blow, right? SKC East Asia today, they managed to take down Zeta Division. We're going to see some of those replays of that fantastic alley performance off the backs of Naipishu that really opened the gates for them. They would have wished that obviously this was not CR in the finals. They would have wished that, you know, CR lost to Insomnia, and then this would have been a fight for the Brawl Cup. But nonetheless, this is a statement to be made. They've still got the World Finals to play for. Naipishu is celebrating longer than my phrase can last, and that just goes to show how much energy they're bringing into this one.
Yeah, it was quite the celebration, wasn't it? I was just sat at the side. I was like, is he still going? Is he still going? But the poor bed that he's just beating up. I was, but I mean, after the performance, he was, you know, after the performance, any celebration's valid in my eyes. So like,
yeah.
when you play an alley like that, you can celebrate how you want. I don't care.
I said it before already, my heart says SK Koalas, my head says Crazy Raccoon. Already looked super strong in March. They did take the win off of the hands of Zeta Division. Then I think they can do it as well against SK Koalas. And we still need some air above SK Koalas. As I said, they're getting better every month. Now making it into the grand finals. Maybe next month they're going to win it, you know?
Maybe, or maybe it would be nice for the, you know, this up-and-coming team that we've been hyping up all the way since February, you know, highest potential
nice.
East Asia team. Yeah, but you're right, Crazy Raccoon is a final boss, you know, a bigger final boss than Zeta Division in this regard. Looking at how the two teams have performed today, it's going to be their toughest match yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a real tough one. And yeah, this is the turnaround that I wanted to kind of see again. It's crazy stuff from Crazy Raccoon, it really is, because they've just performed. You know, me and Art were talking about it. I said it at the start of the day, I was like, they're a weird team. Listen, you're either going to get the most incredible gameplay you've ever seen, or they're going to throw completely. And I think I still stand by that. I really do. They started so slow against I can't even think who they're playing against now, but in the semi-finals, they started so slow. It was literally the last game. How have I forgotten already? But they started so slow. But they turned around, they switched it on, and it was a great performance.
Against Rival, that
there
was.
We go.
You
there
two
we go.
actually gave these two teams in the grand finals now wonderful nicknames. You call Crazy Raccoon at the very beginning of the day. They're a weird team, despite them being the 2025 World Champions. And you called SK Koalas Zeta Division Light. So once again, if Crazy Raccoon can beat Zeta Division in March, they can now also beat Zeta Division Light. But Zeta Division Light has proved today that they're actually the real Zeta Division. So SK Kalalas is better than the actual Zeta Division. So Zeta Division becomes Zeta Division Light.
Do you follow?
I'm talking English right now, boys.
Is that German? I think she
No, we understand.
Can we get the
German,
subtitles?
so
Yeah, I think we might need the... must have been the win.
Yeah, I can't
Parlez-vous
explain
français?
it. I can't explain it. But I
We want to have a
stand by
quick
everything
look
I've said.
at the draft, because if we know something, then we know that casters are not allowed to talk about draft, but we're going to do it anyways because it's so much fun. This was the only 3-2 of the day, so automatically my favorite match of the day, and it was a super close one. Zeta Division almost reverse swept SK Kalalas. They finally closed it out in Bridge Too Far, and in my eyes, they had some good drafts. I disagree with that, Ali, though. We didn't love the Deathcap Trap comp either, and they actually lost that one with the Ziggy last pick into a Kit. Kit, therefore, had 19 kills, if you remember that. So, some really good drafts, and then some very questionable picks in the end. So, kind of a bit of both.
Listen, I don't know if you can question like an Ali who went like 14-2, to be fair. I would question the series he was against. I don't know why they played that. But yeah, some of the drafts have been really solid. Some of the drafts have been quite questionable. But if you can draft, you know, questionably and still win against Zeta Division, then you got something about you, and a very deserving spot in the grand finals. I honestly, I hope they do beat Crazy Raccoon here, because it would be a great story.
Among all the drafts that I've seen from all the teams today, I'm most impressed, honestly, with SK Kalalas. And I'm not just saying that in hindsight because they're now winning. I mean, if you just look on paper, all the drafts are so coherent, right? And that Gem Grab draft, especially, if you just ignored the fact that Zeta Division had a hard counter, maybe if Kit was banned, it was still a coherent comp. Now onto Crazy Raccoon, though. This is a little bit more Zeta-esque, right? They are the true East Asian team here. The comps don't really have the clearest of game plan. I was listening to the hate on the Gale in that last pick, and it is a pick that has a lot of Crazy Raccoon flair in it. It is something Milcreo enjoys playing on the map. And maybe that guy that you interviewed from Berlin was right, you know. So sometimes it doesn't matter about the matchups. If you pilot the Brawler to 99.9% of its capacity, you hit the speed of light, and things change for you.
Those two are actually players I'm coaching. That's why we had that conversation about Melody being completely countered by a Nani on Bridge 2-4, which I still disagree with, by the way. But yes, I do think you can win any matchup with your comfort pick. And SK Kalalas has also been one of these teams that just pick up comfort picks more often than not. That Gus Mo, I remember, we really didn't love it, but in the end it worked out perfectly. Once again, global bans here, so we won't see these brawlers in the grand finals. Unfortunate for them, they didn't get into the biggest stage of the day. Sirius, Clancy, Ems, and Crow. These four are just some of the most global bans brawlers that we've seen all day, so it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I don't know if it's sad for these brawlers, to be fair, because I'm very pleased that we're not going to be seeing like the majority of these. Like Clancy's so strong at the moment. Sirius, you know, there's a few questions about Sirius, I think, at the moment of, you know, how strong he really is, because, you know, when I go on ladder, I get destroyed by him, but I come here and I'm like, okay, well, it's losing the majority of his matches. Like, what's going on?
Hold up. He's got a 66% win rate out of 3 games, and the last one that he lost, it was baited by an ally. So, not the weakest, but okay. Ping pong here on that predictions. Wow, 84%. Sunny, are you aligned with that?
SK Kalalas in the previous match had a 92% against them in the match versus Zeta Division, and they beat the allegations. Now once more, 84% against them. I think they're going to show their haters that they have it in them to beat both of these giant teams in East Asia.
They're definitely gaining some ground. If it was like 90-something% against them in the last one, at least they're gaining a bit back, you know?
True.
They're getting fans by the game, and if you beat Zeta Division, you deserve to carry some fans along with you into the finals.
They also convinced 25% of the casting booth, so booth thinking SK Kalalas might actually win this one.
I think, therefore, I am, is what I would like to say. All roads look like Crazy Raccoon are just this indomitable force coming into this monthly final. They aren't even drafting the cleanest, and yet they're still being able to take down, you know, team after team after team. But SK Kalalas, I think, as I said, their drafts have really impressed me today. And looking at these maps, I gotta say, every single one of these maps have really good opportunities to get out drafts into play. And honestly, these aren't the greatest of Crazy Raccoon's maps. It's a golden opportunity for SK Kalalas to maybe pull this one off.
Which map doesn't have the opportunity to outdraft?
I thought every map in Brawl Stars, yeah.
Exactly.
Every map in Brawl Stars has the ability to outdraft.
But he said these specifically have the potential to outdraft.
Well, they're hard. I think Sunny might get these.
I draft against
harder
Trev.
to draft. I mean, if you draft against Trav, then like, I think that's.
I just banned Terra and he lost.
Yeah, he lost basically. I mean, we haven't seen that all day, but yeah, it's not bad. But it's a bit outdated. Sorry, Trav, but. Now, from one coach to another, I think you understand, like, some of these maps are just more trappy in nature. Like, they will have opportunities where, let's say if you're first pick, you come in with the wrong set of bans, you might have already started on a disadvantage. If you first pick a brawler that's just not compatible with the map, like Sirius, you know, showing up in Bridge too far, you know, just look at Zeta Division. It's a harrowing tale that all these teams have to obey. And exactly what I saw inside this map pool is that kind of map where you really can't mess up a single pick, a single ban.
I hope you're ready now for the first grand final of the month. It's SK Kalalas versus Crazy Raccoon. The third grand final of the East Asia season so far. And the last one in the spring split, the last one before Brawl Cup. One of these teams is going to Brawl Cup, so Crazy Raccoon has to prove once more what they can do against their region before they can step up into the global stage. We are on Hot Potato. Rico, one of the best brawlers here, if you don't break the map open. Usually you want to pick Colt into it. Colt is banned out. Is it going to be a Ross instead?
Could be. It's the most straightforward answer to this Rico, right? Aside from having parity on the Ricochet type of plays, it falls into that role of just opening up the map, and of course it's Moya's favorite brawler, but no. Crazy Raccoon are gonna lead out with the Lily and the Nita instead. Wow, this is not what I expect from the Crazy Raccoon of today.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't mind at all. Lily is, you know, has been on a tear in a lot of the games. We've seen some lovely, lovely Lily gameplay today. Nita, it's just one of the brawls. If you're going to be able to cycle the bears onto the save, you're going to be absolutely flying. I do like the Rico. I like it a lot. And as you guys have said, I would have expected some wall break to follow with the Ruffs or something like that. But I don't mind the route they've got. Probably just going to try and, you know, invis up the map with Lily and kind of disrupt the Rico a bit more.
BB, Ross are two of the brawlers that I'm still waiting for. BB comes out immediately. That's what I'm talking about. They could now double down with those bouncy brawlers, pick the Ruffs up themselves, or pick something alongside the BB, maybe get her onto that save. I'm looking at a potential berry pick here. Not the best into Lily, of course, but with the knockback gadget, not too bad either. Other than that, really, many of the good brawlers are completely gone from the roster. We talked so much about Sirius, he's global banned in this one. Any other throwers potentially on Hot Potato that still could be good? Definitely not into Kit now, right?
Great last selection, I think, here to round things up. What? Okay, so this is a pretty old school counter there to the BB here. They believe that this boss will be sufficient as a defender, but this is going back to East Asia 2024 meta, where they invented the I just ignore the enemy and just go base race. 2 tanks, 1 defender. Crazy Raccoon have sort of a hybrid version of that. You know, they've got 2 sort of semi-defenders. When Nita comes online with Bruce, then things will be a bit different. But otherwise, both of them have the same objective. They just want to base race and end this game.
2 assassins on both sides, then the Nita and the Rico to kind of even out the score. Nita defends until she has that bear available, then she just want to rush to save themselves. This is going to be an interesting one. Ready for the grand finals, Trev?
Absolutely, and we're well underway already on the save. Moya's just going to go in the realm straight through up the map, and Ghosty forced to use a super on defense here as well. Tensai with a nice stun, double stun here, but Naipishu almost actually out-healed what he was doing there. Bang on a draw at the moment as 89 to 89. And Tensai trying to get up the map. More aggression coming in now. There was Kuru and Ghosty going to get the first crack, and Tensai can't match it.
Good start there from the side of SK Kalalas. Your Naipishu is checking Tensai in the base. They're getting the lane swap there. He was baiting it out there. Tensai didn't know that Ghosty was at the ready to support his teammate. Communication breaking down from the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, more aggression from Moya once more. Kuru just baits him, doesn't know where he's going to be, but played it really well. Good stuff on the defense from Tensai, who's just stunning over and over, but just getting out-healed and now out-damaged by Ghost T. Milcreo not having the best of the times on the defense, but there's the first crack coming in from Crazy Raccoon, and much better overall.
Hypercharges at the ready for both Nightpishu and Moya. Jumps across onto Kuru, but poor target selection there. Ghosty's going to be jumping back here to take down Milkrail. Bruce is committed, but not going to be enough. Tensai eats yet another stun to the face there. And Milkrail in the back just respawned there, trying to deal with Nightpishu and this Hypercharge. But it's starting to unravel for Crazy Raccoon.
Still very much in it, but Moya just really not finding too many pathways up. A hypercharge through the middle to pair with another one from the kit. Tensai trying to get up, but Nippishu now defending. Doesn't need to, though. Only 23% left on that safe, and with two of them in a good position, through comes the bubble, and a few Rico shots might be done in a second. Nippishu still trying to get some damage in, and that will finish the game. SKC starts strong.
A clean execution there from SK Kalalas as well. This is what we were talking about when it comes to the draft. Their drafts have a lot more of a coherent plan, whereas Crazy Raccoon, they're drafting options for themselves. They're creating counterplay, but at the end of the day, you can't really put together a plan that's just solely built off counterplay.
Well, we'll see if they can do a little bit better off the start this time. CR instantly into the realm, trying to get up the map once more, and Ghosty ready to defend alongside Kuru. Milkrail with a free pathway up the mid, will take that. Now pinching back, Nippishu still gets the kill onto the buzz, and Milkrail left all alone in a 1v3 here.
Sniper just being so patient here, healing up to full while Milkrail inevitably will get pinched out here. You see the kid jumping back here onto Nightpishu. The battering ram formation has been formed there. So much base damage going to be dealt here through that red safe. Crazy Raccoon, though, they're opting to try to go for a base race of their own. Tensai and Moya shredding that first layer of shielding, while in the backlines, SK Kalalas doing the same.
Yeah, it's a question of who can defend better between the Rico and the Nita. And Nita took a bit of a while to come back there, and Tensai now he forced Ghosty to come back, and he actually misses that jump. Really well-timed super, and only 25% left now with a Nita Bear and Lily coming up. This might be done. Cycles it out as well, and a great answer coming through with Nippishu and his Hypercharge. Still a chance for an SKC win and a set.
Beautiful defense converted into pure offense there from Nippishu, managing to even things up there. But Tensai pops up that Hypercharge. Moya has managed to slip through as well. One more hit should do the trick here, and it does. Crazy Raccoon tie up the set 1-1.
Yeah, really nice answer there from Crazy Raccoon as well. Absolutely beautiful to see. Was just a bit more scrappy, I feel, rather than just letting them get a bit more of a hold on the game. And the base race is 100% what they want to be doing. Nita was doing a good job of defending all the way through as well. Rico was too, but he was just a little bit more overwhelmed, I feel.
Yeah, Milkrail surprisingly surviving in that early game interaction, which is pivotal to allow Crazy Raccoon to get that tempo lead. And now we're seeing a pure base race actually emerging here inside the mid. Tensai can't find his way through. Ghosty opts to actually jump back, misses the mark there onto Moya, and that's going to allow him to take that first layer of shielding. Nightpishu hasn't gotten parity on the other side. That's Crazy Raccoon surging into the lead.
I mean, Lily's flying, done so much damage on her own. Tensai gets knocked back mid super, so doesn't have that for a while yet. Super available now from Ghosty. Jumps on the back of BB, giving some heals that way. Moya, Invis here, gonna come out in absolute hell, I feel, here in the middle of three of them. Not gone down just yet, gets a super onto him. And Nita getting some good value coming off the back, but will go down. And that's a good defense from SKC, and a good offense too.
Great conversion there once again. They're making up for lost time though. We see the Hypercharge Bruce being committed there, but Nippishu takes down its owner. And now Tensai jumped onto by Ghosty. He will be able to bring this one down. Bruce is still indeed at large. And meanwhile, back in the SKC base, you see Kuru managing to take down the offense. It's neck and neck trap.
Another bear ready to go for Milkrail. Still got his Hypercharge one up as well. Ghosty will get the super off, but will fall down. Should be traded out as Tensai will fall. There's the crack as well. They do take the lead with that one too. Moya coming in, doesn't use the Hypercharge, but assume he's going to come straight out on Kuru. There's a Hyper Bear on the safe, and CR are running away with it.
One more layer of shielding is all Crazy Raccoon need to start and establish inside this set. The path to Brawl Cup seed number 1 is here, but Ghosty is here to try and stop it. Stun there onto Tensai. Moya commits to the back, gets 1 kill. Bubble is committed by Nightpishu, going to be clipping the backline, but Milkrail is the main character of this show. Pops the Hypercharge. Bruce takes down 1, takes down 2, and opens the path for Captain Tensai to come in and clean up set number 1.
I mean, an incredible start from SKC in that set. They get control of the first, it's not scrappy, they're loving life. And then CR just go, all right, never mind, we're not playing properly, we're just going to base race them. There's no need to try and take them on in a head-on-head matchup. And they just run away with it. Really, really good stuff from CR. And especially, I think, Moya definitely played that one really well in the second too.
That's how we know Crazy Raccoon, though. They feel most comfortable when they're in the back, but they're the team that has played the most 3-2s across the whole globe, I believe. We have seen them so many times struggling in the first 2 sets. Now at least they take the set, still struggle in the first game, though. Arguably, for me, they have the better comp here with the Rico. With the Nita on their side, because once Nita has a bear available, they just dish out so much damage. On the other side, the Rico, such a good pick for control, but he just doesn't do as much as the Nita on the right-hand side. We also see now, Kuro is the main defender here. Most kills, but that's just not the objective of this game mode.
Tried his best there though, 15 kills to his name. He was the stellar defender on the team, and honestly the only brawler out of the stellar cast of 6 brawlers to be sort of a dedicated defender. Never really got to see the chance for Kuro to convert into an offensive maneuver there. I have to say though, looking back at some of the plays made by Ghost T, it looked like SK Kalalas, they had a shift between games 1 and 2, made this odd call to tell Ghost T to jump more on his teammates, play synergistically, rather than just stun the enemy and open up the path for his teammates.
And I kind of feel like I have to take back what I just said. The Rico actually had more DPS on save, more damage on save, than the Nita did. So Rico played out fairly well. It was the Lily that was the deciding factor on the side of Crazy Raccoon with 111,000 damage points to the save.
Yeah, it's just so tough to defend. Like, even if you defend her, she's back instantly again with another gadget because she survived long enough in the previous one. So it's just non-stop Lily gadgets towards the safe. And even if you play perfectly as the Rico, she's going to get a few hits, and that's exactly what happens.
And we don't see Lily too often on Heist. Where we do see her nearly every time, though, is Gem Grab. And we're heading to that mode just now. Let's see if she's going to be picked up once more. Mortis and her are usually the ones to be picked up to be a bit of a game changer, to claim the gem carrier in the last few seconds. She's going to be banned out alongside Shade and Bull on the right-hand side. They have the first pick, so they want to ban out any assassins that are usually good as last picks. Makes a lot of sense here. And then Ruffs is just a super safe pick overall. You can break up in the map, you can give that treat to your mid. The gem carrier is going to have better survivability. So yeah, Ruffs, I love him. It's just such a good pick on any map really as a first pick.
And the Max Nita setup makes its appearance on the side of SK Kalalas, and as you mentioned, with Mortis being wide open inside the pool, Crazy Raccoon, they have to prophylactically kind of prepare for it. They have to come up with some kind of tank counter, and at the same time, they also have to address the fact that, you know, you've got this Max Nita on the board as well. I wouldn't mind, you know, Crow being selected here. Chester's still wide open as well inside the pool. 2 great answers for Crazy Raccoon's gem carry if they want to choose to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like that Chester shout. I think it's, you know, one of the brawlers that just rarely slips through both the bans, and there it is, comes through now. It's just a brawler that rarely slips through the global and the map bans for you know, when it's going to be so strong on the map. I really like this from the side of Crazy Raccoon so far. It's just, you know, so defensive, so versatile.
Such a great shot of USP there with the Chester. Now last pick could still be a Mortis into Max and Nita. Rico still left open as well. One of my favorite brawler on Hard Rock Mine has just so many ways to shut down a lane completely. Do they go Chester gem carrier is my question. No, it's going to be Stu instead. A brawler, sorry, we don't see too often either. He's fairly good on double swoosh, where the 2 gem carriers are playing fairly close. Now, on a map like this one, you usually want to pick up the likes of Pierce, Max, just something with a bit more either mobility or range. Max, I think, has a fairly good matchup into Stu there.
And they're just inviting the Mortis. The last pick, I know it's a Chester there, but it's still got 2 decent matches, but no. SK Kalalas, they want to punish the Ruffs in a completely different direction. They're going to opt for the Ziggy selection, which I think the whole of today, as Arca and as Travis mentioned already, is pretty, you know, not receiving the same amount of respect that, for example, a reason like EMEA would do.
Yeah, I mean, the Ziggy for me, like, if you get control, it's going to be so hard to break back through that for the side of Crazy Raccoons. They've just got to ensure that they keep these brawlers in spawn, which is going to be so hard with the max speed. You know, the ability to just bounce straight into that mobility and just get up the map so freely.
And that's going to be a super tough match for that Stu in mid. As long as he doesn't have supers, he can't really dodge his incoming Ziggy shots that are just going to rain down from the skies constantly. And once Nita has Bear, Stu doesn't have the greatest DPS. It's going to be a tough one here for Crazy Raccoon. Let's see if SK Kalalas can even out.
We've got matchups on both sides that's favorable to both teams. Ghost T will indeed suffer for the most part up against Milquera, but on the other side, this last pick, Ziggy, being piloted there by Knight. Kishu will be just so annoying for the entirety of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, you can see him just kind of staying away, not taking the lane, going through mid, wanting to play a bit more slow against this Ziggy, and who can blame him for it? When he gets a few supers, maybe he'll be able to make a move towards it, but so far with that gem spawning on Crazy Raccoon's side, it should be 3-3, so pretty even. As you say, it's favorable matchups either side. Milcreo's going to dominate, and so's Nipeshu.
Big super there from Nipeshu, going to be pushing the entirety of Crazy Raccoon to the edge of there. Caught with the clips of that slow. Milcreo manages to weasel his way out, but Nipeshu continues this aggressive on that right lane. Absolutely dominating. Moya now hasn't even gotten his first super of the game.
Yeah, it's crazy. It really is. Really difficult for him. Tensai trying to put some work in through the mid, because he's going to have to be, along with Milcreo, obviously winning their lanes to be able to win this game, because Moya's just going to be dominated for the most part. He's just waiting, lingering here, trying to get a super, but Nipeshu just knows that range so well.
Second gadget being popped there by Nipeshu, just some zoning here going on. A fairly passive game between both teams. No real changes here, aside from a slight wall break in Terrania on the left side from Milcreo. But it looks like we're going to be heading all the way for potential 10 to 10 gems, and at that point, it's going to come down to hypercharges.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's fair to say Moya's going to be nowhere near his hypercharge. Milcreo still trying to work on powering up that right-hand side as well. Ghosty trying to make a move through. Here comes the super, and Kuru manages to get the 8th. There's the power up to Tensai. Now they're mid. It's going to be a good spot, but Ghosty winning his lane for once as well. And Moya made a move up the right-hand side, just trading a few shots here. I think the next one spawns on CR's side, and they've got 9 so far. So not in a bad spot, but some wonderful hits from Nipeshu right in the necessary moment.
A very dangerous position now from the side of SK Kalalas. Kuru is caught between the entirety of Crazy Raccoon. Hypercharge there, popped by Milcreo. Hypercharge returned there from Kuru. They are down 11 gems to 8, so they have to get a single kill here, either Moya or Tensai, for the reset. Crazy Raccoon now heading for the bushes. They're trying to get this defense in. Knifey almost at the Hypercharge, but couldn't get it off in time. At the very least, they get the reset that they needed. That should allow SK Kalala to tie this one up.
Need that gem. Oh, the stun. I mean, Tensai couldn't have asked for a better super in that situation. It was a bit of a surprise to see the stun come out, and the countdown this time actually starts for SKC. Tensai should be able to get the gem off his side, but will need a bit of help from his teammates. There you go, Nipeshu takes a few hits from Milcreo, who might want to open up some of this map, and does. Stops him from going down this right-hand side and having a free lane.
12 to 12 now, the countdown continues. 13 in the side of SK Kalalas. Nipeshu trying to make a little cheeky lane swap here on the left side. He would much rather that lane against Moya, but Hypercharge is committed there from Tensai. Speed comes out there from Kurudo, and Nipeshu will get the first kill here in this countdown onto the right lane. Moya is coming back to get some revenge here and buy the space for his team. That should, however, still put us 14 to 14. The last gem will decide this.
They're all pinned up top. They're not even going to go for the gem. They're just going to go for the kills at this point. Moya eventually will pick it up. Ghosty going to miss that shot almost, bringing Tensai down. He's got 25 gems, and Crazy Raccoon will eventually get this game on the board. Kuru all alone, unable to do it. And that's a real rough one for SKC. I feel like there's been barely any kills throughout the game. It's just kind of like poking at each other until they get hypercharged and then making a move.
It was such a disciplined showing from both teams, and you mentioned that Moya would never get a hypercharge. He got it at the end there. I mean, it didn't really matter. It was celebration.
It got a bit more scrappy.
Yeah, it was probably a little bit scrappy there. I want to point out that this Moya is running the long dash instead of gas or heal onto the Stew, so it is actually yet another wall break and yet another big threat on that team. I mean, if SK Kalalas, they were doing a fantastic job zoning in the entire game, but yeah, this time they've given up. They just said, Ghosty, go feed Moya, because we need 9 on Milcreo.
I think SKC need it to be a bit more scrappy anyway than CR. You know, coming into this one as a fairly heavy underdog, I think they're going to want it to be, you know, a bit more up in the air as to who's going to be able to win it well, rather than just, you know, mechanic on mechanic matchups.
Yeah, synergy is the name of the game when you pick up brawlers like this, Max. I wanted to see more of that come up between Ghosty and between Kuru. I also want to see these Ziggy Supers connecting a little better, because at this time now, it's kind of connecting with Moya. It almost brings him down here. But yeah, like, it should sort of convert a little bit better. I like the fact that Ghosty now is being able to get these aggressive positions here. Speed is committed there onto Nipeshu, and they're going to get like now 4 to 4 gems.
Moya's picked up his super there as well, and with zero drag, if Nipeshu now oversteps, he's going to be in a bit of a tough spot. We'll be able to cycle those supers out. Kuru gets the 5th. Moya taking a few shots to the face. Doesn't want to waste his super trying to dodge these shots that aren't going to be, you know, massively hurting him. And there's another super just thrown out as well. He's going to go up here as well. Can't find the shot and will go down. And that's another gem surely going SKC's way.
A gem drop by Moya. Tensai is desperate to try and retrieve it. A little bit greedy from him there. Kuru might have wanted to commit the speed. Nipeshu is on the mark. Almost gets Tensai down. Commits the hypercharge super. Kuru commits one of his own as well. On the other side, we see Moya dashing actually back into the Ziggy super. What is this man doing here? Desperate there to create space for his team, most likely. But it's not paying off for them.
Milcreo making the move around the back now, just trying to pin Ghost T back in spawn. Gets super, might need to use it for the damage and does go for it, but actually misses it. Has a hypercharge in hand now as well, but 9 gems on the side of SKC, but luckily for Crazy Raccoon, they've managed to pin them in the spawn for the first time this game.
Bruce is going to be committed there from the side of Ghost T. Now popping the shield as well. That's going to allow the space required for Crew to come out and snatch the gems. Nightbishu makes a little sacrifice play just to push back Milcreo a little bit. But with 7 to 10 gems, all SK Kalalas need is to hold on. Big push there from the 10 side, but he's going to be blown up by Nightbishu's power of the storm there. There's nothing that Crazy Raccoon can do in this game.
Yeah, I mean, these games are they're playing it so slow and so calculated, just trying not to overstep at all. But eventually someone makes the move, makes the mistake, and then the other team just wins it. It's as easy as that. So, yeah, this is going to be decided just by who's going to make the least amount of mistakes will take this set.
Gotta say, like, drafting-wise, I'm starting to see just how much of a menace this Ziggy can be. I thought to myself as well, like, if Moya gets a single dash, isn't the matchup over? Well, turns out, when you've got good team play, Crew covering you from most of those angles, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, he doesn't want to waste the dashes trying to, evade shots and stay out of harm's way. He needs to be able to use them aggressively to get towards Napichu. Tensai getting hit so hard there, forced back Moya, looking for a super, but Kuru won't give him that either.
Napichu now being pushed back by Moya. Hiding behind this 3-block wall there. Meanwhile, on the side of Ghost T is pinching out Milcreo. Should be able to get out of this one. He does get pinched down eventually, though. Big super there. Tensai is caught between all 3 members of SK Kalalas. I don't think that there should be a way for him to survive, but yet he finds the one way out, gets the heal that he needed, and Moya bought the space that he needed to survive.
Yeah. And just gets 2 gems for his troubles as well. It's like he survives 3 people and then manages to walk out with 2 gems where he shouldn't even be surviving at all. Kuru with the speed coming out now. Ghost T will use that and get down the right-hand side. Try to pinch in here. Does a good job of regaining some control, but this pinch that Tensai should be able to provide will be a bit nasty for him. Ghost T falls low. Napichu throws out a super and doesn't get anything back from it.
A bit of the wrong direction there. Thought he could commit it onto the mid. Instead, that could be the mistake that seals the deal for SK Kalalas. Nightbishu gonna drop here as well. Ghost T, the next to fall. Currently, Crazy Raccoon just slowly but surely developing some kind of a spawn trap.
Wasted there as well. He tried to survive with it, but didn't manage to get it off. Moya has super, has the power up now as well, and all 3 members of SKC pinned in the back right. Tensai gets the 8th, and that's a 2-gem difference.
Hypercharge is available for Kuru, but hasn't got the speed boost just yet. 9th gem gonna be spawning there very soon for Crazy Raccoon. They could opt to take both of these gems. Big super there from Nightbishu's gonna go up, but once again, not connecting onto anything. Moya making a risky play, walking through the storm. That takes a lot of damage. You see the Hypercharge super popped up from Kuru, passes it over there to Nightbishu. The storm is gonna connect with Moya at the very least. They should be able to get the reset. We see yet another Hypercharge come out there from Ghosty. A shot though, missed onto Moya. There's the reset that they were looking for, but Kuru tapped up by Milcreo in the back. No escape for him. This dog is in the house.
I mean, Ghost T would have been able to get those gems and get back if Milcreo's Meteors hadn't made that connection and forced him further back into the spawn. Napichu surely going to go down for the burn damage here, and Kuru won't be far behind. Crazy Raccoon was so close to conceding that set, but actually end up going 2-0 up and put themselves in a great position to win the Grand Finals.
And you can just see Tensai just attacking his own teammate there as a signal to tell us, like, you can see the smile on his face. He knew that that was a really, really bad position, and that in all honesty, it should have been SK Kalalas taking it away. And then, Miru-san, Milcreo in the back is probably like, guys, I'm tapping everyone. I'm on 100 health, but they can't hit me.
I just absolutely love how serious Crazy Raccoon is, how locked in when it comes down to gameplay. But as soon as some of the tension is gone, as soon as the game is over or almost over, they're just so unserious. They're just having fun. They're doing their silly little dances. They're being unserious with themselves at times, which is so refreshing to see. Ghost T here in a bit of a pickle. Tensai in the end with 25, 26 gems, I think it was. Crazy Raccoon just looking really strong. And SK Kalalas that has just taken down Zeta Division has what it takes to beat Crazy Raccoon. But as I said in the beginning of this, maybe not yet. Maybe next month, I think they still need a couple of weeks of training.
Yeah, I mean, for me, they're very much in this series, though. That's the thing. Like, that was a very close set. It's just decided by who's not going to step out of line too many times. You can see the mids here. Tensai and Kuru not going to have the most done. Moya, surprisingly, he even got 5 kills, to be honest with you. He was just sat there for the entire game, just trying to keep Napichu at bay, who would have done a lot better than 6 kills had he not been on Moya for the entirety of it. So, yeah, really nice stuff there from Crazy Raccoon. A very well-managed set, I'll feel. It was just try not to make mistakes and pick up gems when we can.
And Spoo, we talked about it earlier, Milkreo is just so good. Even playing a support brawler like Ruffs, it was the first pick in this round as well, so you would expect every other brawler to counter this brawler. 11 kills on him.
Incredible. And he did the same thing in Rival as well. Every time he's on a support brawler, I was like, we were talking a little bit and about how, like, why isn't even backline? How did it even get here? And here it's a similar situation whereby the whole position for Crazy Raccoon just absolutely falling apart. And then you just see, what's that sound? Oh, it's Milkreo tapping up everyone with 200 health. How is he still alive?
We're now heading over to Bell's Rock, and I'm so looking forward to this map and potentially SK Kalalas taking a set. I would love to not have a 3-0 in the finals, please.
It'd be the ideal situation when we've had such a good day of games, and you know, SKC beating Zeta Division 3-2 and the grand final being a 3-0 would be a little bit underwhelming.
So sad.
But at the end of the day, you know, if Crazy Raccoon managed to get it done, then it's a very deserving performance and a very deserving grand finals win for them, because they have been a great team this year. Pretty, you know, back and forward here and there. They've had some questionable performances, but for the most part, it's been pretty decent.
We talked about their drafts coming into this, and we've seen that Crazy Raccoon is not usually a team who plays a lot of assassins and tanks. It was a very different story on Heist, but so far both of these teams aren't playing too many tanks. Unless you want to count Mo as one, I guess. He's a DPS. Whatever. We're now heading over to Bell's Rock and Knockouts. We want to see a lot of long range. We want to see throwers. What we don't usually see here too often are tanks and assassins, Ollie and whatnot. So both of those teams should really like this map.
Yeah, pretty much. I would favor CR on this map a little bit more. I mean, you know, this was the map that in 2025 did bring them to a grand finals performance up against
Please jinx
Gaming, right?
Spoo, once again.
I'm trying to do it for the plot, you know, I'm hyping up CR. So far, I've gotten most of my predictions wrong. So, yeah, CR's totally going to win this 3-0. Pack it up. Let's just end the show here. Yeah, we can cut the cams, actually. But no. In all honesty, yeah, I think Crazy Raccoon, now they've even got the last pick on this map, and just looking at the bans from SK Kalalas, they're terrified, right? They just banned out, literally, the World Finals comp subject to RT there, but that's basically the thing that the weapons, just Jaeyong, this Brock that they use to take out as SK Gaming.
Well, the Pierce coming in as the first then. You said we wanted to see some sharpshooters. We do. There's only a few kind of aggressive brawlers you can bring in here. So I think Pierce as a first is a very good shout, especially when you've got, you know, the Brock band out, who's usually going to be breaking this map and shaping it. But yeah, I think the Pierce is a great answer to their 0-2 problems at the moment.
Ollie is still left open, the brawler that I mentioned before. Pair it with a Byron and ship it off, you know. Could be a really good comp coming into this one. Ziggy is left open as well. Let's see if it's actually going to be the Ollie now. It's unfortunate. Rico is going to be picked up next, and Rico strives on this map, especially when the opponents don't have any wall break. And unfortunately, they banned it out for themselves. No Brock on this map, so Rico coming in as one of the best brawlers in the mid lane here. Now they have left it open. At the end of the draft, they can still go with the Ollie if the opponents don't have any tank counters. They can still go away from that and just pick up the Ziggy last pick. They have the perfect setup so far for a perfect draft.
I was just going to say that, yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. Perfect setup indeed. They don't have to rush it. And indeed, SK Kalalas are going to lean back in their gaming chairs, go back to Naipishu, Ziggy once again. New meta stuff here being developed from Bell's Rock. We can't say this is a 2025 meta because quite literally these are new picks that are coming into it. And can Crazy Raccoon make the adaptations needed? Will they find a good last pick? Or will SK Kalalas here find a really, really solid comp here? I wouldn't mind here if they had a little bit more coverage against tanks, because at the moment, you know, both of these brawlers, neither of them really do well against that Ollie.
Absolutely a bit susceptible to pretty much any aggression, but they're going to take it themselves. Smart. And then Tick comes in for Crazy Raccoon.
I love that SK Kalalas just picks up the two obvious choices for the right-hand side. They could have went either with Ziggy or Ollie, so let's just pick up both of them. I do like the Tick here as last pick. Is a 0% win rate in scrims, so good luck with that, Crazy Raccoon.
Wow.
But I still overall would say they have a solid comp. We have no healer on the left-hand side. They simply picked the Ollie, so Crazy Raccoon couldn't have him.
I think they had to, right? They were put in a position that if they go Ziggy plus Pierce, they just cannot allow this Byron Ollie to materialize. It's a bit of a forced pick there. But you know who wasn't forced to pick Tick? Crazy Raccoon. Once again, continuing this trend, potentially securing seed number 1 there for East Asia. They're continuing to prey on their fellow countrymen with the thoughts of mistakes. This Tick is so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for Ghosty to be able to get into an aggressive position with the Ziggy and be able to take advantage of Milkreo and Tensai, who are as usual pretty decent matchups. But obviously the Tick's going to have to be very cautious of Ollie when he gets that super and just hope that his teammates are going to be able to deal with it through.
And if you look at the CR comp, they're not even that bad in the late game either. I mean, you know, they've got great ways to attack around walls, whereas on the side of SKC, they've only got Ghost T, and Ghost T vanishes like a ghost.
So they don't have Ghost T anymore, I don't think, because he's not survived for very long in this one. Napishu now trying to push up the map and get a bit of a refrag, put them back into this game, but look at the positioning that they've got. They're just so spread out. Even if he gets super and goes in, he's not going to be able to really get too much back from it. And a hypercharge already ready to go. They're just feeding like Tensai his super. You know, Milcreo's got his. Moya can use his and still go aggressive. I mean, this is. I'm surprised he actually used his splash there instead of just keeping it, but maybe he's working towards his hypercharge.
I honestly think they're just too comfortable. They realize that they have the comp here. They're looking at the SKC comp and they're thinking, hold up, did they just pick 3 brawlers that are individually good but have just absolutely no synergy together? Meanwhile, on the side of Crazy Raccoon, Rico plus Tick, that locks down basically the entire map. SK Kalalas, I mean, Naipishu is basically making the dodges of his life here just to stay relevant. So is Ghost T. They've managed to push CR to the last rung of the map. Ghost T's gonna teleport back, I believe? Yeah, that was not a magic trick, right?
Milcreo is going to go down by the looks of it. Good super and push from Kuru there, giving them an answer. Now Napishu's coming in, gets the double hypnotized, and that's one way to answer it. It really is. Kuru dominating the right and Napishu coming in at the perfect time. A Rico hypercharge, I believe, was available though, and that's all of SKC's utility. They've got a Byron splash, Rico hypercharge, Tick hypercharge very soon, I'm sure. But Napishu has got the super of his. Oh, I mean, I was going to say I thought that was a missed entire super. They're still coming back and hitting him. He's forced to super out. And a hypercharge used by the Tick doesn't find any connections, but it gives them some control.
It gives Crazy Raccoon the entire of the map. Naipishu's been forced to gather just to get out there. Almost gets the 3-tap there onto Tensai. One more would have done the trick, but Ghost T wasn't in position. Goes forward though, tries to TP and get the kill. But Tensai, he had the heal at the ready. Managing to use the bouncy castle to stay alive here just a little bit longer now. But we're back to an even position among both teams.
Yeah, Napishu gets hit pretty hard there by Tensai and following up with some more shots as well. If the Tick can pinch in, that's going to be dangerous. Still low. Ghost T TP's forwards. Another bouncy castle comes through though. There's the ticket. And Tensai, I think, just out-healed that shot in time. Napishu coming in, trying to make it a 2v2 again, but Kuru so low, just a couple of shots away. But he might be able to heal here unless Moya makes that connection.
The late game is here, and this is where Naipishu shines the most. Gonna be popping that hypercharge. There's nowhere left to go for all these brawlers. It's impossible to miss at this juncture. Milcreo with the hypercharge. No, Naipishu gets the connection. One more shot will do it. SK Kalalas get a game on the board.
So close to walking over those Tick mines as well. He just had to say exactly where he was and just hope that he'd be able to get the ammo back in time. And that he did. Just about get the job done. And I mean, after that first round, I thought it was over. You know, they were just going to walk completely over them, but they've bounced back so well and taken that first game.
And I gotta say, SK Kalalas are playing out of their mind here. It's a Ziggy up against a Tick. It's, you know, this Ollie up against Rico. And look at just how aggressive they're playing. Even in spite of the fact that the first round in that first game didn't even go their way, they understand the win condition. Gotta farm up that utility. Gotta try and get those resources for the second round.
Yeah, they feel like they're kind of just ignoring Ollie for a second there, and he's pivoted all the way around the back. Surely they can just kind of pitch in a little bit here and get him down. Tensai getting some great shots in, bringing Napishu low. Never mind, they're just going to go the opposite direction and ignore him.
I think they've realized that, oh wait, Ollie's not here to guard the team. Ghost Team Kuru are vulnerable. Let's pinch them out first. They're the more vulnerable targets here. We'll deal with Naipishu at the very end. Is that the folly though? You see the ticket coming in there onto Naipishu, not going to be committing the jump here. He's going to have to save that super for the second round. SK Kalalas, just like game number 1, they concede this one, but they get a little bit of utility back.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, after the last one, I'm not sure I'm sold as to how, you know, if Crazy Raccoon are going to be able to close this one out because of how well SKC seem to bounce back. Tickets coming in nice and early now. Ghosty trying to pinch in on the Rico. And Napishu wants to get this super off as he did in the last one and try get a little double, but 2 hypercharges are waiting.
The Tensai's not waiting any longer. Pops the first hypercharge. They know they've got to capitalize before the late game. Gets a minor connection there onto Ghost T, but no real value extracted from the rest of that. I thought Moya would commit there with his hypercharge as well, but I guess disciplined plays from Crazy Raccoon are the name of the game.
Well, Napishu pushing forwards now, gets some control back, and this is the same position he was in last time. Hypercharge super comes down, Moya gets hit, but a super from the Rico gets the shots in. Milcreo going to be guaranteed to die here, but it makes it a thrower versus thrower, and the Rico's still in the mix. Ghosty going super aggressive, forced to TP back, and knew he had the capability of doing that one. Moya will continue to just run him down, wants to stay at that max range, which he knows he can outrange him at.
It's a much more difficult late game without that Ollie on the table. SK Kalalas has big win condition there, but Ghosty has some cheeky plays up his sleeve. Teleport straight onto the mid, try to get a 2-tap there onto Moya and Tensai, but couldn't hit the trick. Kuru gets the trade there. It's just Moya versus Kuru here. The head flies are not going to be able to connect. Moya is going to fall to the smoke, and SK Kalalas get another round. They keep their dream alive.
Yeah, it seemed like Rico maybe should have done a little bit more in that ending situation there. Did end up going down and has a super for his troubles, which is more than could be said for the Ollie at the moment. Hilfreo and Kuru just seem to be trading blows on this right-hand side. Nobody really moving a muscle, just staying at range.
Just doing that cheeky disappearing act once again, goes forward, gets a few shots and TP's out completely. It's a reset there for SK Kalalas positionally. They know that they just want to get Night Pishu the super. There it comes online. Tensai's really tempted to try to commit for a laser beam here. There we go, he finds it, but Night Pishu just immediately jumps out, yet the position is solidly with Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, that's just so helpful considering now he can't super in and jump at the same time. Has to wait for that yet again. Tensai trying to pinch around the side here, has a hypercharge, but no super to go along with it. I don't think he should be too far off it, considering he put a decent beam on the Pishu last time.
Could be cycling out, he's got the hypercharge ready as well. We see now commitment plays made by Night Pishu, gets the hypnosis onto Moya, pulls it into the Ziggy super. Follow-up is good from the side of SKC. And on the side of Crazy Raccoon, 2 hypercharges commitment, none connected. Tensai still manages to get 1 kill though. Night Pishu pops the hypercharge, the big shield comes out, gets this hypnosis onto Tensai. Doesn't seem to have the damage, but it's enough. SK Kalalas will not be getting swept by Crazy Raccoon today.
So many close ending in these rounds, an incredible performance from both teams. But SKC get it done in the late game. The Ollie just proving too much for the side of Crazy Raccoon in that instance. And a great performance once more from SKC. This seems more like the team we saw face off against Zeta Division. And hopefully they're going to be able to get back into this one and take it to a set 5.
I want to thank the Brawl Esports gods who have heard my prayers for not a 3-0 in the Grand Finals. We have a match. Now, finally, SK Kalalas looking even stronger than before. The previous sets were already quite close, but in this one, they just take away what Crazy Raccoon really wanted, that Ollie and Ziggy. And Tick sticks with his 0% win rate. What can I say?
It wasn't too bad though, to be fair. Like, the Tick actually did a great job, I thought. Maybe not securing masses and masses of kills, but like, he was doing his part. I mean, the stalemate on the right-hand side, it was Byron and Pierce both doing kind of equally, I'm not gonna say equally nothing, but like, they were both just there on the right side. It was very much just like a mid and a left lane off.
I think the comp from Crazy Raccoon just really struggled in that late game. On the other side, we had Ollie and the Pierce with just an unlimited amount of shells on the ground once he actually comes in close with his opponents. On the right side, what do you do as a Tick? In a 1v1 at the end, you have to walk into the smoke. Otherwise, you really... Yeah, you don't want to be close with your opponents, is what I'm trying to say here. We're now heading over to Hideouts. Set 4 it is. And let's see if we actually can prolong this one, get a set 5 out of SK Kalalas and Crazy Raccoon. I would hope for them, honestly. Crazy Raccoon is looking strong, but they look beatable.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna keep the jinx going. Remember I said, guys, it was a 3-0. I'm gonna say no, yeah, 3-1.
You did vote for SK Kalalas to win this though, so...
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about the
jinx and his jinx.
Yeah, nobody's gonna know, but the jinx and the Gene is out on the field now for Crazy Raccoon. This is a comfort pick, right, that Sebas has allowed to go through here. There has to be some compensation given here. I think it's the Byron that's going to be coming out here. Ollie is still very much in the pool, and that's a brawler that's been hanging around Hideout for a very, very long time. Even after the nerfs, it's a good comeback mechanism in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. The Byron, I think, is a great shout because you compare with so many different brawlers. You can really kind of go so many different avenues. Gene, I mean, rarely a first pick nowadays. I feel like Gene has absolutely fallen off a cliff, but you know, you've said it. It's a comfort pick for him, and it's something that he can perform with. And I think we've said it a few times throughout the show. Sometimes the comfort pick just pays off, and especially in big circumstances like trying to prevent set 5s in the grand finals.
RT is gonna get picked up here. The knockout special, just so good in the long run when the smoke comes in. We're bounty actually. RT is gonna get picked up regardless here on the right hand side. Once again, we have a Crazy Raccoon special here with Tensai on the max, and we have Brock, so they can decide to open up the map. They can decide to just not do it and let Max do her thing. On the left hand side now, we technically have Sirius open, but again, with Brock on the other side, you don't really want to play Sirius. Sirius is global band. Never mind, my bad. We have Goss open. We have Kaze to pick up the blue star. And she is definitely faster than that Max, so could go with her here, and that would probably be my pick.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I would mind that. I don't know about that.
You wouldn't mind it.
I was going to say that, you know, as tanks go, I wouldn't mind the Ollie coming against the selection there, paired up with the Byron there, but they're going to go for the sharper option. This is one of those situations where I can always imagine the conversation going like this. Sebastian says, guys, we can go for the safe pick in the Ollie, but if y'all really want to win...
Or Kaze?
Could we just... Yeah, or Kaze. And they're like, nah, I'm feeling the bull. Nightpishu's like, I think I will run this comp down.
Well, we'll see if he actually manages to do so. For Crazy Raccoon, one more chance to close things out here. We see a huge iPad. And on the left-hand side, SK Kalalas is hoping to prolong into set 5.
Yeah, look like a bit of a shaky iPad at that. Little few nerves coming through his hands. We're definitely not steady there. Bull starting off very fast, going aggressively. He's just being spammed heals here by Ghosty. Pull comes in and he should have...
No way! Oh my goodness! On the desk, we're all losing our minds there. That was the most brainless Brawl Stars I've ever seen on the planet. Byron just popping heals, and this Bull's just chugging T-Bone injectors. He's doing it again. This is the rundown that we talked about, Trav, and it's coming so quickly.
I had to stop speaking because I was like, he should surely go down. He's coming in again, and they're going to get another kill. Moya burning as well. Will fall. Napishu gets a shot in again. And the Bull just seems inevitably will go down. And after all this, it is only a 2-star disadvantage for Crazy Raccoon. And this Hyper, but he gets tapped up. This is so scrappy, but they get a trade again.
It's just such a chaotic game. We've got 1 minute left on the clock, but just eyes on Moya real quick here. He's got this Hypercharge pull at the ready. Kuru is the target. He's the man with the blue and with 4 stars. That's the one Crazy Raccoon won, but they wouldn't mind Nightpishu either. When you got 3 brawlers stacked together, you can beat the Bull.
I mean, that is beautiful from him. Ghosty coming really aggressive, and Napishu straight off spawn with the super. Going for 2. Milkrow falls as well, and they only need 2 more.
2 more they need. Are they going to back up, or are they just going to keep pressing their advantage? You see Nightpishu, the Hypercharge, he's pulled, but there's nothing that Crazy Raccoon can do. You can't beat the Bull.
I mean, I don't even know what to say about that. Like, off the start, he just dominating. Bull's just inevitable, right? Even if he goes down, he's going to come back with kills and he's going to bring it back. It's crazy how good that brawler is. And then you pair it with Byron heals, and he's just immortal.
We're going to see if the Immortal Bull does the same play yet again. They are focused firing him now. You see Crazy Raccoon, they are not falling for the same trick twice. Tensai made the call, send every single shot you have at this Bull. That's the only way you can stop it. Now Moya has the pull, pulls in Kuru as well, creates a bigger differential. But Trav, it's not about the stars in this game, it's about the Bull.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. If they can kind of slow things down, open up the map a bit, keep him at range, maybe focus the Byron a bit more to stop him from healing as much, then maybe they'll be able to get the job done. But it just feels like even with any lead, it's still a possibility to lose. Moya gets his Hypercharge now, was going to go for the pull, but just lets Napishu come in and gets the kill regardless.
Since I'm popping the speed out in the nick of time just to get them away from that Bull. This is starting to look like Crazy Raccoon running away with this game. Nightpishu chains off yet another Tensai, immediately cops the speed. They are not slowing down, Trav.
I actually don't know what I'm watching. It's like night and day from the first game where SKC were just getting kill after kill. Now Crazy Raccoon are. Ghosty falls low here. Hypercharge ready to go for Milkrow, and he will just go for those walls. Napishu comes in really aggressive there, and the knockback did not work because he was still mid-super. Pull available now, but he's still going in. Will get 1 kill. Splash comes in, and it looks like all the CR are going to fall. Phase shift straight into the dash, and the turnaround's there. The blue star along with it, but Moya goes for the pull with the Hyper. Napishu can't survive that, and a Hypercharge will spawn for Tensai. They're trying to finish this game before they can try and come back.
Kuru would have been the kill that they needed there, but one more push from SKC is all they have. They can afford to sacrifice 1. No, not anymore. If Nightpishu goes in, this could be it. Charges to himself there. I think he realized, all right, FF guys, we gotta go next year. We might have messed this one up there. We disrespected Lord and Savior Tensai a little bit too much there. You can't run it down 2 games in a row, can you?
I don't know what to say about this Brawl Stars, to be honest with you. Both teams are just running in a straight line, and it's a question of, like, I mean, Crazy Raccoon are obviously running in a straight line backwards for the most part, but SKC are just healing the ball, going, and this time it didn't work. They started so well. Blue Star will go CR's way, and Napishu trying to do the same yet again of just walking and walking and walking, but they're focusing Kuru and Ghosty a little bit more this time, and they haven't got the lead they had in the last.
They're being a bit more focused here. You look at how Nightpishu's hunting. He's mirroring Milkray's positioning. He knows that's the easiest brawler to dodge up against. And then he's allowing Ghosty to, you know, play Brawl Stars. I mean, okay, not like that. I thought he'd get the self-heal there to stay alive there. Now this is starting to look really dicey for SKC.
I mean, it was a wonderful kill from, I believe it was Milkray on Ghosty, just kind of passing those shots by the Bull and going for the person behind him instead. They do have the super. Kuru's got legs of his own if they're ready to pull him in as well. Tensai pops the speed, goes for Kuru, trying to stop them from having as many players to be able to collapse in on them. He gets pulled mid-super. And he does stay alive. Byron Heal's coming through, but yet again, Milcreo's round the back, trying to pinch in, trying to get him low, and Napisha will fall, and that's 9. Game's not done yet, though. This was what the last one was like, and they started to come back.
They need to get a reversal here. They need to start to get this positioning back together. It just looks like every time they commit to a push, they feed too much of these resources. Moya with the Magic Hand is such a huge disruption tool that suddenly 9Pichu is so scared of. Now CR on the aggressive here. Moya is looking for yet another Magic Hand. Pulls the legs though, and that could be a disaster. 9Pichu tries to capitalize on it, but instead, they're still going to walk away with the kill.
Yeah, nobody's died on CR's side yet. They seem too strong in this game. Hypercharge popped as well. Kuru gonna fall surely yet again, but gets some heals. Ghost T low on the backline. Napishu pops the super and the hypercharge. Pushing in, they're all slowed. He's dominating now, gets them all. They all fall down. That SKC are ahead by the Blue Star.
A total reversal there of kills, 11 to 11, but the Blue Star firmly with 9Pichu here. They just need to survive for yet another 8 seconds. Kuru's got a hypercharge of his own, but tapped up by Milcreo there. Once again, the man, the myth, the Milcreo. He does it yet again. Saved Crazy Raccoon in the World Finals. Saved them here in the April monthly finals. Ladies and gentlemen, Crazy Raccoon, your seed 1 from East Asia.
Just incredible from CR. They're 11 ahead, and then they're the Blue Star behind in 1 Bull Super. And they eventually managed to bring it back at the end yet again. That would have been one hell of a way of SKC to turn it around, but just caught out of position. I believe it was Kuru on the RT. Just stepped a little bit too far forward, was kind of trying to bait the hypercharge a little bit, like back up, I've got my hyper. But then he just gets hit so hard. And beautiful, beautiful stuff from CR, it really was. Deserving champions, but you've got to feel for SKC. They've beaten Zeta Division. They've almost forced a set 5 there, and they've played incredible all day long.
Crazy Raccoon have every reason to celebrate today. They did qualify for the Brawl Cup and they win their 2nd monthly final this year. Congratulations to them. Commiserations also though to SK Kalalas. They have showed us some of the best matches we had all day. Their match against the Zeta Division almost ended in a reverse sweep for Zeta, but they did manage to close it out in the 3-2 series in the end. And now this final that was so close, and honestly, the 3-1 in the end doesn't pay it justice.
Oh man,
disgusting.
Oh, Kuru!
He could have survived that, right? He could have survived it.
I mean, the nerves had to happen
Yeah.
there, right? I think he realized, you know, he was probably making calls to his teammates, forgot his own position. And then, I mean, I'm learning a new dance here from Milcreo. I mean, we need this, all right? Like, Crazy Raccoon celebrations. Tensai is looking pleased with himself. This is exactly what carried them through the World Finals. It's this indomitable spirit. It's just this positivity that Miru-san just brings to the table here. And 10 kills to his name. It's just poetic. Milcreo is literally, in my heart, one of the best Brocks in the world. And every time, World Finals, April monthly finals, you give it to him, he delivers.
He's definitely the MVP for me today. Overall, we've seen a lot of Milcreo today on that Ruffs as well. Most kills on a support brawler. On the other side, don't have Pichu on that Bull, as you put it. Trev, inevitable.
Yeah, I mean, eventually the Bull's going to get some kills, that's the thing. No matter who's playing it, Napishu played it incredibly, don't get me wrong, but Bull, like, you take hit after hit, you can take death after death, but eventually you're going to get your super, you're going to get your hype charge, you're going to get some kills if you hit it well. And we saw it in Gem Grab earlier today, we saw it in Bounty then. Like, he's just got to have the support system around him to be able to do it. And, you know, you could say at the end, Kuru obviously stepped out of line a little bit there, but I'm sure his excuse would be they're inevitably going to hit a pull. They're going to bring it back regardless, so he kind of thought he'd try something. But, you know, SKC, they played incredible today, and I've got to give a massive shout to that.
Sorry, I'm really excited for the coming months now. SK Kalalas maybe finally has a chance to get a grand final win under their belt themselves. How many more dances we will learn from Crazy Raccoon? I'm excited to see that as well. This is one last look at the bracket of the East Asia Monthly Finals. Don't worry, we're going to continue tomorrow with EMEA. Then we have some more action for you next weekend, also with NA and SA, where you also don't have to see Trav.
That's sad.
So it's very
the viewers.
Also, unfortunately, you won't see Spoo there, but the important information here was you should tune in. Trav isn't here. It's okay.
I'm not even, that doesn't even warrant a reply.
Crazy Raccoon still celebrating here. SK Kalala's obviously crushed here. They came so close. But as I said before, they came closer each month. Last month it was the semifinals for them. Month 1 it was only the quarterfinals. So every month they're just getting better.
They've got so much potential, and I think going into the second split of the year off the backs of the second place, I think they've proven to the world that, you know, they're no fraud, guys. I mean, I've been looking at that month after month. I said this is the highest potential team for East Asia to break out in, you know, this year. And then the first month I was like, okay, maybe I made a mistake in that. So second month I was like, okay, they beat Rival. Today they beat Zeta, and honestly, they could have taken Crazy Raccoon to a set number 5. I would be proud. You are strong.
If you're a Crazy Raccoon fan today, you're celebrating with some dances with them. And we're going to have a look at the most picked brawlers of today's matches overall. And I also want to compare those then to the other regions. Because so far, every single month, we just had different brawlers come out on top in every region, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, all of these brawlers, they're just so well-rounded. That's the thing, right? They're going to have good matchups no matter kind of what they're in, unless they're, I don't know, against like 3 throwers or something. But like, regardless, they're all so consistent. They can be good against anything. It's just kind of the brawlers you pick if you're like, we just need something that's going to be decent against most things. And I think that's, you know, what East Asia tend to do. And I think that's what the meta is at the moment.
Chester has been the most picked up last month, also this month. Maybe it's time for a little nerf there, Adrian. We now look over at the most banned brawlers. Pierce is going to show up there. Shade as well, with a 0% win rate, as well as Crow. Why are those 2 brawlers even ever picked up?
Beats me. I'm looking at it. I didn't see a single Shade today. I don't know if it's the Zeta Temple region and it's just the map pool
It was
and the
picked up
nature.
once.
Yeah, it did, but no, the Shade was good, though. That's the thing. It was the rest of his team who weren't doing anything.
Yeah.
They're giving him bad win rate for no reason. He could have just as easily had a 100% win rate, and then would have been saying completely different.
Same thing with the Crow. It's a good pick still, but Fennel made it look atrocious.
Yeah, you said it.
Now the new addition to the BSC as well, we have global bans for you. This month we have a little bit of a different picture compared to last month. It was Bull, the most global banned brawler in March. Now in April, Clancy is showing up there at the top.
Yeah, and Bull hasn't been banned once, unless my eyes are deceiving me, globally at least. But Clancy definitely deserving of that top spot, really strong at the moment. We saw him being played once, I think it was, on a map that you wouldn't usually play him. And
Bridge too far. Yeah.
And he was so
ridiculously good.
Yeah.
Like, no surprise that he's going to be banned out the majority of the time.
Yeah, I think we underestimated him a tiny little bit. We now saw how strong he truly is. The brawler I kind of feel for right now, Chloe was banned out every single time last month, either global bans or regular bans in every single region, and now he got nerfed, and now he's not showing up in the bans, in the picks. This nerf really hit him hard.
Good.
Tough to balance brawler. I mean, with the likes of like Jean, Byron, Glowy, all these kind of utility-based brawlers, they have the risk of turning evergreen. No pun intended, that Glowy is already green, but maybe pull back on the nerf. But I mean, it's a bit early, right? It's only East Asia, right? Maybe EMEA have a different impression of it. We know that East Asia, when it comes to the draft, I have to mention, not the greatest. To the SK Kalalas, they drafted phenomenally, and CR still just, yeah.
And SK Kalalas has an EMEA coach, so maybe there's something to that. We're gonna have one more look at the 2 winners of the day. Crazy Raccoon, of course, but Zeta's still a winner. They did qualify to Brawl Cup. Only SC2 now, unfortunately, but they will play on this global stage in Berlin.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a big thing for the region that the seed number 1 from this region has come out on top in the monthly final before it. And you can see there they're going to be paired in a group with Revenant X Spark by the look of it, along with the South America seed 2. Zeta Division have been thrown in with, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that name, in Group B.
Un sueño incompleto.
Un sueño incompleto.
There you go. I'll let Sonny do it for you. Guys, it's all right. I'll let Sonny do it for you. It's fine.
Well, I have thoughts on Group C. Deja Vu, anyone? LCQ 2025. Revenant X Spark, Crazy Raccoon, same group. Sergeant Clash, Tensai, same game. No?
And you're rooting for both of them?
That's a problem now, you're right.
That's what I remember. That was a struggle. But yes, all these teams, so far only 2 we really know are locked in. Zeta Division and Crazy Raccoon will head to the Brawl Cup. Mark it in your calendars, May 15th through 17th. And also, if you don't have tickets just yet, we are completely sold out currently, but keep your eyes out for maybe more tickets over on our socials. Berlin is going to be super hype. We still have some more action for you, though. We're going to continue tomorrow with EMEA, then next weekend NA and SA. We want to have one last look also at this region, East Asia. This is where it's at right now. Crazy Raccoon beats Zeta Division for the top spot by 10 points.
It's gonna be such a close race in the summer split, but the focus has to be on those 2 Brawl Cup tickets. Crazy Raccoon, they impressed me with today's standings. I think they're gonna be going in as a big favorite, but Zeta Division, Trav, they disappointed me a lot.
Yeah, the thing is, I think Zeta Division, are one of those teams who are probably going to be, guaranteed to be going to the World Finals directly from this region. SKC, they're going to surprise us in a few months, I think, make a big run. And I think that's fair to say it's, the same with a few of the other teams in this region. And I think there's an argument there to be had that this is becoming more and more competitive month on month, and we can see I can see a lot of upsets happening throughout this summer split.
And we can see how fast things can change. The leaderboard coming into the show today looked completely different. Zeta Division at the top, Fennel close 3rd, and now all of a sudden they're swapped through and are in the 5th slot after SK Kalalas and Rival. That's how fast it goes. Tomorrow we have some more Brawl Stars action for you. We're heading over to Europe here, EMEA. We have the quarterfinals for you here.
Oh man, just looking at this bracket, I know we're gonna have an insane level of gameplay tomorrow. I mean, there's 2 matches in the quarterfinals that already stand out to me. Navi, SK Gaming, Foot Esports, Foot Academy, and then the semifinals are always gonna be incredible to watch. I am glad SK is back though.
Yeah, I am too. I think they're a team who deserves to be in monthly finals. So I'm really excited to see how they get on tomorrow. Obviously, a bit of a grudge match there against Navi as well. So that'll be a great game, I'm sure.
We also have a sort of a Spanish grudge match there in quarterfinal number 4 with Team Heretics and Madrid. And we have no Totem and Novo, but every other team you can watch tomorrow. So make sure to tune in once more. Thank you to everyone who tuned in today, who went with us through this show. It was a super nice one. Spoo is here, so we're all happy.